On standard network rate message, go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christys Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christys Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
News is completely unique in the way that we interact with our viewers.
Our audience aren't afraid to have their say. They want their voices heard now, and they've got a channel where that can happen.
I find more and more as I'm wandering around, people come up to me and they say, we saw you on television. I say, oh yes, on what? On GB News. Hello, are you the famous Sue?
The whole crew with me here now. We came to celebrate.
It's our job to be the eyes and ears of the viewers.
They are part of the GB News family, and I'm pleased to say it's a very large family.
And if people go to the time and trouble of listening and watching, then we've got to do a good job for them.
Well, I'm here right in the epicentre of the protest.
Here we go again. You just tuned in. Where have you been?
It is raucous here tonight.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Live from London, England, this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. Lost in translation, millions of pounds meant to help unemployed Britons into work is being spent teaching migrants English. Is the system serving the wrong people?
Have done is firstly keep the current Home Secretary in place, because the plan she has implemented has started to make a difference.
Europe at war. Spain's Prime Minister has turned on fellow European leaders after the migrant invasion in Ceuta. Has Europe's migration crisis become a political crisis too?
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches.
Those numbers are terrifying, but elsewhere, red card for FIFA. The FA and UEFA say they've lost confidence in FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. Surely his time's up. And Healy's Halloween announcement. The Chancellor has just made his first promise of what Britain can expect from his first budget. I'll bring you the details shortly.
It's great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
Police and prayer. Police officers have been invited to fast during Ramadan in an act of solidarity. Is that really appropriate for a public service? And from Arkansas to Wales, this is a bracing story. A whites-only separatist movement has established a settlement in America. Now a similar idea is taking root in rural Wales.
Been so tough on whites for so long.
Yes, of course.
So cruel to whites that I think there's a crazy backlash coming.
Without question.
Yeah, well-deserved backlash.
It's already happening.
And same old Labor. It's not been mentioned by Britain's least democratically elected Prime Minister, but I'll reveal why Labor could still be about to push ahead with the Chagos surrender. And Iran countdown. America is preparing fresh strikes with major warnings issued to US citizens in the Middle East. Will it happen during this show?
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
I'm Will Kingston, and this is The Late Show Live. Welcome to The Late Show Live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your company. And we've got a heck of a panel for you. Joining me in London is Labor councillor Stuart Fawcett and political commentator Claire Muldoon. In Washington, D.C., Democratic strategist, friend of the show, Mally Smith, and Republican strategist, also a friend of the show, Matthew Hurd. Thank you for joining me, one and all. Let's go to the main news this evening, and we've got people out of work, businesses crying out for staff, and taxpayers wondering where all their money's going. Well, tonight we might have found some of it, because more than £85 million from a government fund designed to help unemployed people gain qualifications has instead been spent on English language courses for foreign language speakers. Now, does that sound like an economy that is working for you? And breaking tonight, the inside of the Sunday Express newspaper reports that immigration will at least leave the average Briton, so you at home, £2,500 worse off, according to the Conservatives. Well, to discuss this, I'm delighted to be joined by political strategist and podcast host Tiffany Marie Brannan. Tiffany, great to see you once again. Bring me up to speed here about this story. This is bracing.
It really is. And what you see is, once again, the government failing the British people. You know, English citizens have about an 18% low literacy rate, okay? So that's something that's already concerning, where we should be putting money into helping these nationals, these citizens of the country, learn English themselves. What we see is that we have these, asylum seekers coming, and even if they're on a temporary visa, they are completely allowed to access these educational funds and are completely allowed to access taxpayer dollars to go through courses of English and education for free on the British taxpayers' back, with even the complete knowledge that many of them will be leaving the country. And even if their visas are about to expire, if there's even the suggestion that they might be renewed, they can continue this continuing education. And we've seen this abused. We've seen the visas, completely abused. There's that one great piece that GBNews did earlier this year talking about how just one takeaway kebab shop had 76 sponsorships for foreign workers. So I think this is a really big problem, and it's a really huge disservice to the British people.
And I would also suggest, and I'm not talking about absolutely everyone, but so many of the people who wouldn't be able to speak English would also be coming from cultures which I would argue are not compatible with a Western liberal democracy like the United Kingdom. And most probably, although again, maybe not every single time, but most probably they're going into jobs where they're not going to be a net contributor to the economy, as that story from the Express is saying. This whole myth that mass migration is somehow an economic benefit is surely shattered by this point.
Absolutely. And what they've tried to do is they tried to raise that minimum threshold salary level to try to increase, these are supposed to be highly skilled workers, and they're trying to increase that by increasing the salary. But you have to remember that under Labour, under Keir Starmer, there were thousands of these people that are not highly skilled, that are not the doctors and lawyers that, even we in the US were given that line under the Biden administration, that they're bringing over highly skilled workers. We're having our own problems with the H-1B visas, where tech companies are laying off notoriously here right now thousands of American citizens and are replacing them with imported foreign labor, often from places like India and China. So we're also struggling with the very same things right now that the British people are. But it's really a massive disservice to the future of a nation, because as you've said, we have to have culturally compatible people enter our nation that are going to assimilate. Assimilation is key. They need to be proud to be British, proud to be American, whichever country they come to, and they need to integrate into our society. But when you can't even speak the language, when you have no desire to even integrate or become a part of the culture, that's when you have real big problems and you start taking over. I mean, where are the teenagers that were working like at ice cream shops or baristas? They're all being replaced.
Are there English language requirements in the US, say, to get a green card, for example?
You know, it's really interesting. President Trump has been working on this because there's been such a lack of civic education requirement that actually just, I want to say about a month ago, he came out with new requirements for testing and ability for like the citizenship requirement. I'm not exactly sure what the specific English skill requirements are, but given, I mean, I'm from Arizona, I'm currently in New York, and given the lack of English I'm hearing spoken, it's very frustrating. And there's so many so many places where you go and it's even signs here that aren't even in English at all. We're having a big problem in actually Michigan, where a lot of the stuff's now being translated, not even into Spanish, but into Arabic. There's a Home Depot, actually, our hardware store, it's English and Arabic.
Yeah, sadly, we are seeing the same thing in England. When you go down Edgware Road on the route to the studio, as I do every night, you will see Arabic signs without any English translation whatsoever. I don't think that's right in this country. Tiffany, great to speak to you as always.
Thanks for having me, Will.
Let's go now to my panel. Claire, I'll start with you. I am on a skilled worker visa. I'm not necessarily against skilled worker visas.
You're going to say you're not necessarily skilled?
Well, that's a separate conversation.
Yeah, quite.
I'll let the audience be the judge.
Yeah.
But at the very least, you have to come from a culturally compatible country, in my view, and you have to come in a position where you will end up being a net economic contributor. Now, I would suggest in this particular instance, if you are having to learn the basics of English, in all likelihood, you will probably be failing one or both of those tests.
Yeah, but this is actually funding that was meant to get people back into work. But this funding we see local authorities using to teach English to school children of school age, which necessarily isn't a bad thing in isolation, because children do have to learn English if this is where they're living. However, I do think that is parental responsibility. And I also would put it on to the places that these people are coming from that can't speak English, say they are a diaspora of Iran, say, or even of Southern America. So they'd be speaking Spanish, Portuguese, or Iranian. It should be part of the embassy, actually, to take charge of their nationals, to try and help them to teach English to the children. And also the parents from these diasporas should be getting together, should be starting classes, and they should be funding it themselves. They shouldn't have left it this late to get a lesser grip on literacy and on maths that will just slow down the teaching of already English-speaking children in schools, because the amount of time taken out to listen again, teach again, go over again. It's not fair. Every single education advisor will tell you that, and standards then will slip. And they are slipping. We're seeing that.
And Stuart, the thing I would say as well on this is that this adds to the perception, I think it's the correct perception, that there is a two-tier system in place in which many people who are not from this country, many people who are not citizens of this country, get preferential treatment to people who actually are here, and where the taxpayer funds should ultimately be largely targeted.
Let's look at this in perspective here. There's a lot of children in this country where English is a second language because their parents' first language, the language that's spoken at home, isn't English because they have come here from another country. Those children we want to integrate. Tiffany said it earlier, we want to see integration. Well, where else is it? Who else is going to take responsibility for integration?
The parents.
Claire's point out, okay, but if the parents don't speak English in the first place, how else is that intervention going? It's irrelevant. This situation is they are here now, and that is the issue that we're talking about, which is these children are receiving English lessons because their parents are here and English is the second language in the home. We want to achieve integration. These children, we are hoping, as you have said, Will, we want to be a net contributor to our economy. In order to do that, they realistically need to be able to speak English proficiently. So it stands to reason that there is some funding going into and investing in these children's futures because they are part of Britain's future by being a child here, going through our education system. So if it's not the state that does this, who else is going to do it for children? Who is it? I mean, who else will we? Because you can't say embassies. Embassies are here as a diplomatic mission, and not all of the people who come here, especially if they're a refugee, a genuine refugee, always want to declare themselves to an embassy.
The answer is the same, Stuart. It goes back to the parents. It should be on the responsibility.
But they don't speak English.
Well, then they should A, learn how to speak English, and then B, teach their children how to speak English.
Or set the classes
Hold on, no, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. If you're not a qualified language teacher, how are you expected to teach children English?
Sorry, Stuart.
Stuart, how did you learn English? Did you learn it from a qualified language teacher? Or did
No,
you
but
learn
it's
it from
not my
parents?
second language. It was my first native language.
Let's go to the US. Mally, I'll start with you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, look, I think obviously there is parental responsibility when it comes to education and teaching your kids the necessary skills to be successful in life. But with that being said, yes, your parents help you teach your native language, but the schools you go to help you learn that language as well. And this idea that funding to make sure that kids from families who don't speak English get the training and get the resources they need to integrate into society, to integrate into the country, seems like an obvious win to me. Will, you and Tiffany were talking about the frustration that there are these communities that don't speak English and their signs are in languages that are other than English. Well, if you want them to integrate, why would you remove the funding that would help them do that? Like, I think it's one or the other. But I would say, too, I think the broader issue is that Keir Starmer's government, and now Burnham is, inheriting this problem, lost so much faith with the small boats crisis that these issues are going to come up. Even though the statistics are getting better, public perception changes at a slower rate than the statistics. So I think for the UK to start feeling better about this, it's going to take even more months of the statistics getting better and even more months of success that the Labour government is having on mitigating this.
Well, we will see. I would suggest that on legal migration, those numbers are somewhat distorted by the huge number of outflows of English citizens or UK citizens from the country. And on illegal immigration, yes, they may have gotten a bit better, but that's like saying that you're happy with a 6-1 loss in football because you got flogged 8-0 the year before. Matthew, your thoughts on this?
Will, I just want to point out that your English is pretty good, and I can see both sides. I can see both sides of this issue. The program exists now. We know in the United States that first-generation Americans, that is, children born of immigrants, people who moved to this country, predominantly do know English. As was just said a few minutes ago on this panel, learning English in a country where English is the dominant language is one of the most important factors for economic mobility, upward mobility. It's incredibly important. I think this is a drop in the bucket on the funding. However, it does come with the full context of the overall immigration crisis that we see across Western Europe and we see in Great Britain in particular. And so the taxpayers are asking very, very important questions. The taxpayers and this station are asking very important questions about where the money is going, and especially as we look down to later in October when there are budget numbers released, what stays in government funding, what gets cut, and what taxes get raised to pay for these programs.
Well said. Well, I appreciate you complimenting my English. I would suggest that the Australian accent can certainly butcher its fair share of words, including its fair share of Spanish words, which is where we're going to go next. But before we do, a Department for Work and Pensions spokesman said it's only right that people who are legally in this country can integrate into society, progress in work and contribute to the economy. We recognise that local authorities have a clear understanding of the skills needs of local people and employers, which is why we are expanding our devolution plans to bring funding decisions to those who know their communities best. Okay. Let me know your thoughts by visiting gbnews.com/your say. I'll be reading out your comments over the course of this show, so please get them through to me. Still ahead on The Late Show Live. The FA and UEFA say they've lost confidence in FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. Is his time up? Also,
that's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches.
Spain's Prime Minister has turned on fellow European leaders after the migrant invasion in Ceuta. Has Europe's migration crisis become a political crisis as well? This is The Late Show Live on the People's Channel, GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Just great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
It's hard to get completely excited about being back in a Treasury building, but I admire John Healey's enthusiasm. Welcome back to The Late Show Live. That was the Chancellor, who has just made his first promise of what Britain can expect from his first budget. I'll bring you the details shortly. Let's go now to breaking news tonight. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has criticised fellow European leaders over their response to the migrant surge from Morocco, accusing them of a selfish and polarising reaction. His comments come after Italy temporarily reintroduced border controls with Spain following the arrival of tens of thousands of migrants at the Spanish territory of Ceuta. Mr Sanchez warned that Europe could not afford for countries to act alone as pressure grows over the bloc's handling of the migration crisis. Well, GB News reporter Dougie Beattie is on the ground in Ceuta with the latest.
Yes, this Spanish enclave of Ceuta was invaded by 60,000 people. They crossed in the border just behind us. You can see the gates running along there, and right at the end of that pier you can still see two men attempting to cross that boom. That boom was put in this morning going right out to sea, and if you can just look out to my left hand side, you will see another boom ready to be joined to that one to extend that border. Also, in the compound behind us, you can see 6-wheeled armoured vehicles. That was part of a fleet of Humvees and Land Rovers, all brought in by the Spanish military in order to basically have an orderly process to expel those that were left behind here. Some of those 60,000. This morning, 48,000 of them left of their own accord, simply because Spain closed down everything in this city. You couldn't get water, you couldn't get tobacco, you couldn't get bread, there was nowhere to sleep, you couldn't hire a hotel. So most of them just got fed up and went back home. Now, today, quite a few of them have been rounded up, almost like a game of hide and seek. The Spanish authorities are now swooping in to most of the town and cities around this area, going into every side street and very much herding them into lines and then walking them to the border behind us. Now, as you can imagine, that is becoming very short-tempered, and really those people wanted to stay here and thought that maybe they could hide, but the Spanish are having none of it. And earlier on I spoke to some people to find out just exactly what they thought they were going to do when they got here.
Centro español. He wants to change his life. I don't want anything here. Just for fun. That's all.
You don't want to stay in the EU?
I don't want anything from this place or this life. I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
Well, this hide and seek will go on all night. There's no doubt about that. And in fact, quite a few people that were living here illegally, because Morocco is just across that border, North Africa, they have came in illegally, haven't been found. There's too little numbers of them. But of course, now that they're trying to purge every one of them out that's here illegally, they may well be caught. The big problem for Spain, of course, is that now France and Italy are threatening to close the Schengen area for any Spanish people that want to travel through their parts of the EU.
Your ears prick up like mine did when Dougie said that when they were refused food or a place to sleep, these Moroccan invaders just went home. Funny that, isn't it? Maybe take note there, Andy Burnham. Let's go to the panel. Claire, to you first. What have been your reflections as you've watched the events unfold in Ceuta and then now more recently, effectively the Prime Minister of Spain doubling down as opposed to showing any sort of contrition for how his policies may have led to this catastrophe?
Well, Pedro Sanchez is just an idiot, isn't he? I mean, to allow, it was 500,000 he's put the figure on actually of allowing these migrants to come over. You didn't see one woman or child in the rush of those 60,000 men rushing through the gates. They all looked fit and healthy. They didn't look to me as if they were fleeing any form of persecution or requiring the refugee status or the asylum status, indeed, that they will be seeking. Giorgia Meloni, in my hat, doff cap to you, Georgia, for standing up to Pedro Sanchez, for implementing and triggering the Schengen process of not allowing any Spanish visas or passports to move through the region. We know this, of course, because one, she said it, but also Giorgia Meloni's had terrible issues with Lampedusa, yes, with predominantly African men coming over there and making it absolutely horrific for Italians to even exist in their own country. This isn't necessarily just about ownership. This is about geopolitics. This is about mad socialism going madder and getting madder. And this is also about holding people to account for their actions. And Pedro Sanchez, I'm sorry, but you will have a lot more to deal with than this. Didn't Angela Merkel, when she allowed the 1 million Afghanis in, did she not say she wouldn't have done it with hindsight? I think she did. And I think that's somewhere that you have to reflect to, go to and learn from history. History's there to teach us. We should be learning from it. That's what normal societies do. We don't go backwards.
But the concern that I have, Mally, is that there is absolutely no indication that this man will learn from his mistakes. If anything, he is doubling down on a failed policy of open borders. Now, again, I can understand the political rationale for trying to cover his own backside, but honestly, what did he expect from Italy and from Meloni, when really it would have been abrogating the responsibility of their own country if they didn't implement the measures that they have?
Yeah, I think it is a mistake politically when if you're incredibly pro-immigration, you think every asylum seeker should get the fullest extent of a hearing and you want to let as many folks in as possible. No one can look at these images and think that this is an orderly process and this is a process that should be handled in this way. And it's also not great for the folks coming there. As we've noted, many died in the crossing, so it's putting lives at risk. And I think what you're seeing is that we have an asylum system that is being used in a way that it wasn't necessarily designed for. When we think of asylum, we usually think of people leaving a country to flee for physical safety, while I think Claire mentioned these are mostly economic migrants, which it is incredibly sad that they live in a country where they do not have the economic opportunity that they might have in Spain. But again, that is not exactly how asylum laws were originally envisioned. And I think broadly, and this is not an easy question, but it's how do we get to a point where there aren't countries that are failing or failed states that folks are so desperate they're willing to swim across an ocean to get to a new country. And I'm not saying that means we have to up foreign aid necessarily, but it does mean figuring out ways to make these countries more successfully economically, I think could tamp down on some of this unchecked migration.
Well, look, fundamentally, I think that goes against human nature and the entirety of world history. You're never going to have a situation where the world is perfectly equal and where everyone is happy and well-fed and successful. If only that was the case, but it's not. Matthew, to you, the thing that annoys me about this is that Sanchez, like so many other left-wing leaders, doesn't appear to understand the concept of incentives. He offered amnesty to, 500,000 illegal migrants, which has then gone up to 1 million illegal migrants. That is obviously an incentive for people to test the weak borders of Ceuta, and really, therefore, this is in so many ways on him.
Well, Will, not to sound so flippant, but it seems that Prime Minister Sanchez is a victim of the consequences of his own actions. This is, the visualization of 60,000 migrants moving onto a beach and into a Spanish territory is, just said just a few minutes ago at the beginning of this program, you can let 200,000 people in, 500,000 people in some process, but the visualization of 60,000 people really makes it hit home for the residents of that country and for those of us watching. It is absolutely on the Spanish political leadership for this, and it's no wonder that other European leaders are asking tough questions and engaging in the rules that they have to then secure their own borders.
Stuart, is this the beginning of the end for the European project?
Look, I think that could. Was that the argument with Brexit? I don't know, but I think Ceuta's
maybe the end of the beginning of the European project.
Depends how long that period of time could be. But I think if we look at the period of time over the last 24 hours, there are lessons to learn. Let's be honest. Spain failed to defend its border. It has a border here with Morocco on the island of in Africa, and it failed to defend it. 60,000 people came in. Now, as it is, if you want to come from Ceuta into the Schengen area, you have to go through checks. You have to go through passport checks, and if you don't have a right to enter the EU, you can't come there. Most of these people have gone home, as it's been outlined. So most of these people are not there to apply for asylum or refugee status, from what we've seen, because they've already returned. But it does bring up the question about push and pull factors, doesn't it? And it would seem what we really need to learn about is how these people were facilitated to get there in the first place, but also about the security of the EU's borders more generally, whether that be in mainland Europe or overseas territories.
Yeah, and this is the question. What about the security of UK borders? Because I would suggest that there is enough evidence that this was coordinated. 60,000 people don't just
do it by mistake, do they?
They don't come by mistake. They don't just independently decide to all enter a country in the same 24-hour period. In all likelihood, likelihood probably hostile forces in Morocco, and we have heard evidence that the IRGC are sending operatives via dinghies through to this country. It seems to me that illegal migration is becoming a weapon of warfare.
Look, I think there's right to be concerned about that, and I think that's why it's so important that these people's applications are processed correctly and that due diligence is done on that.
Well, surely it's more important that they don't come in the first place.
Absolutely, but the thing is, at the moment, they are coming. Now, those numbers are down by 40% at the minute with small boats, but they need to go down much more.
752 came over on Wednesday.
You know, that needs to keep going down. But when they are here, you have to process them correctly and make sure those filters of national security are applied as part of it.
And we shouldn't be processing them in sleepy towns and villages up and down the country, nor should we be shipping them all, metaphorically speaking, up to Scotland as well. It's ridiculous.
What's your solution to that?
Well, we've got Nightingale hospitals that were never used, Stuart. We need to hold them in holding places.
They were hospitals.
But they weren't used. They're still there.
Of course. So it kind of stands to reason, really, doesn't it? They were never put to the test. So how do we advocate for a Nightingale version of anything if it was never put to the test? What we are having is, because we've got so much accommodation, they're actually now being processed and being removed in accommodation which is much more suitable than the hotels that were smack bang in the middle of communities.
Well, if they're supposed to be coming from war-torn countries when persecuted themselves, I would give anything for even a lie down. And we can't even treat our ex-servicemen who are sleeping in the streets.
Claire, believe me, I have been a homeless veteran, but this is not a net zero sum situation.
Of course it is. We've only got so much money in the budget.
No one's lying about that, but every day that they're here and they're not being removed, they're costing even more. And the process here is put them into more suitable accommodation, not hotels, which weren't suitable, process their applications and make returns, whereas before that wasn't happening at all.
Stuart, you realise that the government has the ability to change the law in order to make it easier to deport.
That's what it's doing with the Asylum and Refugee Bill right now that's going through Parliament.
And the government has also got a duty of care to make their own citizens secure.
Of course, that's why the bill's going through now, which is giving a single point of contact and removal system, and that's why the push and pull factors.
What about the one in, one out? What's happened to that?
Claire, I'm not here to defend every single thing that's with the government, but absolutely. But and I'm not just going to sit here and say and take that if you haven't got any solutions that are actually contributing to what's already happening, which is the numbers are going down.
I do have a solution, and it was actually the wisdom of Dougie's comment that I will go back to, where he said, we stopped feeding them, we stopped giving them a place to sleep, and they went back home.
So we're now advocating to starve people?
No, we're basically saying we're not going to put you into a migrant hotel.
But they're not doing that. They've been removed. They're being closed down.
We're not going to put you into, plush accommodation of any kind. We're going to put you in an army barracks and we're going to detain you so you can't leave.
But that's
not true. That is not true. They are not being detained. And that is the key element that is missing, which would provide the disincentive to stop these people from coming. But there is not the willingness to do that from this government because it would seem to be mean and there would be bad optics for them, for their backbench, and that's not what's going to happen. That's the model from Australia, and that's the model that works in Australia.
I think we need to just remember our humanity as well.
Oh, that's always what they fall back on, isn't it? How about the humanity for the women and girls who have been put at risk by illegal migrants who haven't been vetted? I think that's the humanity that so many people at home would stand for. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. In other news, today is your final chance to get tickets to join us for a day to celebrate Britain. Don't miss out on that opportunity.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
I can't wait for this one. Less than 24 hours to get your tickets. Don't miss out. For more information, of course, scan that QR code on the screen or go to gbnews.com/celebrate. Still ahead on The Late Show Live.
Just great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
The Chancellor has just made his first promise of what Britain can expect from his first budget. I'll bring you the details shortly. But also tonight, the FA and UEFA say they've lost confidence in FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. Is his time up? This is The Late Show Live, only on the People's Channel, GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're
the failure is
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Been so tough on whites for so long.
Yes, of course.
So cruel to whites that I think there's a crazy backlash coming.
Without question.
Yeah, well-deserved backlash.
It's already happening.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. A whites-only separatist movement has established a settlement in America. Now a similar idea is taking root in Wales. We'll cover that later. But first, UEFA has said they've lost its confidence. UEFA has said it's lost its confidence, I should say, in Gianni Infantino after the FIFA president abandoned controversial plans to sell stakes in the World Cup and other competitions following a widespread backlash. European football's governing body has demanded a fundamental review of FIFA's leadership and governance, warning the organisation can no longer be run through what it called secret schemes and shabby backroom deals. The row has fueled speculation Infantino could face a challenger when he seeks re-election as FIFA president next year. With me now is senior reporter for the Daily Mail, Nick Pisa. Nick, great to see you once again. I couldn't help but smile when I heard that FIFA can no longer be run through secret schemes and shabby backroom deals. From what I understand, that's pretty much been the FIFA MO for as long as it's been in existence. Bring me up to speed with this story. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, as I said, this has gone sort of a complete turnaround in the space of 72 hours, really, hasn't it? Since Infantino came up with this proposal to sell off the World Cup to private investors and try and make about £3 billion. That was the idea behind this, but it quickly exploded in his face because football associations around the world were absolutely outraged by this plan. It was akin to selling off the family silver, if you like. And obviously the first to step in were his arch enemy and his bitter rival, that's UEFA. They completely blacklisted him and said, look, this is absolutely outrageous and not going to happen at all. And they threatened a boycott of the World Cup. And then we had other confederations from around the world as well joining in. CONCACAF, which is the North and Central America and the Caribbean countries, joined in. Then the Asian Confederation joined in. Overnight last night, eventually Infantino said, OK, I'll pull the plug on it. So that's where we are. But, it's hard to see how he can survive this because he has been completely humiliated. And as you say, he's lost his face here in this, and he should do the honourable thing and step down.
When I've been watching this story, I just can't fathom how incompetent he must be as a businessman. If you're a competent businessman and you have a proposal of this magnitude, you would have quiet conversations behind the scenes with leading figures from the other football administrative bodies, and you would surely be able to get a sense of how popular this is. So you don't have that egg on your face moment that he's had. But obviously this hasn't happened.
No, exactly. It has completely backfired on him as well. And just the way that it was done, really, it's the thing that's really outraged people. It was all very secretive, and there was the promise of extra funding if you voted through this deal, which again just sounds really grubby, doesn't it? And as you said in your introduction there, FIFA have got this reputation for being corrupt in the past. We saw Sepp Blatter, who was forced to step down in 2015 after allegations of corruption as well. And I know we discussed this during the World Cup. We said, Sepp Blatter is even saying that that Infantino, Gianni Infantino, the current president, as you can see there with Trump in your pictures, is corrupt and dodging. I know we were saying, well, hold on a minute, Sepp Blatter is saying this. I know he's no sort of guide to being morally on the straight and narrow, if you like. But if he is saying it as well, then I think it really is time for Infantino to step down. The FA are calling for reform and a review of his position as well. But you can tell he doesn't look like he's going to do that. He's not going to do the honourable thing and step down, is he? He's going to stand by and stick to his guns for as long as he can, because I think the key thing is there is no one at the moment who is willing to step up to the plate and take on that challenge and try and boot him out. There are people on the fringes. There is the CONCACAF president, the CONCACAF president, Marco Vitiliani, who is a possible candidate. And there's also the PSG president as well, who may also step up to the mark. But again, they're wary of him because, yes, at the moment there is this outcry, but also at the same time, we should point out that there are confederations who are backing him. Morocco have come out this evening and said that they give him their full backing, and also Qatar have come out and given him this full backing. Mexico has given him his full backing. So it's difficult to see, excuse me, where this person who will come up and challenge him is going to come from. As I say, there is Victor Montagliani from CONCACAF or Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa, who is also a possible candidate to step up and take that role. But there's the World Cup we just had. I went to those games. We spoke often after every England match, and they were great performances on the field, apart from sadly the one at the Argentina game. But off the pitch as well, there was a lot of anger as well, wasn't there? The way that President Trump intervened with Balogun's red card. Then at the very beginning of the tournament, the Somali referee was forbidden from entering into the country as well. Hydration breaks. I mean, goodness me. When I went to a non-league football match here where I live in Surrey, and there was a hydration break in that as well. I mean, it's ridiculous, really, where we're going to with the game.
It is a real shame. Nick, thanks for your time. Great to chat as always. Still ahead on The Late Show Live. It's not been mentioned by Britain's least democratically elected Prime Minister, but I'll reveal why Labor could still be about to push ahead with the Chagos surrender. But also on the show tonight, the mother of Vikram Digwa, Henry Novak's killer, has been moved over fears she could be attacked. That's next. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Let's bring you some breaking news which has just entered the GB News newsroom. 3 people have been killed and at least 2 others injured in what police are calling an active shooter incident in Twin Falls, Idaho. Officers were called to an In-N-Out Burger and surrounding businesses at around 2:30 on Saturday afternoon. It is not yet clear whether the gunman is among those killed, and officials have warned the number of injured could rise. A shelter-in-place order has now been lifted and roads are reopening, but the investigation remains underway. Well, let's go to my panel, and I'll start in the United States. No, we won't go to my panel. Sorry. This is obviously a fast-moving situation. We do have the panel now. Let's go to the panel. Mally, I'll start with you. I was saying this to Claire in the break. Unfortunately and sadly, these sorts of stories happen all too regularly in the United States, and you can become desensitised to them.
Yeah, and that's the incredibly sad part with U.S. shootings. There are so many news stories about shootings that Americans have become completely desensitized. I'm someone who firmly believes we need to have stricter gun control laws, but I also accept that we're a country that has a gun culture, so I don't think there's going to ever be laws so strict that gun deaths are going to go to zero or that Americans aren't going to be able to own guns. But what I can say for certain is that this status quo is unacceptable. We're talking about this story in Idaho because multiple people were shot at one time, and unfortunately it looks like multiple people have died and more might die because it was one shooting in one place. But in the United States, there are single shootings all the time, and if you add them all up, it would be like a mass shooting every day. And the single biggest cause of mortality
in the United States for children 18 and under is firearm deaths. This is not acceptable as a country. We need to do more to prevent this. President Biden signed the Safer Communities Act, which helped strengthen schools to help prevent school shootings, to help make our gun laws a little bit stricter, but there is obviously more we can do.
And we're just seeing on screen now footage that has come from the what appears to be near the scene of this awful shooting. It is unclear, it's difficult to tell whether or not that is a first responder there or whether that is the gunman. We're going to get some clarification from the team here to work out who exactly that is so we can get some more clarity. But in the meantime, Matthew, your instinctive response?
I mean, Will, I think we're still pretty early in the reporting on this story. I think that we balance rights and responsibilities and safety in communities. Oftentimes in the United States, though, we see the other side of the aisle come up with solutions that don't, in fact, address the issues here. Quite frequently, these are mental health issues. Obviously, again, still very early in the reporting on this, and I really hesitate to wade in. But quite often, it ends up being some mental health issue. It's heartbreaking, and it's heartbreaking for anyone to die, and particularly in this situation where somebody has entered a restaurant and sought out to kill and to hurt people.
So just to clarify my earlier comments, this is the suspected shooter that you're seeing in this footage. Obviously, a bystander hiding in their car has captured this. Again, it's still too early to have anything definitive for you, but that is the suspected shooter that you're seeing on screen now. Matthew, to stay with you, can you paint any sort of a picture around Idaho and the type of community that may be affected here?
I can, Will. Idaho is historically, as Mally said a moment ago, the United States has a gun culture. I would say Idaho is on the, if I had to select a word, the most extreme end of the gun culture. About 35 years ago, there was a tremendous reporting around a situation in what's called Ruby Ridge, where a gentleman was alleged and accused of selling sawed-off shotguns to federal informants. Idaho is oftentimes a flashpoint in far-right or very conservative political culture, and that oftentimes is accompanied by Second Amendment and firearms culture.
So local authorities are referring to this as a mass shooting. Claire, your instinctive reaction?
It's just absolutely shocking. I mean, but Mali's statistic of the highest mortality rate for children under the age of 18 is in fact through firearms and the use thereof, and that is just absolutely horrific. But, you know, I agree also with Matthew's point of view. It's not the guns that kill people, it's people that use the guns that kill people. And often those people that commit these heinous crimes do suffer from mental health issues. So there's a lot to unpack. Again, it's another 3 victims, or three deaths, with more to come, hopefully not, but the early indications are that there were more injured, and indeed they might be fatal as well. It's just truly shocking.
It is shocking. To clarify my language from before, that was the local mall who are referring to this as a mass shooting. We will continue to update you on this fast-moving situation, as well as a lot more coming up in the next hour, ladies and gentlemen, including this.
Just great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be 1 or 2 showers for Shetland and Orkney. Into this evening, though, largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud though across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see 1 or 2 spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland though. Outbreaks of rain or showers and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
She's very smart.
Yeah.
Live from London, England, this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. Europe at war. Spain's Prime Minister has turned on fellow European leaders after the migrant invasion at Ceuta. Has Europe's migration crisis become a political crisis as well?
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches.
Healy's Halloween announcement, and forgive me if I am a tad afraid, the Chancellor has just made his first promise of what Britain can expect from his first budget. We'll bring you the details shortly.
It's great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
Elsewhere, police and prayer. Police officers have been invited to fast during Ramadan in an act of solidarity. Is that really appropriate for a public service? And from Arkansas to Wales, a whites-only separatist movement has established a settlement in America. Now a similar idea is taking root in rural Wales.
Been so tough on whites for so long. Yes, of course. So cruel to whites that I think there's a crazy backlash coming.
Without question.
Yeah, well-deserved backlash.
It's already happening.
And I just can't get my head around this. It's not been mentioned by Britain's least democratically elected Prime Minister, but I'll reveal why Labor could still be about to push ahead with the Chagos surrender. And Iran countdown, America is preparing fresh strikes with major warnings issued to US citizens in the Middle East. It may very well happen during the show.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
I'm Will Kingston, and this is The Late Show Live. Welcome back to The Late Show Live for a second hour, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying with us, and thank you to my panel for staying with me as well. We've got Labor councillor Stuart Fawcett and former Labor councillor Stuart Fawcett and political commentator Claire Muldoon. And in Washington, D.C., Democratic strategist Melly Smith and Republican strategist Matthew Hurt. We are not short on strategy this evening. Thank you very much for joining me once again, team. Let's bring you a reminder of that breaking news from the last hour. 3 people have been killed and at least 2 others injured in what police are calling an active shooter incident in Twin Falls, Idaho. Officers were called to an In-N-Out Burger and surrounding businesses at around 2:30 on Saturday afternoon. It is not yet clear whether the gunman is among those killed, and officials have warned the number of injured could rise. A shelter-in-place order has now been lifted and roads are reopening, but the investigation remains underway. What you are seeing on your screens, if you are watching at home, that is the alleged shooter in a car park in Idaho, obviously taken by, I imagine, a bystander who is hiding in their car. I'll go back to the panel. Stuart, we didn't get your thoughts on this at the end of the last hour. What do you make of it?
Yeah, look, it's obviously really quite tragic, isn't it? But I think we need to bear in mind a few things. I mean, 250 million people, America with the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. There are a lot of legal gun owners in the United States of America, and evidence broadly suggests that legal gun owners do not carry out crimes with firearms. They use them and and have those there to defend themselves if necessary, because that is their right. Now, the issue is making sure that firearms don't get into the hands of people who are a danger to the public, and obviously that's potentially what could have happened here. We're not obviously clear yet, but there are a lot of measures going through at the moment. For example, in Virginia, there's measures going through about restriction of magazine capacities and the effect that may have upon reducing the impact of these shootings. But whether it's mental health or whatever reason it is, those controls are mainly aimed at making sure that only fit people have the right to carry a firearm. But obviously those laws really they range across the United States, from constitutional carry, concealed carry. There's different restrictions across different states. But in this case here, look, it's really quite tragic that this has happened, obviously, but we don't know yet how this person has got hold of that firearm and the state that they're in.
When I see footage like this, I've got to remind myself to I guess, to be sensitive to what we're watching. What we're watching is a man who has picked up a gun and has willingly slaughtered, again, assuming this is the shooter, it's alleged, but willingly slaughtered fellow human beings. It is something which, again, we use the word desensitised in the last hour, and sadly the frequency with which this happens in the United States means that if you are in this business, you can become desensitised to footage like this, and we should try our hardest not to be. Mally, back to you. I'm somewhat sensitive around going to the gun laws conversation whilst this is an ongoing situation, or at least, whilst we are still somewhat unsure of what has happened. But is there any real chance of gun reform in the United States, or has it now become so politically divided as an issue that substantive reform is impossible?
Yeah, well, and first I'll say I'm not necessarily afraid of going to the conversation about gun laws when there's national shootings, because here's the thing, the United States has so many mass shootings that if we can't talk about the gun laws every time there's a mass shooting, we're never going to be able to talk about the gun laws, because they would say we were politicizing it. And the statistics are clear. The states that have stricter gun laws have less gun deaths. You see conservatives make this straw man argument continually that gun laws don't do anything. But again, of the 10 safest states, the majority of them are blue states that have stricter gun laws, while the states that have higher gun deaths have the least strict gun laws, and it's fairly easy to see. Those are red states, while the safer ones that have stricter gun laws are the blue states. And then there's also the argument that a lot of conservatives make that this is a mental health issue. Of course, mental health plays a role. This guy could clearly be crazy, or it could be a domestic situation where he is quarreling with his family. Who knows? But here's the thing. Crazy people exist in Britain. Crazy people exist all across the world. They do not have the levels of gun deaths that the United States has, because they don't have the amount of guns lying around like we do. And then, Will, lastly, I'll say, on the perspective of potential gun laws, I think the only way we would get there to have some sort of fairly substantial reform is a Democratic Congress, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic president, and then, I hate to say this, but some sort of massive gun death situation where it was a shooting like at the Pulse nightclub, or the shooting that happened in Las Vegas, because I think it would require unified Democratic control and then a catalyst to make it go up to the top of the agenda. And obviously that's awful to say, but I just think that's the case.
Matthew, your response to Mally's comments?
Well, at first, Will, I think about your comment about desensitization, and I think for many people around the world, but especially in the United States, many people saw an assassination live on television last year or on social media. I think the assassination of Charlie Kirk was the first time for many people to have seen something like that, and I do think that we have to remember the humanity and the severity of this. But one of the things that was really interesting in Mally's comments was the dishonesty in the statistics that he shared about which states have what kind of gun crimes. In red states like my home state of Tennessee, there are more gun crimes than in, say, many blue states. But where that happens is in places like Memphis, where almost all of Memphis is a large city in Tennessee, where almost all of the gun crimes are committed by people who should not have had guns in their possession. So it's a convenient statistic for those who would restrict gun rights in the United States to use to say, oh, look, here are the crimes in the red states. But it quite frequently happens in places like New Orleans in Louisiana, like Memphis or Nashville in Tennessee, and in places like Miami and Jacksonville in Florida.
Can I jump off that real quick?
Very, very quickly.
Well, that is 100% true, that more of those gun deaths in these red states happen in bigger blue cities. But I think it's also simplistic to say that it's just the cities, because if it was just blue cities causing the violence, obviously blue states that have more blue cities would have higher gun deaths.
We have to leave it there for now, but we will keep you updated with this story as we learn more throughout the course of the show. Let's go on now, ladies and gentlemen, to news closer to home. Chancellor John Healey has confirmed he will deliver his first budget on October 28th, promising a plan built on what he calls fiscal discipline. The budget is expected to set out how the government intends to fund Andy Burnham's spending pledges, with questions remaining over whether that will mean tax rises, spending cuts or more borrowing. Business groups have urged ministers to avoid months of damaging speculation, warning uncertainty could hold back investment and hiring. Let's go to the panel. Claire, to you first. I just said that we're unsure as to whether or not there will be more borrowing, more or cutting spending, or potentially raising taxes. But I've got a pretty good instinct that the way that this Labor Party instinctively thinks about fiscal responsibility, in inverted commas, is just to raise taxes.
Yeah, and we've already had kind of like rumblings of this over this past week with our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, talking about healthcare tax, funding healthcare for our elderly or infirm patients of this country. So I don't think we're going to be completely surprised when John Healey stands up to the dispatch box on the 28th of October. There won't be so much headroom discussed then as more than fiscal borrowing. Our borrowing's already at the highest. Our tax burden is already at the highest since the Second World War. Our cost of living crisis is still ongoing. Inflation, I think, was down a bit, but you know, we've got headlines today of X amount being spent on teaching English as a foreign language to students who don't have English as a first language in schools. We've already got, you know, our defence budget is not anywhere near our GDP level that it should be. It's merely in line now with NATO's advice. And, you know, I think with never-ending spending, with never-ending illegal immigrants coming into this country, the burden is just going to be so big for the fiscal purse that there's going to be nothing he can do except raise taxes. Now, that's what the Labour Party, I'm sure, would say, and I'm sure that's what they're going to do. I don't think they should be raising taxes at all.
Well, Stuart, this is my question. At what point does even the Labor Party have to say that we've reached peak tax in this country? I noticed the IMF has said the UK can't really keep taxing much more than it already is, which is a statement for me of the bleeding obvious. When do they say we are tumbling down the dark side of the Laffer curve and we can no longer just keep taxing people without getting diminishing returns?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because John Healey mentioned earlier that last time he was in the Treasury was over 20 years ago. And, you know, 20 years, a lot's happened. GDP, which is all of the money that Britain makes at the minute, is pretty much the same as all the debt that the state is in, and it was much different back then. It was much lower. So Britain was creating more than it owed back to the bank, essentially. And we've had record low growth for pretty much since the economic crash. And in that time, as you mentioned, Will, taxes have gone up massively. Now, you mentioned earlier about fiscal discipline and how you doubted that. Well, under Rachel Reeves, fiscal discipline was her sort of key driving factor, and what that meant was that she wasn't going to take out borrowing to cover day-to-day spending, i.e. all the taxes and revenues that came in was what she wanted to spend on public departments and what the government spent, essentially. Now, we're in a situation here now where she had £10 billion of headroom in her last budget. We're going into a budget at the end of October, and we've got spending commitments being made. So, a really important thing to say is that Burnham has mentioned that he wants to stand on the manifesto, and that manifesto commitment, essentially, which is that he will not raise three taxes on people, which is national insurance, tax, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was VAT.
And the fiscal charge.
So any deviation from that essentially requires a different mandate. Now, if there's any other tax increases elsewhere, that's not necessarily the same if they needed to fund any increase in spending or just current spending commitments. But the final thing to say is that, you know, the other option, as you say, is to cut spending. But where would it come from? We've got a serious situation with defence at the minute. Obviously, John Healey resigned over the lack of commitment for defence
And Wes
spending.
Keating said he would resign
let me
if he didn't get the money he needs from John Healey.
Let me give you a few areas. Number one, 30 billion that goes towards net zero every year, either in direct spending or the equivalent cost of it. The £10 billion per year that goes towards welfare for foreign citizens. The £3 or £4 billion a year that goes towards PIP payments for anxiety and depression. Or potentially, here's a thought, just don't start new spending programs when you don't have the money to spend with. There's a bit of money for you to play with, Stuart.
I think they've outlined a few things there on those things. I think, there is a clear and present need to address the welfare budget and the spending that's going on, and that is currently what they're looking at.
But how are they going to... Sorry to interrupt you, but how are they going to do that when the Prime Minister may have changed, but the Labor backbench hasn't changed, and even the most minor spending cuts when it came to welfare were pushed back against aggressively by the backbench? Do you think it's just a fluttering of Andy Burnham's eyelashes that will be the difference here?
I think that particular episode with the changes to the welfare bill, which essentially in the end with the backbench amendments cost more money to the state, I think that's going to be very present in Labour backbenchers' minds.
Oh, so they were just being fiscally responsible in their pushback, were they?
Well, it didn't turn out to be that case in the end, did it? Because it cost more money, and I think that's going to be very clear and present in their mind when we're looking at large infrastructure projects and where that money can be afforded to come from.
Okay, well, let's leave it there for the moment, because I do want to go to former Conservative Minister down the line, Tom Perskwell. Tom, good to see you. I'll put the same question. I'll put the same question to you that I put to the panel. What do you think we can expect from a John Healey budget?
Well, look, John Healey is someone who I actually think is very much at the more talented end of the Labour cabinet. I rather like
Low bar.
But the problem is here that he's got a Prime Minister who is on a spending spree. It almost feels like the Prime Minister is in electioneering mode. And what we've seen is everything that he has said since he came to office is all pointing in one direction, which is around spending more money. And what we've not seen is any credible plan about how he would either raise the revenue in order to pay for these commitments that he's making, nor have we seen any credible plans for spending cuts to be able to deliver on these pledges. And so I think Kemi Badenoch, for example, has been completely right to say that if there is going...
We may have just had an issue with sound there with Tom, so I'll go back to my panel. I'll go to the United States, because whilst I think there are fundamental differences in both economies, particularly that there is still more notable growth in the US economy than there is in the UK, which is anemic. The one thing they both have in common is that both economies are very happy to just pile on huge amounts of debt and to increase their respective deficits with no real plan for how to address that. Matthew, is it a concern for you that neither the Republicans nor the Democrats in the United States seem to show any appetite to deal with what is now an enormous debt problem in the United States economy?
Will, it is absolutely a major concern of mine, and President Trump has been guilty of this. President Joe Biden was guilty. President Obama was guilty. It's a serious issue, but one of the things that you did mention a few moments ago was the Laffer curve, and Dr. Art Laffer, an economist here in the United States. What we don't know about what the British economy could be is because of the amount of spending that goes through the government and is doled out in programs. I'm very concerned about Prime Minister Burnham's promises over the last couple of weeks of the new programs that he wants to institute, which would take money out of the economy and run it through Westminster, run it through London, to then dole back out to the taxpayers. It is an appropriate thing to mention that this budget will be released at about the same time as Halloween. This is a nightmare for the British people, and the spending in debt is a nightmare here in the States as well.
Claire, and I think the problem fundamentally is that the Labor Party continues, either by being disingenuous or because they are economically illiterate, to misdiagnose why the economy is in the position that it is in that you'll hear someone like Andy Burnham say, well, the problem is neoliberalism. The problem is 40 years of trickle-down economics, when in reality, to your point earlier, the tax burden is as high as it has been since the end of the Second World War. The economy and the state more generally has never been more regulated than it is today. The problem isn't socialism is not the the answer to the problems in the country. It is the fundamental cause of the problems.
No, it is. It's the fundamental cause of all evil. It's so bad because the minute you start spending other people's money, more other people start expecting it. And we just don't have it. It's not a bottomless pit. We have to draw it. To take Stuart's point earlier when he said the income tax rates would not increase, we've had fiscal drag. That's taxation by stealth because of the numbers not moving up. So therefore, more people are captured within a tax bracket. That's probably what they might do as well. But he's going to have to give a dog a bone. He's going to have to throw something to the electorate, Will, and he has to do it with, with gravitas. He needs to get those backbenchers in line. The whip needs to whip them, metaphorically and literally, because we think that's what happens in the House of Commons sometimes, isn't it? Who knows?
Stories you hear, Claire.
Well, ear to the ground and all that. However, this is really, really... I'm pleased that John Healey is going to do this budget. It's much better than Rachel Reeves in any event. We joked earlier, it's a mighty low bar. But I think Burnham as well. I think he needs advice from businesses. He needs to listen to the businesses because economic growth is going to be driven by the EMAs in this country, and that's going to put money in everyone's pockets.
Well, since 2002, public debt growth in the United States has gone up 557%. Public debt growth since 2002 in the UK, 801%. I am increasingly of the view that politics can't solve this, and an economic crisis is not just inevitable, but it's probably necessary.
I think globally it's the same. I mean, no one's doing well at all at the moment globally.
Well, you look at somewhere like Switzerland, minus 37% in public debt growth, and Germany plus 125, still considerably lower than the UK. We will get back to that, ladies and gentlemen, but that is all the time we have on this for the moment. Still ahead on The Late Show Live.
They've been so tough on whites for so long.
Yes, of course.
So cruel to whites that I think there's a crazy backlash coming.
Without question.
Yeah, well-deserved backlash.
It's already happening.
A whites-only separatist movement has established a settlement in America. Now a similar idea is taking root in rural Wales. But also tonight, Labor's Chagos surrender has vanished from the Prime Minister's script, but behind the silence, the giveaway may be back on. This is The Late Show Live, only on the People's Channel, GB News. But first, non-Muslim officers and staff at West Midlands Police have been invited to fast during Ramadan in what the force describes as an act of solidarity and a way of raising money for charity. The force says the initiative helps colleagues better understand the significance of Ramadan for the region's large Muslim community and that taking part is entirely voluntary. But critics have questioned whether encouraging officers to participate in religious observance is appropriate, arguing police should remain impartial and not promote any particular faith. Well, with me now is political commentator Fahima Mohammed. Fahima, good to see you once again. What do you make of this initiative from West Midlands Police?
I think we need to remove the manufactured outrage and describe what actually is happening here, because nobody has been ordered to fast. Nobody is being converted. Nobody's employment depends upon taking part as well. Officers and staff are being offered the voluntary choice to fast for one day, raise money for charity, and better understand a major community. They police. Police officers attend churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, pride events, remembrance services, and community service festivals, because policing by consent requires public trust. And learning about communities you serve is not surrendering police impartiality. It just helps police work. Of course, operational safety must always come first, and nobody who feels unwell or has medical conditions or undertaking duties while fasting would create a genuine risk should participate. But turning a voluntary charitable initiative into evidence that Britain has capitulated to Islam is not, seriously scrutiny. It is a cultural theatre.
I didn't say that, but let's discuss that word voluntary. We know that particular police forces in this country have become beholden to DEI ideology. We know that there is potential for soft coercion for a program like this, where they won't explicitly say you have to do it, but they will encourage it, and they will potentially, by inference, say that in order to, for example, let's say go up the ranks of the police forces, these are the sorts of things that you should participate in. We've heard several anecdotes of people in police forces across this country who have said that you do have to toe the line when it comes to these sorts of initiatives if you do want to be seen for promotion to particular roles. What do you make of the soft coercion that is very possibly at play here?
Well, I think that's a lot of assumptions without evidence. And I think being invited to a charity fast, no more makes you like a Muslim attending a Christmas carol service, making you a Christian. OK, we wear poppies, and that does not mean that you're enlisting somebody to the armed forces. Attending a synagogue open day does not convert anyone to Judaism. Joining, any sort of Sikh occasion, langar does not actually make you Sikh either. It's just participation, and it's just also understanding that the West Midlands Association of Muslim Police described, connection and initiative with reflection on people who'd have less, and donating the normal cost of lunch. It's just giving in charity. It's just a social purpose alongside its connection to Ramadan, which is, once a year. And there's nothing really, which I would say is sinister. It's basically, I would say people celebrating in a sense that we are not here saying this is DEI initiative and it's going to increase in your popularity with your employment. That's absolutely nonsense. And DEI has got nothing to do with that at all. DEI, people don't understand what that means. That just means that people that would normally be included would be included, whether they are disabled, neurodiverse, females, whatever that is. People don't understand what that means.
Well, yeah, I think that very possibly is the case. What do police officers learn by doing this, above and beyond just what it feels like to be hungry for a few hours? What's the actual benefit here?
It's like I said, it's a charity. It's just fasting for a day, abstaining from food or water. And it's not really anything to do other than just, understanding that other people are doing that. And when they are in a community, when it's basically, having these kind of like dietary requirements or whatever it may be, having that observation. And, it's just basically having that sort of understanding of a community that they are mainly serving.
Are you aware
it could actually help with their decisions.
Sure. How do you think it would help with a police officer's decisions in a tangible way to know what it feels like to be hungry between the hours of day sunrise and sunset?
I don't think it's more to do with that. I think it's more to do, again, with just understanding their colleagues at work. And I think that also it would maybe help them when it comes to maybe some sort of like, when it comes to either training, when it comes to, say, shift work, routine, so that they can be understandable that actually what we require from certain Muslim, even staff colleagues during that month of Ramadan when they're fasting, they understand what it feels like. And if they were maybe feeling extra tired or they want a different shift, in the evening rather than the daytime when they're fasting, that could be understood more than anything. That's probably more what it's like. It's not just about the outside community. It's about even the colleagues that are working hand in hand.
Sure. Are you aware of any comparable acts of police solidarity with other religions, like Christianity, for example?
Well, yes, of course there are. People get together when it comes to sort of Christianity and with Lent. It's just that, unfortunately, there's not many, people in this country that I would say that actually adhere to their kind of like faith as much as, minorities. And it's not just the Muslims, it's others as well, like the Jews. I think that when it comes to Christianity, it's more cultural Christianity, where it's just Christmas and Easter, and it's not really religiously taken. I know so many people that are my Christian colleagues, and they're like, oh, you're fasting. Oh, I feel so bad. I should be doing something for Lent because, last year it fell on the same time, because it follows the lunar month, that it fell, on the same time of year, that they don't actually practice their faith. It's not about not doing it or other people don't do it. It's because those people of other faiths don't actually, conform or practice their own faith. I wish they did. Maybe then we would have some more in common.
Well, I certainly know that there are plenty of Christians, Jews, Hindus and Buddhists that still continue to practice their faith in this country, and I'm getting a wave to my right from Claire Muldoon there. Fahima, that's all the time we have tonight. Thank you very much for joining me. Claire, I'll go to you on that point. What are your reflections on this?
Well, I think from what Fahima was saying, she's actually advocating for special treatment for people that are fasting during Ramadan. And, I think that's really, really bad. And we need to look at the issue of the reason of the fast. And I'm not au fait at all with the Muslim religion, but I would understand that fasting is an element of giving up. I know in the Catholic faith and the Church of England, if you fast during Lent, you give something up more or less. And Fridays are traditionally the days for eating less. And if we have a kafod day, for instance, we would save the money up from the breakfast, lunch and supper that we wouldn't eat for that day, or just even the lunch, and we would give that to charity. That is an essence of corporal mortification, of denying oneself, of a want. You're not giving in to temptation. So I don't know what that means in the Muslim faith. That's a deeper reason why I would ask as well why they want the police to do this. And it's not just a case of putting your arms around the community in which you're policing and saying, do you know what, I've got you, I know what you're going through, I understand how you feel. You don't, because you're not spiritually awakened enough to understand the feeling. And if it's not to do with your spirituality nor your religious practice, then why just fast for a day?
Stuart, Fahima said that this is just one example of solidarity with a religion amongst many religions in a multicultural society. But the elephant in the room is that many people in this country feel that Muslims are provided with special treatment over and above other people, whether that is the way that pro-Palestine protests are treated as opposed to, well, that's a relief, as opposed to, Tommy Robinson-led rallies, the way that in all sorts of domains there is a perception that Muslims are provided special treatment. Can that be inferred through this policy?
Well, at the moment, with the anti-Muslim hate law, which has been specifically created for that, there is an argument in favour of it. But when you look at this,
forgot that one. Thank you.
When you look at this, is this just creep, essentially, where that is just beginning to happen, and it's dressed up as something that's, totally innocent and doesn't have any impact whatsoever? But how is this being afforded to any other faith? I don't know, but regardless of that, does it really have any place in policing?
No.
As you have said, this is the police. We're talking about the police. What purpose does this have? Why should this be circulated and given this preference? To what end does that serve the people who the police are there to serve and protect? And I just don't understand it. And we just seem to be doing this in the West. We've got a fundamental issue. We are a Judean-Christian culture. We are. That's what has built our nations. That's just the foundations of our belief system, and belief systems really matter. Now, we are a tolerant nation. We're respectful as well, and we have welcomed other belief systems here. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we then have to adjust our entire way of life and doing things and our institutions to say just because you are here, everything is absolutely welcome. We can have a watchful eye on this and say, no, that is not the way it is going to work. And just fundamentally, I cannot see the purpose of having to do this all the time. And I'm just not in favour of it. This needs to stop.
You'll have to hand back your lefty membership card, mate. That was far too sensible. Mally, your thoughts?
I don't understand the hysteria around this. To me, it just seems like it's an initiative to encourage interfaith dialogue. And look, you guys, my granddad was a Southern Baptist preacher in Durham, North Carolina. He was the preacher for the largest church in Durham, North Carolina. And no offense to y'all Brits, I don't think y'all know religion until you experience Southern Baptism in the South in the United States. He continually would have interfaith dialogue with Jews, with Muslims, with Buddhists in the southern United States in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s,
Mally,
the
that's
90s.
Totally understandable. He's a religious
one at a time.
If you guys can't have religion, and I understand you guys have less religious diversity than the United States, but if you guys can't just have a moment where you share in a fast with fellow Muslims, and it's not required. It's saying if you want to do this, go ahead and do it. I lived in the UK at Cambridge, and I had 2 Muslim roommates. When they fasted for Ramadan and they broke their fast,
I'm sorry to interrupt
asked me
you.
to break their fast
Mally,
with them.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I will.
Yeah.
I will, and that is in both of those examples, A, with your grandfather, and B, with your friends at college, you weren't in a position where you were administering the law of the country.
Yeah.
Now here, when you have to administer the law, you have to both. One second, you have to. No, stop. You have to appear to be, as well as actually be, rigidly impartial and objective. And the problem with these sorts of policies is that they can create the perception that you are preferring one group over another.
Well, let me say this. I think it should be encouraged for many religions. If there are Jews in the police force, let's encourage religious dialogue with them.
Why are Jews always brought into this conversation when we talk about Islam? All the time. That we need to suddenly compare it to this other religion.
Another religion.
But other religions aren't given the same parity whatsoever. You know, how many religions? What do you stretch to?
I don't understand where we're even going.
What spectrum do we stretch to?
So the question, look, okay, to bring it back to I think Stuart.
I'm sorry I said a trigger word, but my point is other religions, if we experience, and I mentioned Jews because they're another minority religion in the UK, I think it's completely fine to encourage interfaith dialogue. I would be worried about this if it was mandatory, but I would agree with you guys that I think it should be encouraged for multiple minority religions. I'm not saying it's this huge game changer that's going to reform the police department and it's going to make UK policing so much better, but I also don't think it's this game-changing thing that's terrible either.
Matthew, the point that Stuart was getting to there was it does feel like whilst we say, oh, this should be encouraged for all the religions, it doesn't really ever seem to be the case. You just don't hear about comparable events to the same extent when it comes to Hindus or Buddhists or Jews or Christians for that matter. Or Zoroastrians or sociologists, or take your pick. Whenever we hear these types of initiatives, it always seems to be, or at least, you know, the dominant religion where you hear these sorts of solidarity initiatives always seems to be with Islam.
Well, I think Stuart's argument was very good from probably a secular point of view, a secular left of center point of view. I thought Claire's argument was very good from a conservative right of center, like what is the point of a fast during Ramadan? And I think that Fahima in her earlier comments thought that this was operating in a vacuum. It's not operating in a vacuum. It is with layers and layers of other special permissions and special observations that we've seen over the last several months, in particular in law enforcement agencies across Great Britain, and it causes people to ask serious questions. So I think left, right, and center, we're in pretty strong agreement, and I even think my friend here, Mally, I also grew up Southern Baptist, it's an excellent faith tradition, but those were instances where individuals were having conversations outside of the structure of government, and it is in government through law enforcement and through elected individuals or through the workplace where you are now compelled or pressured. Even if you're not compelled, there is a sense of social pressure to engage in something that may be against your faith altogether.
Yeah, I think, and this is the point I was making with Fahima, and she was right in saying I was making an assumption, but it's an assumption based off several conversations that I've had with police officers in this country, as well as people like Alison Pearson, who's spoken to even more whistleblowers within the police force, and there is from those people a very clear message that if you want to get ahead in the police forces of this country now, you do have to participate in these sorts of initiatives. You do have to basically tick the pro-DEI box in order to move forward. And so I think, whilst again I'm speaking based off an assumption or an inference, I would be very surprised if there wasn't some form of soft coercion that goes on to participate in these sorts of programs. But again, that is just my assumption. A spokesman for West West Midlands Police has said that the West Midlands Association of Muslim Police has, for a number of years, invited colleagues from all faiths and backgrounds to fast for a day to raise money for charity during Ramadan. They added it is entirely a matter for officers and staff if they wish to take part. This is an initiative which is undertaken at a number of organisations around the country. The West Midlands has a large and diverse population, including many Muslim residents, and it is important for officers and staff to understand the significance of Ramadan to those communities. Okay. In other news, today is your final chance to get tickets to join us for a day to celebrate Britain. Now, that is something that we can all celebrate.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
This is going to be such a great day, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't miss out. There's less than 24 hours now to sign up. For more information and to get your tickets, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/celebrate. An update now on the breaking news from Idaho. Police have now confirmed the suspected gunman is among those killed following a shooting at an In-N-Out burger restaurant in Twin Falls. 3 people are dead and others injured, although officers have not yet confirmed the exact number of casualties, as families are still being notified and the number is sadly expected to rise. Police Chief Matthew Hicks says the threat to the community is believed to be over, describing what happened as a very chaotic scene. We'll continue to keep you across the developing story throughout the show, and the footage that you are seeing is from earlier, where it is believed that alleged gunman who did die here is the one who is believed to be in that footage. Still ahead on The Late Show Live.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
America is preparing for fresh strikes with major warnings issued to US citizens in the Middle East. But first tonight,
they've been so tough on whites for so long.
Yes, of course.
So cruel to whites that I think, like, there's a crazy backlash coming.
Without question.
Yeah, well-deserved backlash.
It's already happening.
a whites-only separatist movement has established a settlement in America. Now a similar idea is taking root in rural Wales. This is The Late Show Live, only on GBNews.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be one or two showers for Shetland and Orkney into this evening, though largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud there across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see one or two spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland, though. Outbreaks of rain or showers, and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Well, a controversial whites-only community in rural Arkansas says it is expanding, with prospective residents vetted on their ancestry, values and beliefs before being allowed to join. The settlement, known as Return to the Land, only accepts applicants of full European ancestry and has drawn widespread criticism after its founder questioned accepted Holocaust history and said the Nazis had redeeming qualities. The organisation insists it is preserving European identity rather than promoting white supremacy, but it is facing legal action over allegations of racial and religious discrimination. And in Wales, a group is also buying land with the aim of creating enclaves for white people. With me now is my panel, and I'll go to... Claire, I'll go to you first.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think anyone on this panel will be advocating for racial segregation or for whites-only towns or villages.
I hope not.
At the same time, what this possibly would reflect is a growing sense of unease about cultural cohesion and multiculturalism, and just perhaps if there is continuing to be fraying of the cultural fabric in the ways that we've seen perhaps in the United Kingdom in recent years, then this sad type of racial division may become more common.
Well, I hope it doesn't, for the sake of humanity and for the sake of the children that will be born into communities like that, because it will fester nothing but hatred and a dissonance that, you know, should be evaporated from all areas of the world, and indeed the way that we treat our fellow human beings. That said, you seem to be alluding to the fact that there might be some optic that we can actually glean that this might be a good thing in some way.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Right, good.
Just to be clear, these are delicate conversations. So if that is the impression I've given, then that is not right. What I'm suggesting is, why is this happening? Now, again, you can basically say, look, this could just be a group of racists who've got together and said we all just want to live with people of the same race.
I'd like to answer that, Will.
Yeah, of course. What I'm also suggesting is that the multicultural project in this country is under a great deal of pressure, and you are seeing increasing examples of ethnic and cultural tension in the community. Now, again, this is, I think, an entirely unacceptable, extreme and morally wrong response to that. But what I'm also saying, Claire, is that there may be those cultural pressures may be at play in why this is happening.
Well, I think we're only going to get the answer to that, Will, by speaking to someone from one of these communities, either in Arkansas or more closer to home in North Wales or wherever in Wales it might be. It's very dangerous to talk. It's not even so much a delicate conversation to have around this. It's just wrong. And the way they're vetting people, perhaps the Home Office should take a leaf out of their book, because they seem to be vetting people, and to have a trail of European ancestry with ownership of whiteness. Almost, it's almost as if whiteness is now becoming a diaspora, a race in itself. And it's just, I mean, to have the conversation obviously is healthy, but to be in any way, shape or form in tune with this, or thinking this is a good thing, or even welcoming something like this, it's just wrong.
No, and I of course agree with that. And again, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm in no way suggesting that. Matthew, what do you make of it?
Well, obviously, Will, these are abhorrent views. It appears in the Arkansas story that there may be a violation of federal housing law. But if we were to zoom out and have a philosophical conversation about this, I think there's an important question. What is more dangerous, that government forces a certain viewpoint onto somebody, or that individuals privately express those viewpoints in a cloistered community? It's definitely not something that I encourage that would exist in a place like Arkansas or Wales, but there are individuals with viewpoints that express prejudice, and it might possibly be more dangerous to have a government intervention into a property like what we're seeing in Arkansas.
Mally, how would you respond to that broader philosophical question that Matthew has posited?
Well, I would say, just going back to what you were saying, Will, about is this some sort of reaction to multiculturalism? But I think it's actually just a similar strain of racism and white nationalism that has existed throughout world history and U.S. history. In fact, I would say we're actually much better when you look at the history of the KKK and then, folks fighting against integration to now we have a small group of people, a very tiny group of people saying they want these white-only communities. In actuality, this view that we should have communities that don't respect diversity or communities that are one race only has actually diminished. I think it's newsworthy, but it's not new, and I wouldn't say it's a reaction to multiculturalism. And it did crack me up to see that you said, Will, that there's communities in Wales who want to have white-only communities. I looked up, and Wales is 94% white, so they're already there. They don't have to worry too much about making sure Wales is a white-only community because they're only white, so I don't even know what they're worried about.
Stuart, this, again, I think there is the principle that racial segregation is wrong should go without saying. At the same time, we are increasingly seeing cultural and religious segregation in the United Kingdom. There are now several communities which are, vast majorities are taken up by a particular religious minority group or a particular cultural group, which has led to some people suggesting that you increasingly have cultural or religious ghettos that are forming across the United Kingdom. What is your stance on those types of communities that are emerging or have emerged?
You posed a question earlier about how did we get to this point, and it's quite clear this whole panel agrees that segregation because of skin colour is utterly abhorrent. And yes, Mally said that a lot of progress has been made to eradicating that, but it still does exist. Now, why do I think it's existing here and we're seeing this issue? This is a bit of a warning sign. And you talk about religious enclaves and communities. What we need to really consider is sets of beliefs and belief systems, which is really important, whether that's a religion or your outlook. I mean, this is essentially Aryanism is what they're talking about. Indeed, extreme political belief sets. And so if someone's having sympathies towards, Nazi ideology, it's as equally as concerning as extreme religious ideology that's calling for harm of people. And this is what it's about. Humans can choose what belief sets that they choose to enfranchise themselves with and believe, and that's not always permanent. Some people have different political tendencies. Some people have different religious tendencies, and they move through that in their life. But extreme belief sets are essentially a choice, whereas skin colour is not. Now, where I think this possibly could be grounded in, I could only speculate, is that perhaps what these people see is the belief sets that they don't agree with are perhaps belonging to people who they believe are of a different skin colour or skin tone, and they're seeing this, that's this particular skin tone insulates us from those belief sets that we don't like, and that's where integration is absolutely critical to eradicating that form of hatred, and it is quite worrying. And yes, it's been mentioned, this is an isolated thing, but it's dangerous to see it essentially growing in number, and seeing it not just growing in number across borders, which is quite worrying. And I think that's why now we need to start having these difficult conversations about integration, mass immigration, to make sure that people can integrate into a culture, a monoculture, whether it's multicultural societies or not, to make sure that people of different belief sets aren't judged just because of the skin colour or tone that they may have, that they don't have a choice in.
We use words like integration and assimilation, and again, now I'm looking at this with a wider lens than just these two isolated examples, but increasingly it would appear that the idea of integration and assimilation is getting further away than closer to us, as you have more and more communities that would appear to be operating under the cultural norms of, say, countries where first or second generation immigrants may have come from, as opposed to the cultural norms of this particular country.
I think we need to be a lot more clear on the expectations of integration. And I think that's the conversation that we now need to have. There are many people who believe that all cultures and belief systems can simultaneously live alongside each other without friction. And, you know, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. I believe there's hope for humanity.
Pot of modern studies as opposed to the melting pot of diversity and societies being able to live, to coexist together.
But you need to have a broad set of values that you can agree to, and those aren't always directly compatible and overlapping. They don't always have a common denominator.
This is a very big conversation. It's a conversation we're not going to solve in by the end of this hour, but I think it's one which we do need to have. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, the High Court has ruled that trans suspects could still request a female officer for strip searches. Is that the right move? But also tonight, America is poised to strike against Iran. It could happen in the next hour. We're going to bring that to you on The Late Show Live.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be one or two showers for Shetland and Orkney into this evening, though largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud there across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see one or two spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland, though. Outbreaks of rain or showers and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Live from London, England, this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. Europe at war. Spain's Prime Minister has turned on fellow European leaders after the migrant invasion in Ceuta. Has Europe's migration crisis become a political crisis as well?
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches.
Healy's Halloween announcement, and yes, I am a little scared. The Chancellor has just made his first promise of what Britain can expect from his first budget. We'll bring you the details shortly.
It's great to be back in the Treasury after nearly 20 years, and just a huge honour to be here as Chancellor.
Well, the Prime Minister may have changed, but I'm not sure that Labor has. It's not been mentioned by Britain's least democratically elected Prime Minister, but I'll reveal why Labor could still be about to push ahead with the Chagos giveaway at the top of this hour. And Iran countdown, America is preparing fresh strikes with major warnings issued to US citizens in the Middle East. Well, we could see it happen over the course of the next hour.
The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price.
I'm Will Kingston. This is The Late Show Live. Welcome back to The Late Show Live for a third and final hour, ladies and gentlemen. Things are just heating up. Thank you for staying with us. And of course, thank you once again to my panel. In London, we have Labor councillor Stuart Fawcett and political commentator Claire Muldoon. And in Washington, D.C., Democratic strategist Mally Smith and Republican strategist Matthew Hurt. Thank you very much, team, for staying with me. Let's go to the top news at the start of this hour, and that is, extraordinarily, the government has signalled it still intends to press ahead with handing sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, despite a change in Prime Minister. In a written parliamentary answer, ministers said they remained in discussions with the United States and Mauritius over implementation of the agreement, while insisting the day-to-day operations of the joint UK-US military base on Diego Garcia remains unchanged. With me now is former aide to Margaret Thatcher, friend of the show, Niall Gardner. Niall, great to see you once again.
My pleasure.
Bring me up to speed here. Again, I always struggle with this story because I can never fully understand the rationale for it, or whether there is something else going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to. What's the latest?
So the latest is that Andy Burnham's new government is still committed to driving forward with the Chagos surrender deal, which in my view, I think is the worst deal in modern British history. And they're still determined to move forward, even though President Trump has intervened several times against the deal. And he emphatically sanctioned the deal, of course, several months ago, preventing it from moving forward under Keir Starmer. But Burnham's government seems determined once again to revive the deal, and I can say this categorically that President Trump will sink the deal again. I mean, he has made it very clear that the deal is very bad for the United States. It's a dangerous, treacherous deal. It's a pro-China deal. It's also vastly expensive, of course, the British taxpayers, £35 billion over the next few decades, of course, for the British people at least. It could even be as high as £50 billion. And on so many fronts, this is also a knife in the back for the United States, and it threatens the future of Diego Garcia, vital US military base in the Indian Ocean. And you can be sure that this deal will be going nowhere, no matter what the Foreign Office or Downing Street may say about it. This deal is over and it's finished.
Well, the $1 million question, well, the £34 billion question perhaps is more appropriate, is why. When you have a new Prime Minister, that generally is an opportunity to get rid of the dud policies that were there under the previous Prime Minister and start afresh. Why do you think this Labor government would want to pursue this deal, which is so, A, difficult to comprehend and B, so unpopular?
Yeah, it's a great question, really. I think to most, ordinary people, this sounds completely and utterly insane. The idea of moving forward with this deal at great cost to the British taxpayer. Andy Burnham himself has significantly not made a statement on Chagos, but some of his officials have, and certainly the Foreign Office, which drives British foreign policy, has made it 100% clear they are moving forward with trying to convince the United States to agree to the deal. Why is Labour doing this? Well, I do think that the key reason, the key impetus here is a hatred, of course, for Britain's imperial history. This is driven largely by left-wing zealots who hate any kind of British overseas presence based upon the history of the British Empire. I think it's ideological in so many respects. It makes no sense whatsoever from a British national interest point of view. This was largely driven, of course, by Lord Hermer, the former Attorney General, who was removed actually from the cabinet. But it looks as though the new Andy Burnham government, which is also a hardline socialist government, looks as though they're also committed to the deal. And there's no doubt about it. I think that President Trump will be infuriated by the idea of having to confront this deal again. He hates the deal. The White House absolutely views this deal as a threat to US national security. It's another monumental mistake, I think, for the Labour government to pursue this. But then again, this is a recklessly irresponsible left-wing socialist government under Andy Burnham. So I expect they're going to be making a lot of mistakes.
Do you think how do you think this could potentially impact the relationship between Andy Burnham and Donald Trump over the next, the months and perhaps years ahead?
I think these are very dangerous waters, actually, for Andy Burnham. And if he's going to pick a fight with Donald Trump over the Chagos issue, Burnham's going to lose spectacularly. There's no doubt about it. And I've been in many meetings at the White House on the Chagos issue. The White House position is 100% clear. They're opposed to the deal. And if Burnham is going to make this a centerpiece of his approach towards the US-UK special relationship, well, Burnham's going to get very badly burned. There's no doubt about it. And so hopefully common sense of some kind will prevail ultimately in Downing Street. Keir Starmer was emphatically humiliated over this deal. I expect that Andy Burnham will suffer the same fate if he decides to move forward with the Chagos surrender deal. But it's 100% clear that the White House, President Trump, are totally opposed to this deal. So Burnham moves forward in advancing the deal, certainly at tremendous personal risk, I think. And I think that President Trump will view this certainly as insult to the United States if Burnham decides to move forward with this.
We may just be having a few sound issues there, but Niall, if you have me there, great to speak to you as always. I'll go to my panel now. Claire, to you first. I find this a really difficult topic to talk about because I can understand, even if there are certain policies that I disagree with, if they have a logical foundation, I can at least understand how to argue against them. You know, I don't agree with high taxes, for example, but I can understand why socialists may want to do it. I understand that there is, you know, a logic or better logic that I disagree with. The problem with this Chagos deal is there is no logic to it whatsoever that I can get my head around. And as a result of that, it's difficult to talk about.
I think this all came back in 1965 or something. We gave up, we took over the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands in the late 1800s from Mauritius. And we are now giving them back at a cost to us of £139 million a year for the first 3 years, and then £111 million after that for the next 96 years previously, because they've leased it out on a 99-year lease. And it's just, the Mauritians don't want it. Burnham never ever spoke about it, although when he's taken over as Prime Minister, he did say that he would be in effect, a de facto elected Prime Minister because he wouldn't change anything about the manifesto. So therefore, he would be the incumbent legal binding Prime Minister of this country. Now, there's another thing he hasn't touched on, which is, of course, is the Chagos Islands, which is coming up. And as Niall quite rightly said, if he chooses to die on this sword, on this hill, with Trump, it will be a disaster for the UK-US relations. And I think with the war heating up again because of Hamas and Iran and the United States wanting this ceasefire and no word from, in Gaza, no word yet from Israel either, the USA is all over the place at the moment, and it doesn't, I don't think it has a full strategy of exit either for Iran, and they're playing the middleman really for the war in Gaza at the moment. So we've got a lot to clear up, but I think we really should be identifying the issue of the Chagos Islands and not giving them back to the Mauritians. Yeah, OK, let's go to DC. Matthew, again, as Niall said, and I agree with him, I think if this may not be the most damaging policy in modern British history in terms of its impact, but it's certainly the most difficult to understand and the most, just for want of a better word, stupid. What's the reaction from the United States that this may still be considered by the UK government?
Well, you're absolutely right, Will. It's a complicated issue. I don't think that this is
I'm not sure it is, Matthew, to be honest. I think it's actually pretty black and white.
Well, and to that end, it certainly complicates the opportunity to have a fruitful relationship with the Trump administration. Sure. I think that what we see here with this joint base operation, Diego Garcia, it's very important strategically in that part of the world to have a unrestricted access for military operations, which may take place in the Middle East, in East Africa, and in South Asia. And so it's strategically very important. It does not make sense to relinquish the authority of the island to Mauritius, but to that end, not a lot of Americans are talking about it, and this has broad implications in foreign policy circles, and particularly the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Burnham. I think Niall made some very excellent points about this. It just has not yet permeated the political culture here in broadly in DC.
Sure. Mally, your thoughts?
I mean, I think my co-panelist is spot on. I think the only Americans talking about it here are Matt and myself, because this is not an issue that's permeating. And I know Niall was saying that he thinks the Trump administration clearly does not think that this deal is a good one. I am a little bit more skeptical of that. The State Department under Trump originally approved and okayed the deal. Then President Trump said it was bad. Then President Trump said Keir Starmer negotiated the best deal he possibly could. Now he's saying it's bad again. I think it mostly was a lever to kind of hammer Keir Starmer. I don't think Trump has really strong feelings about it. I think if Burnham got on his good side, he'd go ahead and say, it's a great deal. I think it's more transactional.
And look, to be clear, I'm not expecting this deal to be on the front page of the New York Times, but I do think that in the particular foreign policy circles in DC, I would have thought that people who follow the United Kingdom, United States relationship closely would have taken note of this. Stuart, to you, I'll go back to what I said to Niall, and that there is an opportunity when you have a new Prime Minister to get rid of the dog policies of the previous regime. This was, without doubt, the most illogical policy, and it was widely unpopular for people who have been following this. Why on earth would they continue to pursue it?
I mean, I don't think there's any real solid evidence at the minute that there's been a commitment to it. Primarily because so far Burnham's commitments have been domestic more than foreign, which is sort of the complete opposite side of the coin to where Keir Starmer was in the opening days of his premiership. So I think it's really, like, you know, taking into account Mali's points where this has been off and on in Trump's outlook in terms of the deal. But I just don't think there's been any secure commitment that it will go forward. And I really don't
But at the same time, Stuart, it would have been a very easy one to immediately rule out and to win some early political capital, and that hasn't happened.
I don't know.
Save money.
I don't know. I think at the minute the political capital calculation going on is purely on a domestic agenda, and I just don't think this one quite weighs. Like you said earlier, this is not going to be on the front page of the New York Times. I don't know if it is with other major national newspapers either, given the other domestic agendas that are being pushed and the cut through of that one. So I think when people mention about it in terms of foreign policy, when you look in that, I really don't think this is something that this administration is going to want to ideologically be nailed to.
But this isn't strictly foreign policy. This is giving away British territory, UK territory.
Well, it's an overseas territory, so it is foreign policy because it comes under the Foreign Office.
You are giving away your own territory and paying for the privilege. Now, I understand, you can say, well, there's foreign policy parts of that, but that goes to the heart of, the greatness of this country.
And the defence of the country strategically, where the Chagos Islands actually are.
But I think we need to be really clear on the role that Chagos plays in defence. This is a primarily US base that has been used for power projection in the Indian Ocean and the Middle East, and that is a really important power projection point. I mean, when the US was taking strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, it was absolutely crucial and critical. And I believe that any deal, the USA is not going to agree to any deal that compromises its ability to protect the United States of America on the international stage. So let's just see what happens with this one.
The question is,
they're not going to agree to that.
You are right, they're not going to agree to that. But my question is, why has the UK government entertained a deal which would compromise the security of this country? That's what I don't understand.
I'm not sure how the Chagos deal at the minute, as it stands, is going to compromise the security of this country.
You are literally giving a ally of China control over a strategically important island, which at the moment is important.
I think we need to put that in perspective. Let's just put that in perspective a second, though, because look, I'm not a great number one fan of this deal. I have reservations about it as well. I'm never going to trump up to be its supporter. But let's just be really clear. The United States of America has a military base here. It's the foremost, military power in the world. It is not going to be held over a barrel by anything that Mauritius can leverage at all. Whether there's any Chinese involvement or not.
That's why, to Niall's point, the US will probably veto this deal.
Yeah.
But my question
But even if it didn't, they're never going to allow any Mauritius to overpower it.
But this is my question. I understand why the US would say that. Why isn't the UK got the same logic?
I mean, we essentially we rent them this rent-free in order to use because of their contribution to our security picture. Okay. So that's there to continue.
All right, well, again, as I said earlier, this makes absolutely no sense. I'm perhaps trying to find logic where there is no logic, and that is a dangerous position to be in.
Sorry, I can't provide it, Will.
No, well, that's fair. You aren't responsible for the stupidity of the Labor government, although you are aligned with them, so I guess you do have to have some, leftists need to take responsibility for being lefties, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think that's all my brain can tolerate on the issue of Chagos for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, a spokesperson for the Foreign Office has previously told GBNews the deal to secure the joint UK-US military base on Diego Garcia is crucial to the security of the UK and our key allies and to keeping the British people safe. The agreement we have reached is the only way to guarantee the long-term future of this vital military base. All right, let me know your thoughts by visiting gbnews.com/your say, although I have an instinct what those thoughts may be. In other news tonight, President Trump is reportedly preparing the heaviest US strikes of the conflict so far, with fresh attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure that could begin as early as this weekend. The operation is expected to be coordinated with Israel and is intended to pile pressure on Tehran to return to nuclear negotiations, although officials say the president could still halt the plan if diplomacy succeeds.
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
It comes as the president says he is losing faith in talks with Iran, accusing Tehran of repeatedly breaking its promises. With me now is Editor-in-Chief at the Foreign Desk, Lisa Daftari. Lisa, wonderful to see you as always. I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. It's the same time of night. I'm speaking to you again. I'm in the same studio. I'm hearing the same things from Donald Trump. We're about to hear the same thing again. Like, what is different from what I'm reading out to the audience right now with what I've read out to them at several moments over the last, 5 months?
Great to see you too. Yes, I know it seems as though this is very repetitive, but I do think we're hitting some sort of change in the equation. And the reason I think that is because, number one, I don't think Donald Trump has any intention on pushing diplomacy. He may talk about it, but I think that chapter is closed. He feels as though he gave a chance to the Iran regime. He understands their nature, and this is not something that they want to do, meaning compromise, surrender, make any sort of concessions that are meaningful. They had a few small standards to upkeep with the MOU, and they lost that opportunity. It's now squandered, and I don't think he's going to go back to it. With regards to the strikes, however, when we finished the round of strikes that began on February 28th, we did 38 days of fighting. We were told that there are 2 weeks left in terms of what was required militarily to significantly degrade the regime. We have now gone back to fighting for about 13 or 14 days, and we have not moved the needle as significantly. What I do believe is going to change now is a change in tactics to now move the needle. I don't believe what we should continue doing what we've been doing, which is basically random attrition or degradation. We hit a bridge here, a tunnel there, a railroad here. We need to focus on what needs to be hit in order to get to regime collapse, regime degradation, whatever you want to call it, and we will stop short at regime change. In that capacity, we need to go for the drones, the ballistic missiles, their nuclear enterprise. On the other hand, we need to squeeze them economically with every single instrument that we have. Stop import and exports. If that takes a land blockade, so be it. We have to stop any ability to export oil, any ability to collect money. Every single sanction that pertains to any sector of the regime needs to be applied and enforced as well. Then we come to what has not been focused on ever since Israel has been absent from the campaign, and that is the personnel. We're talking about leadership. We're talking about the IRGC. We're talking about the Basij. We need to go down the list. We know the addresses. With Israel's help and intelligence, we can get to them. We start to instill fear within the regime itself. We create a rift within the regime itself. We create cracks within the regime itself. Then we start to see defections at scale. We start to see weapons among the people. And then the United States and Israel can start brainstorming or continue brainstorming, because I do believe that they have been working on this, on how to arm the Iranian people. Whenever we talk about going further militarily, everyone stops with boots on the ground. Yes, we already have boots on the ground. We have Iranian boots on the ground. Let's use them. And they've been asking for the same. They need to be armed. They need to be prepared. But they cannot go in before there is significant degradation of the regime itself and all of its apparatuses, its military, its economy, and its leadership itself.
I imagine, though, it's not as simple as just dropping a rifle off to every household. There needs to be some sort of coordination. There needs to be some sort of movement that has a planning around it. What would that look like?
Absolutely. And that's the reason I say that phase cannot start until we see absolute degradation and collapse of the regime. Otherwise, they will continue to kill in wholesale fashion the way they did in January to 30 to 50,000 Iranians. And let me tell you, they have been continuing to execute and hold sham trials for young Iranians just for showing up at those protests. So it's been the killing machine has not stopped. So that is exactly right. There needs to be organization at very high levels. We need to give them resources, including an open internet, including organization at some level. What that doesn't include us on the ground, but includes us giving the Iranian people every tool they need in order for them to get the job done. But before we even begin to talk about that, we need to do what we see on your screen right now, and that is to do what it will take to scare this regime so that it does not have the same confidence, the same rhetoric, the same military might, or what it believes is military might, we'll call it audacity, to fire into our regional assets the way it did this past week. We have to stop all of that. Let me tell you, this is a regime that will not stop until every last missile in its arsenal is fired off. Every last proxy is used to its last cellular beat. It will not stop. So we need to consider all of those different factors. This is a multi-pronged approach, but I do believe that if we are going to enter that final phrase, or those 2 weeks that we spoke about, the 14 days that we spoke about, we need to have a change in tactic. Maybe we need to have fewer strikes, but more tactical strikes. Every single motion, every single move has to mean a move towards collapsing this regime.
Well, let's hope and pray that we can get to that point. Lisa, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Let's go to DC first. Matthew, again, call me a war hawk, or whatever, but I'm strongly of the belief that you shouldn't be just, put out a fire. Which again, it feels like at various points in this conflict, that's where this has been heading. What were your reflections on Lisa's comments?
Will, you made an excellent comment at the very beginning of that conversation. You feel like it's Groundhog Day. I've been on this program probably a dozen times where we've talked about Iran since February 27th, and I've said I feel like Charlie Brown and Lucy and the football. But in this analogy, for the football, the goalposts continue to shift. I have no doubt in my mind that Lisa is very well educated on this issue, but every time someone comes on this program to talk about what we should be doing in Iran, or what the United States is doing in Iran, it is something that is incredibly different than what we should have been doing 2 weeks ago. The president did not outline clear objectives at the beginning of this adventure at the end of February. There is no clear strategy to dissolve what is now a mosaic leadership structure in Iran. Sure, we have decimated their navy, we have decimated a lot of their munitions and their capacity, but 2 weeks prior to the United States being involved in this, getting directly involved in this, President Trump said, we're going to send you reinforcements, and then the Iranian regime proceeded to kill tens of thousands of people who would have been those reinforcements right there in the country. I don't see the capacity of the Iranian people to overthrow their own country, and I don't see that it's in the interest, and with an eye toward November, this is front and center in the voters' minds in the United States as gas prices continue to trend upward.
Claire?
Yeah, and I think, Matthew's completely right. We have sat here infinitum and prevaricated about what's happening in Iran. But, to Lisa's point as well, the theocracy is still running really slipshod over the people of Iran. They're still doing it. They're still executing people publicly, hanging them from cranes. But we need this to stop. Where will it stop? We need to get everyone sitting around the table again to try and thrash something out, because the Straits of Hormuz, they need to be opened. They need to be open for the West. We know they're still servicing China and Japan, but they need, and the other thing as well is Iran does not have the capacity to store the excess oil. They really don't care about that. They really don't care about the people of Iran either. Yep. They just care about killing the West and getting America finished.
Mally,
they won't do.
Yeah, Mally, get me up to speed with how the domestic implications of the conflict today. domestic political implications,
well,
I should
let's
say.
be clear. President Trump is the most unpopular he has ever been. His approval is now at second-term George W. Bush levels because we were led into this war on a lie.
Yeah.
President Trump has said that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon. Our own intelligence assessments contradict that claim.
Really?
President Trump also has gone forward on this war, thinking that we could enact regime change or bomb them out of creating a nuclear weapon, while our own intelligence assessments say that it is highly unlikely that just a U.S. bombing campaign is going to be able to facilitate change in Iran. Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, 3 weeks after the war started, said that Iran was rendered militarily inoperable. A few weeks after that, he claimed total victory. That was 4 months ago. And we are still at war with Iran. Gas prices have spiked. Inflation was 3% when President Trump was inaugurated. It is 4.2% now. That is hurting Americans, and we are no safer because Iran, the regime is still in place. The reporting, again, from our own intelligence, is that the new Ayatollah is more bent on having a nuclear weapon than the previous one. So yes, this has been a disaster. And to add insult to injury, President Trump has requested a budget of about $1.5 trillion for the Department of Defense, while he slashes healthcare programs here at home, and his sons have contracted with the Department of Defense and are earning hundreds of millions of dollars from Defense Department contracts, so they are profiting off the war.
I'm sure that they would dispute that if they were here to defend themselves on that charge. Stuart,
but that is factually accurate. That is disclosed. They can say that their companies are legit, but they have contracted with the Department of Defense and they are making money.
All right, Stuart, your thoughts?
I mean, look, Iran was always going to hold the Straits of Hormuz hostage. It was just a matter of time. We've all had, Western nations have military assets out there for nearly 50 years. I've been a part of that. We were training ready to do this. They were always going to do it, and lo and behold, they have, because that is what their regime wants. There's been some really good points tonight on the regime. This is not going to change until the regime changes. You know, just hitting infrastructure all the time, well, Iran is going to need an infrastructure, you know, whenever this comes to an end. But I just wanted to raise the final point, which is, at the moment, it's a bombing campaign. In 2013, I'd just left the Northern Arabian Gulf, having been in the Straits of Hormuz, and we were awaiting word on military action in Syria. And there essentially was no military intervention in Syria because it was voted on that wasn't going to go ahead. And what happened in Syria was we went from one not as religiously extreme regime, but to then it hosting lots of different pockets of extremism. And I'm really concerned that Iran could go the same way. So I think if we need to talk about regime change, we need to know what's going to go in place of it. But whilst this regime is in power, it is going to continue to want to harm the West. And, you know, talking about nuclear weapons, I've heard Marco Rubio say about the fact that they were nearly at a point of having a nuclear weapon. But at what point are you happy with them being at? Do you start when they've built the booster? Yep. You know, when they've put the warhead on, when they've painted it, when they've put it... They have only one thing in mind with this nuclear weapons program. When they started drawing it on the paper to the point they press the button, they know where they want to send it, and that's the West. So at what point do you want to say now's the time for military intervention? They are not going to stop of their own accord. Do we wait until we know when it's left the booster? No, we can't afford to do that.
Yeah. And on that, I entirely agree. Well, let's move on from Iran, although, again, I've got no doubt that we will be covering it in the days and weeks ahead. In other news, today is your final chance to get tickets to join us for a day to celebrate Britain.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories. And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, don't forget, there's less than 24 hours to get involved in that. I personally can't wait. It's going to be a fantastic day. It's everything that is great about GB News and about this country. For more information, scan the QR code on screen or go to gbnews.com/celebrate. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, the mother of Vikram Digwa, Henry Novak's killer, has been moved over fears she could be attacked. But also tonight, the High Court has ruled that trans suspects could still request a female officer for strip searches. Is that the right move? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be one or two showers for Shetland and Orkney into this evening, though largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud there across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see one or two spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland, though. Outbreaks of rain or showers and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live on the People's Channel, GB News. Well, Indiana Fever basketball star Sophie Cunningham has doubled down on her opposition to transgender athletes competing in women's sport, insisting she wants to protect young girls from competing against biological men. The WNBA player has become a prominent figure in the debate after receiving backing from Conservatives and the Trump White House, while critics argue transgender athletes make up only a tiny proportion of competitors. Her comments come as a High Court ruling here in Britain reignites the debate over transgender policies, which has ruled that transgender suspects can still request to be strip searched by an officer of their lived gender, provided both the officer and detainee consent. The ruling means biological men identifying as women can request a female officer to conduct a strip search, provided both the detainee and the officer consent. Let's go to the US first, and specifically on Sophie Cunningham. Matthew, I don't follow the WNBA perhaps as closely as I should, but I am aware of Sophie Cunningham, having seen her on social media and a range of clips, both her playing as well as her stance on... yeah, this one. Yeah. That's exactly right, Melly. And look, I think she's great. I think she's got a lot of swagger about her. I think she's very cool. Explain basically who she is for perhaps people who aren't as terminally online as I am, as well as why she's become a part of the culture wars in the United States.
Well, it's okay, Will. Almost no Americans follow the WNBA either. But the important point here is Sophie Cunningham is not a political figure. She has publicly admitted that she does not have a political ideology, and this is a situation where Sophie Cunningham is a professional. She is a professional athlete with strong opinions about the safety of women in women's spaces, and if she is a political centrist or a political, politically ambivalent, what is happening because of this culture war being waged by the left is that she's being pushed into a camp. They're calling her MAGA Barbie and all of these things. It's really disrespectful kind of terminology for a professional woman who's engaged in a sport where she knows what it is like to be in the locker room. If she feels unsafe, many other women feel unsafe in these situations, and it is one of those things where on this issue, on gender ideology, normal, apolitical people who do not follow politics and do not care one way or the other who's in the White House or who the prime minister is are being shoved over to the right because of the far left's actions in this culture war.
Yes, I remember even before the trans ideology stuff came up, she was teammates with Caitlin Clark, who is the WNBA emerging superstar, and she was copping a lot of stick on the court from opposition players, and Sophie Cunningham, from memory, was the first teammate who really took a stand and, put a bit of her body on the line to try and protect her, which I had a lot of time for. In regard to some of her previous comments, let's take a listen to what she's previously said.
I think I said what I said. I think it's kind of common sense. And I think I'll always believe in that. I think it's really important to protect children, and that's little girls who are also involved in that category. And so I stand on what I said, and I always believe that. I'm not a very political person, but I do have beliefs, I have morals, and I'll always stand on those and be true to who I am. And I think people are going to take it how they want to take it, but I've never even really said anything about that. And so when it comes just to protecting young girls in sport and women in sport, I feel very strongly about that.
Bravo, good for you. Mally, what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, first off, too, even before she kind of waded in on the trans debate, she was, as you said, Will, getting media attention because she was defending Caitlin Clark, because Caitlin Clark was getting a lot of hard fouls and was really getting roughed up on the court. And then it broke into this larger discussion about race in America as well, with Fox News picking it up. Obama then saw Caitlin Clark at the WNBA All-Star game and said, "You're great," and basically don't listen to all these people who are hating on you. And then Trump said something. So it really metastasized in this huge political battle. But look, when it comes to trans women in sports, I firmly believe that if there's a sport where there are biological advantages, like basketball, being tall is an advantage. My heyday in basketball, I played basketball in high school, was middle school because I was like this height at 11 years old. I don't think that trans women should be able to play in those sports. But I do believe firmly in trans equality, in making sure they're not bullied in school, that they have access to health care, that they aren't able to be fired for who they are. But again, when it comes to this common sense thing of there's going to be biological aspects to sports where you could have a trans woman who's fully transitioned and is on gender hormone replacement therapy. If she was born 6'6", that's going to be a pretty big advantage in the WNBA.
That'd be a miracle, Mally, if she was born 6'6", let's be honest.
An unwelcome one, Claire.
Fair enough.
Speaking as a woman who's had 4, that would be a long one.
Let's, Claire, I'll go to you on the developments in the United Kingdom, because in one respect, whilst I didn't think we would be completely past the trans ideology stuff after the Supreme Court ruling, because I think so many of the institutions, including the NHS, remain ideologically captured.
Yep.
I thought at least from a legal perspective we may have been able to move forward, but there has been recent...
Yesterday's news.
Yeah, today's news, as well as the news from, yesterday or the day before?
It was yesterday's news that children will be, used as experiments in a lab, basically, by giving them puberty blockers. And the Supreme Court has allowed this to happen. This is data capture, Will. This is data capture, and this is child abuse at every single level. These are vulnerable young children from the ages of 11 who are starting puberty, who are going to go through puberty to their biological sex end to make them women or men. And you cannot change that at that age. And these children have to be counselled because they might be presenting as, I was born in the wrong body. They shouldn't even know what that's like at that age. They shouldn't even know what these terms are at that age. They shouldn't even know what a furry is at that age. It is ridiculous. It is getting worse and worse. And when that Supreme Court rule was laid out, I had such a breath of relief thinking this is it now, this is normality, this is common sense, we're going back to the way it should be. And now we've got schools, they still don't have single-sex toilets in some, and I don't even know how that could happen, because before the ruling, even up to 10 years ago, they did have. It's all this trans lobby which is insidious in public service and in public life, and it has to stop.
So advocates of trans ideology and advocates of this trial more specifically, Claire, would say that the Cass review concluded that potential benefits of a controlled puberty blocker trial outweigh the harms. How would you respond to that? So
on that Cass report, on those final paragraphs, Will, interestingly, she said that the data would have to be harvested. I'm putting that in parentheses, or it wasn't those specific words. It's not quoted from there. However, the only way they're going to get that data is by experimenting on children. That's the only way they're going to do it, and it has to stop. It must not be allowed.
The thing which I have many problems with this, Stuart, but the two things that I particularly have problems with are, A, the inability of children to be able to consent. Now, I understand that parents can make that decision on behalf of their children.
Parental abuse.
But I think there is an argument for that, most certainly, and there are many parents who have a particular ideology in which they would be supportive of something like this. And the other thing is that we know that the effects of puberty blockers can be irreversible. So, I think there's this perception that puberty blockers, it just puts a pause on puberty. And we now know that that there is very real risk of irreversible damage. And when you have children involved in a trial like that, for me, that is morally abhorrent.
I think there's a basis of our social fabric in why this is now an issue. And that is about the strength and capability of parenting. We know that there has been a breakdown of the family unit in Britain. That's been happening over many years. We know that there is serious social issues within our society, not just because of deprivation, but because of breakdown. And, part of that is parents being able to have, the right background, the right tools in order to parent children. And making decisions for children is critical. Where I think what has happened here is that these things have been promulgated, indulged, and they've got to this level where there's now a healthcare intervention happening because, other support or necessarily parents being parents hasn't necessarily happened. Now, look, I am not a parent. I have fostered children before, but I'm not a parent. And, I am not someone that is trained. We do need to speak to people who are professionals in it. However, if a child was to come up to me and say, I think I'm a different gender, my immediate reaction wouldn't be to simply believe or indulge it, because adults make decisions and need to do that for children. Now, just going back to where we started on this about, in the NBA and protecting women, I think this is really important, is that, gender is something that is assigned at birth and has been determined to be so by the Supreme Court. You can't change your your DNA, as Vali mentioned earlier. If you have been a man, if you were born a man and gone through that process, obviously if you haven't had any puberty blockers and that hasn't affected that, you know, you're going to have a different body makeup to a woman. And I think that's really important. That's just a reality. And if I absolutely believe that people who wish to live as whatever they choose to be should not be discriminated against. There's no need for unkindness. I
think anyone does.
Yeah, however,
you
can't change the fundamentals of this situation.
No, we can't. And
you know, and that's just the way it is.
So, and this is, I think, why the framing is so often disingenuous from trans ideology advocates. Is no one is talking about erasing trans people. No one is talking about discriminating against trans people. But this is fundamentally a balance of rights argument. Basically, when you're talking about, you know, the rights of trans people to be validated in the gender that they believe that they are, you have to weigh that up against the rights of women to feel safe on a sporting field or safe in a bathroom or safe, you know, any other number of areas. And so that's where you have to start making those difficult decisions. And obviously in that situation, for anyone I think who I'm going to use the word sensible, you would have to say that the rights of women in that instance have to take primacy. But again, this is a debate which, unfortunately for me, I can say is not going away after what we've heard from the courts in this country. Let's go to the main stories on the front of tomorrow's papers. Let's start with a paper we don't often go to, the Daily Star, which is reporting that the mother of Henry Novak's killer has been moved to a wing holding some of Britain's most dangerous female prisoners after she refused to leave her cell over fears of attack. Kieran Kaur was jailed for 3 years after being found guilty of removing the murder weapon used by her son, Vikram Digwa. Claire, your reaction to this story?
Well, she's not only moved because for fear of attack on her, it's for other safety, I think, of other inmates as well. It's just, I mean, why are these even reports getting out? Lock them up, throw away the key and just get rid of them. I really don't care. I really don't. Everyone's got rights, yes, but I think you need to lose a lot of your rights, notwithstanding just your freedom when you are incarcerated. But you're there, and by feeling frightened or whatever, she is living for a reason of why she's actually in there. She's feeling frightened because people don't like what she did to, you know, be complicit in the murder of Henry Novak by hiding the weapon from her son.
Do you think that 3 years is too lenient?
Well, yes, especially if she only serves 50% of it because our prisons are overrun.
Yeah, and look, for better or worse, I now look at sentencing in this country through the metric of Lucy Connolly's. Yeah. And this is what? This is 1 and a bit Lucy Connolly's when it comes to this sentence, when you keep in mind that she was sentenced to 2 years and 7 months in prison. And to me, again, if you use that as now the basis not the basis, one prism through which to look at sentencing justice in this country today, that is patently, for me, disproportionate to what it should be. Stuart?
Yeah, I think we need to be really careful on comparing sentencing because there are a whole litany of sentencing guidelines which affect things, and there is a...
But yeah, again, I understand that. I've got a law degree. I understand that these are complicated issues, but at the same time, basic justice and something that people can feel and understand is another thing as well. And you can basically say from a level of basic justice, that doesn't feel right.
Totally. I think it's totally understandable why people feel that. I think we need to also consider the purpose of a justice system, which is keeping people safe and also making sure that we reduce reoffending so that also helps that and we're not constantly cycling people through the prison system. And sentencing does also take that into account as well. You know, it's not always a direct correlation between years served. There's a whole plethora of other things that are taken into account there. So, you know, in this case, look, I think it's testament to our justice system that it keeps people safe whilst they're serving their sentence and repaying their debt, you know. What she did was unacceptable.
Well, and look, I don't think anyone here is advocating for prison justice in this situation. I think it's right that she is isolated if she is at risk from other members of the prison community, or her being there would cause undue risk to other women as well.
I'll tell you what is causing undue risk to everybody is the early release scheme that Keir Starmer implemented. 700,000 inmates were on this early release, and over 50% have gone on to re-offend again.
But the early release was a long-standing tariff system, which was often to incentivise good behaviour. So it wasn't necessarily implemented by Keir Starmer. It's just been something that's been happening for a very long time. And obviously Burnham has now said he wants to pause that and take a look at the risk that may have
huge risk.
Releasing offenders early.
Prisons aren't working.
You know, what types of offenders?
What I don't understand, Claire, and we were speaking to Festus Akimbosoye on the Saturday Five.
He's brilliant.
He's really good. I really like him.
Really good.
But the question I asked him was, surely, and again, you would not, like, in a perfect world, want the early release of any prisoners, but if you have to do it, you'd go, right, there are some less serious crimes in inverted commas and more serious crimes.
Yeah.
And you'd start with, low-level drug offences, or anyone like Lucy Connolly arrested for tweets or, petty shoplifting. And then you'd say, right, OK, well, they're the ones that have to go first.
Yeah.
And you would say, right, crimes like sexual assault,
murder,
aggravated assault, murder, paedophilia, like, no way. But it doesn't feel like there's been that segmentation exercise that's been done.
It doesn't. And then we've lost Lord Timpson as well. He's resigned from being the prison czar. Which is rather unhelpful because, of course, he, as his business model, he employs a lot of ex-convicts to rehabilitate them back into normal life, which, again, is a huge thing to do, and we need more of that. But we also need, I think, our prisons to be removed from private firms, from the ownership and running of private firms, say some security firms. And I think we need them brought back into the public domain, and so we have got more accountability and more resolute, definitive guides on how to deal with incarcerated people.
Claire, you mentioned Lord Timpson there and about his rehabilitation. I think that's really important because any early release and obviously parole, therefore, and any licensing is subject to a lot of criteria of how that prisoner has behaved and what they've engaged with as well. So that is part of an assessment. Yeah. But, of course, the message is saying, well, you were sentenced to 8 years and you haven't done it.
Yeah, that's just about all the time we've got tonight, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure, as always, to spend time with you. Thank you very much for your company. Of course, thank you to my wonderful panel this evening, Stuart and Claire in London and Mally and Matthew in Washington, D.C. I'll be back tomorrow night on The Late Show Live. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you catch it once again from 12 a.m. in the UK. Until then, have a lovely night.
No worries at all, buddy.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be 1 or 2 showers for Shetland and Orkney into this evening, though largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud there across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see 1 or 2 spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland, though. Outbreaks of rain or showers and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told?
Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts. I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
We can allow.
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other, we want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
Their friends, their family.
They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Good evening. You know what time it is. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong. Tonight.
Freaking cannabis farm?
No, gang.
Gang?
Yeah.
To sell drugs?
Drugs, fight, stab, shoot.
Yes, well, a bombshell indeed. New reports suggest weapons have been found in illegal migrant camps in France. How dangerous actually are these men? And while British people struggle to get jobs, you're not going to believe what the job seeker training budget is being spent on. Plus, just gets worse and worse. The Archbishop of Canterbury has been over to visit a historic slave trade site that was shut down hundreds of years ago, of course, seemingly doing her best to keep the reparations row going for yet another 100 years plus.
But there is absolutely no evidence that the people who are sexually assaulting people are people seeking asylum.
Well, the Green Party in Lewisham are set to be the first party in authority to not assist police in immigration raids. And
we'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
The Iran war looks set to escalate to its most severe in months as President Trump threatens to bomb civilian infrastructure as talks with the terrorist regime have broken down. And
a huge thank you to the wonderful people of all the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester who have backed what we've been building here for many, many years.
Right, well, Labour has won the Greater Manchester mayoral election, and a pollster's going to be joining me to dissect why the right are possibly going to lose a general election. And joining me tonight is Reform UK's 2028 London mayoral candidate Layla Cunningham and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. Oh, and just reaching us, President Trump has made a new threat to the Iranian Ayatollah.
Bing, 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 bing. 5. Bing, 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 bing.
And bing, 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 bang, bong. Here's your news with Bethany Elsey.
Alex, thank you. Good evening. Your top stories from the GB newsroom at 9:02. The European Union will hold an emergency meeting on border security next week after tens of thousands of migrants fled over the border from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta. Most of the 60,000 migrants have since been returned and at least 67 people died in the surge. Spain's Prime Minister called the mass influx a violation of Spain's territorial integrity and has condemned Italy's decision to suspend the open border arrangements with Spain as selfish. Reform UK's Zia Youssef says Britain needs to protect its own borders.
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches under Tory and Labour governments, albeit over a longer period, over 8 years. But that's not relevant to the risk and the danger. We know murderers have been coming across the channel. We know terrorists have not only come across the channel, but tried to commit terrorist atrocities in Britain. Britain needs to wake up. If we do not secure our borders, then we are going to see scenes like the ones that we have seen become, sadly, increasingly common.
UEFA has said the FIFA president has lost the confidence of the body over the plans to sell World Cup stakes to private investors. Overnight, Gianni Infantino cancelled the plans after 3 confederations rejected it. The Telegraph is reporting UEFA has given Infantino an ultimatum to either resign or face a no-confidence vote, with all 55 of its members saying they'd vote to oust him if he doesn't step down. At least 10 people have been killed and dozens more injured, including 4 children, after Russia launched a second huge attack on Ukraine's capital in the last 48 hours. President Volodymyr Zelensky says they were only able to intercept 1 of dozens of ballistic missiles, blaming a critical shortage of air defence systems, and has appealed for more support. Fires broke out at 18 residential buildings, a school and the Lithuanian embassy, with power outages also reported. Firefighters in Greece are battling wildfires from the outskirts of Athens to the island of Crete. Gale force winds have driven the flames through a seaside resort, forced hundreds to evacuate, and hindered aircraft tackling the blaze. Europe has been ravaged by severe fires this summer after a period of successive record-breaking heat waves, with hundreds of thousands forced to flee their homes across France and Spain. But major fires there are being brought under control, with residents near Bordeaux being allowed to return home. And finally, some breaking news to bring you. The Prince of Wales has paid tribute to the former British Army and Royal Marines soldier Nirmal Purja, who's died in an avalanche in Pakistan. The world-renowned climber was leading an expedition of 10 climbers on Broad Peak. That's the world's 12th highest mountain. 9 others were also killed. Prince William has said he's truly saddened to hear of his tragic death, adding he served with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers. Those are the latest headlines. Let's get back to Alex.
For all the latest from GB News whilst you're on the go, get the GB News app. Scan the QR code now to download or visit gbnews.com/app.
Guns have been seized from illegal migrant shanty camps in France. Well, French border force officials warned firearms are being discovered at an alarming rate in the illegal camps as criminal gangs and migrants behind the channel crossings are growing more violent. In the last 2 weeks alone, we've reported stories of the 3 women who miraculously all had a heart attack at the same time on a dinghy coming to Britain, as if anyone with an IQ over 20 is actually going to believe that one. We also haven't heard any more about the alleged migrant murderers who also have stabbed, allegedly, another migrant to death on a beach in France before jumping on a mega dinghy. This is the reality now, though, isn't it? More and more dangerous, undocumented men with no regard for human life are making their way to Britain, organised by violent criminals. And the reports show this is becoming quite severe and it's increasing. Yet French police paid more than £1 billion of taxpayers' money from this country just stand around and watch. We know that because they admitted it to Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Our order is to let them go like that.
Your order is to let them go?
We just have to say to them, don't do that, it's dangerous.
Let me just repeat that. Their order is to let them go. We just have to say to them, don't do that, it's dangerous. Right. Sounds like a deterrent to me, doesn't it? Well, that day, 752 people crossed the channel, the busiest day of the year so far. More than 13,000 have arrived in 2026 so far. But the Home Office is very keen to continue gaslighting you with misinformation. They claim they've sent 70,000 people who were here illegally deported or removed. They've sent them home, apparently. Well, let me just correct them. 75%, around 50,700, were voluntary returns. Of all of those 70,000 mentioned, only 4% were small boat migrants. So that response they've put out in response to Chris Philp's video is gaslighting. Do not gaslight the people of this country. We will correct you. And somehow you're making it out like you're deporting small boat illegals. We all know you aren't. Most of them are staying here in Britain, probably forever at this rate. But what does the new Prime Minister Andy Burnham think of it all?
What they have done is firstly keep the current Home Secretary in place because the plan she has implemented has started to make a difference. Although this is the peak period of the year for crossings, overall the number of crossings is down.
Is it, Andy? Is the plan working? Because in his first week in office, small boat arrivals are up 37% versus his former Prime Minister Keir Starmer in his first week in office. It won't be long at this rate until this is all dubbed Andy's Armada in the national headlines if he continues to lead the same way that Starmer did and bury his head in the sand. Let's get the thoughts of my panel on this one. Reform UK's 2028 London mayoral candidate Layla Cunningham and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. Layla, I'll start with you. I mean, look, the Chris Philp footage, it didn't come as a surprise to me because we've seen this all before, haven't we? We've seen the gendarmes on the beaches of France basically standing there with a cigarette and a baguette and going, oh, what do I do? You know, we've seen them refuse to go and get into the water to stop the boats. And in some respects, I don't blame them. If I was French, I'd probably want them to come to our country and be rid of them, right? I don't blame them whatsoever. However, we are paying them £1 billion to do this job.
And we're suckers for doing so. You know, it's not in their interest to stop it. £1 billion is not that much in this day and age, the way our government spends. But you hit the nail on the head in your report. These are dangerous men. And you're going to get people like Andy who say they're not all dangerous. Sure, Andy, they're not all dangerous. But even if 1 or 2 or 10 of them are, that is enough for me out of 100 because we don't have an effective filtering system. So some just murdered women, and they've just arrived here back on our shores. The IRGC was boasting about getting terrorists into the country, the Muslim Brotherhood. I mean, I'm just waiting for a national disaster, because how many sleeper cells do we have? And it's interesting because I don't know if you saw the EU said that they were very angry with the president of Spain for allowing illegal migrants to be able to work. I think he gave them amnesty, and they literally said, we shouldn't incentivize illegal migrants. And I'm like, what? That's exactly what we're doing. We're incentivizing illegal migrants because they are giving. Once you give someone a reason to come, they will come.
All right, Andy, I'll pass it straight over to you then. What did you make of that? I mean, you've seen it. We've been talking about this for goodness knows how many years. I think the shocking stuff sometimes I feel is that when you see the Prime Minister say the plan is working, do appreciate migrant arrivals are down on the year, but his first week in office compared to Keir Starmer, they're up 37%. And I think the problem is good weather sometimes has a massive impact on arrivals. We've had a mixed bag the last year. They are now coming thick and fast with this latest bout of good weather. Do you think the Prime Minister's burying his head in the sand a little bit?
No, I don't think he is. I think, he's had 2 weeks on the job. He's had to speak about every single policy area. This is one of them. He's also spoken about defence. He's spoken about interactions with Ukraine. He's spoken about travel. He's spoken about devolution. I think he's given a fair amount of time to each issue because, it is only, the end of week 2 and we are in recess, so we don't have a parliamentary sitting, so MPs can't scrutinise him like that.
The issue when polled by YouGov did a poll, I think, not
a couple of days ago. Yeah, I saw it.
And it is the top issue. So you think, 12 days in, it's the first time we spoke about it. Do you think he might have just made a bit of bigger effort to maybe address it?
The cost of living in NHS were very close behind it as well, to be fair to it. I think on this, I don't just listen to the Prime Minister saying that this is getting better and, arrivals are down. I listen to GB News because I think they're the ultimate authority on this. Your security editor, Mark White, revered Mark White, admitted that the plan to smash the gangs was actually working. It wasn't just down to the weather, that the long-term approach with the French government and the central French government, not just the police, was actually working.
Can I just push back on that? How many arrests have we had for Smash the Gangs?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I trust Mark White. I trust the revered GB News Home Security editor, Mark White. He's my source on this.
For sure, but I can guarantee if it was a big number, you'd know.
Well, because they would French arrests, I suppose,
but they would brag about it. They would say our corporation, our 1 in, 1 out, it's working, and it's not.
But let me put this to you, Emily.
And also, just quickly,
go on.
Andy Burnham says numbers are down. Nobody wants it controlled. We want it stopped. I don't care if it's down.
They've got to go down eventually.
I want it
It is a long-term issue.
No, it's not going to incrementally go down for the next 10 years. I want it abruptly stopped. And I think that's what people expect.
Even if Reform UK were to get in, it wouldn't be abruptly stopped because your plan is to leave the ECHR. That would take years to do.
Emily,
absolutely would.
Let me bring Emily in. Emily, look, I think the difficulty people have is that I do think they will agree with Labour and say they want it stopped. And actually what people will say is there are some quick solutions to this. Deploy the Royal Navy, push the boats back. I know those are complicated as well. They aren't just so straightforward. There would be a lot of international problems with that. But do you think that the Labour Party wants to get on top of this issue quickly? Do you think the Prime Minister's Andy Burnham is going to get on top of this faster than anybody else?
No, to be honest. I think we've had successive governments constantly say that this is an issue that they're going to sort or going to solve, and it doesn't happen. I think the number one job of any government is to keep citizens safe, and by allowing this problem to continue, they are simply not doing that. We need to put far more money into defence, less into welfare, and I just think it's been, for years, we've been called racist, we've been told that we're demonising migrants for, just saying that there are concerns about bringing in large amount of largely men that are completely undocumented, that do not have any documentation to prove who they are, and we've been demonised for that, and we've been shown time and time again that our concerns were perfectly valid. And how many British citizens is it going to take to be victims of crime from these men for the government to actually take this issue seriously?
People will say British people commit crimes. That's their argument.
Yeah, but we have enough
You're doing the balance for me here. I love that. That's great.
You're doing that. We don't need to import more.
My job is fantastic.
So let me put this to you, Andy. Let me put this to you because I think what we are seeing, and I do think some of the things that the money invested into it is paying off. I don't think it's paying off in the numbers that people want it to, and I think the Prime Minister is going to have to go further. But what we're now seeing is the people who are the most dangerous still making the journey, right? We're seeing, and this is kind of reflected, in my opinion, in the reports we're getting out of France, in the violence we're seeing on the boats coming over before they arrive here, like those 3 women who miraculously had a heart attack at the same time, which I think the odds are something like 300 million to 1, which is crazy. So something's gone on there. We saw a stabbing in the boats, and not that long before that. So I think perhaps as a result of this massive crackdown, we're now getting the most dangerous people who are still willing to make that journey. Do you think the government needs to do more to actually monitor these people before we let them into wider society, like, the army barracks were allowed to wander freely?
I think you do have to have a more serious conversation about the way we detain people. I do. I don't think we should be putting them up in prisons or in army barracks. I think they should be given humane conditions.
Would you let them out into the British public?
Humane?
I think, well, they're not going to be put in prisons. They'd be put in these kind of makeshift army barracks that have either been, left for soldiers or abandoned for a couple of years. Like, I think there has to be
There's plenty of homeless people in Britain, though.
I know there are plenty
don't
of
even have
people.
a home.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean,
British people be homeless on our street.
Well, I think, as Andy Burnham proved when he was mayor of Greater Manchester, you can create, a spot for every rough sleeper in the country, but a lot of them just won't come. This idea of,
we're giving... Is that why it doubled under him?
It didn't double.
It did.
Not rough sleeping. Not rough sleeping. Not rough sleeping. Homelessness.
From 2022 until now, it doubled.
Homelessness did, not rough sleeping.
Well,
which is quite different.
Would your party detain these men permanently, as in not allow them out to the public? Because what happens right now is after they've gone through, a week or so of this little vetting period, they get put into an army barracks or an HMO or something akin to that at this point in time. And I think that's where the danger now lies. We're getting more of the most dangerous people coming over now, making the journey. We're seeing the boats actually not as full, but I think they're full of more dangerous people as a result of that.
Well, the thing is, we don't know, right? And the fact that the government does not know if these men are terrorists, rapists, killers, that unknown presents such a massive safety risk to the public. And any government who really wants to protect the people would take that risk into consideration when placing them. And the only way to mitigate that unknown risk is to detain them immediately so they are not free to go, and then to deport them and not allow them in. If you allow illegal migrants any kind of rights in this country, you are offering them a reward for crossing the channel illegally. They have to know that there is no chance of staying, and it will stop. And listen, Andy, I know you're so concerned for their welfare.
No, I think saying any kind of rights, I think, is silly. To
No,
say
I don't think
they shouldn't have any rights whatsoever.
Why?
So I can just go and kill them if I want.
No.
Because they don't have that right. Saying that they shouldn't have any rights is silly.
No, you're not allowed to kill someone. That's a crime.
Well, they don't have any rights. They've got no... saying that they should have no rights is...
No, they should not have any
silly.
rights under the law of this country. They should be detained and deported. And listen, otherwise, crime pays. We have a very strong... I don't know if it's called criminal motto, crime should not pay. And in terms of illegal migration, boy, does it do.
Isn't it so ironic that I literally went on holiday to Spain last week? I had to give fingerprints, had to have my photo taken, and then we see videos of 40,000 men storming a Spanish territory, and we have no idea who they are. We need to completely remove...
Post-Brexit Britain,
we need to complete... By the way, there was no queue, just saying. Anyway, we massively need to de-incentivise...
That's a good point. They weren't even queuing to get into Spain. I mean, I've queued for longer. I think that there's an argument to be made that the migration crisis is showing itself in different forms now, and I think actually the criminal gangs are getting much smarter. Do you think British intelligence has done enough to thwart these gangs? Because that's one thing we're just not seeing abating.
I mean, the thing is, we'll never know. Because it is British intelligence, so even if they are catching, hundreds of thousands of people, we will never know, because that's the point of the intelligence forces. So I think it is unfair to throw it onto them.
All right, look, we'll leave it there. The Home Office has said that it was deeply saddened to hear of the deaths, and said it was a stark reminder of the dangers posed by criminal gangs exploiting vulnerable people for profit. The spokesman added this: "We will continue working relentlessly with the French and our partners overseas to prevent these perilous journeys." And Home Office source said the crossings were becoming increasingly dangerous because people smugglers were being forced to launch boats further and further south. They added this: "We're seeing the smugglers amend their tactics to get around this, and it's because French law enforcement is having a much higher success rate." All right then, look, time now for a Great British giveaway. It's your chance to win a 60 grand in tax-free cash and a 5 grand gold bar. Here's all the details.
We're celebrating a golden summer with a terrific two-part Great British giveaway. First, you could win a sensational £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like this year. What would you do with that? And that's not all, as you'll also win our most precious prize to date, a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. It's pure gold to own, trade or gift to a loved one and secure their financial future. So make sure you don't miss your chance to bank over £65,000 worth of prizes in our golden summer celebration. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 SMS 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, good luck, everybody. Coming up.
But there is absolutely no evidence that the people who are sexually assaulting people are people seeking asylum. And
Well, the Green Party in Lewisham are set to be the party in authority to not assist police in immigration raids. But before that, the Archbishop of Canterbury has doubled down on plans to pay 100 million quid in slavery reparations to African countries. I've got a fantastic head-to-head for you on that one next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, the Archbishop of Canterbury's got off to a great start, hasn't she? Because she's doubled down on controversial proposals to pay 100 million quid in slavery reparations to African countries, vowing to repent for the Church of England's colonial past. Where did Dame Sarah Malali make the comments? Well, that was on a visit to a slave castle in Ghana, of course. Look at her, it's a good package holiday, that one, isn't it? The Archbishop said touring the castle made her reflect on the many crimes committed by the church, spurring her on to secure support for those communities that feel the legacy of the slave trade. So tonight we thought we would ask, Should other institutions and even the Church of England follow her lead on reparations? Well, I'm pleased to say I'm now joined by barrister Stephen Barrett and anti-racism campaigner Iman Ayton. Thank you both very much. Before we start, though, we have got some new ground rules for debates on this show. Both of you have got 60 seconds to lay out your argument and or respond to the other person in this debate. I'll let you know when you have 10 seconds left, and after that, your microphone will be cut off, and I will hand it over to the other person. So we've got strict rules. Steve, sorry if it sounds a little bit much, but we're trying to be better with our timings on this one. Stephen, I'm going to start with you. Your 60 seconds to lay out your reasons start now.
Well, both Jesus and the Bible teach that children are not responsible for the sins of their parents. They're not responsible for the sins of the father. We are actually some generations removed from slavery, so it's not even the sins of our fathers that we're being allegedly held accountable for. But we're not accountable for these, and that is core Christian teaching. Okay, Britain ought to be proud of temporarily ending slavery. I'm afraid slavery is back across the world, and we no longer run the world, so that the world is how it is. And the church should be proud of its history in that process. Christianity was always going to be against slavery. It was popular with freed slaves in the latter Roman Empire. That's how it came to prominence. It's an anti-slavery religion. So the church should fundamentally not be getting involved in this. Okay. But it's very troubling that the Archbishop of Canterbury doesn't understand basic Christian teaching. That's absolutely shocking. I'm worried that our Archbishop is being consumed by Marxist ideology and is not even Christian anymore.
OK, that was perfect timing, actually. Iman, I'll pass it straight over to you for your 60 seconds. Fire away.
Yes, so the Church of England is literally working off of evidence, qualitative evidence from 500 years ago. So just so you know, the Church of England wasn't always anti-slavery. In actual fact, firstly, the Church of England contributed, or rather they were complicit in regards to the creation and promotion of the slave Bible, which was the whittling down of the King James Bible, which was served to pacify, control and justify slavery, and also show how slavery was compatible to Christianity. And then what happened is in the 18th century, the Church of England decided they were going to become woke. And they ended up with many Anglicans and evangelicals decided they were going to have their own abolitionist movement within the church itself to end slavery. So it started way back then, and they'll continue on the same trajectory. And the reason why they're doing it currently right now, like I said, 500 years of evidence, starting from the Bible, starting from the Bible, and then we've also got the fact that there is continued racism in the church today. So there's a lot of evidence.
Spot on timing. Back to you, Stephen, 60 seconds.
So 500 years ago is 1526, and the Church of England didn't exist. So I just find all of this nonsense really rather confusing. Let's just go back to the basics. We are not are not responsible for the sins of the father. That is the absolute central tenet of Christ's teaching. The fact that the Archbishop of Canterbury doesn't know that is extremely troubling. Our Archbishop of Canterbury is not obviously Christian. And what I would say is that £100 million is an awful lot of money to all those churches that are crumbling and falling down. And that the duty of the Archbishop and the church commissioners is a legally binding duty. I think she feels free to act this way because Marxist ideology is currently popular. It's currently still remains in the ascendancy. I don't think that will last much longer. And I think that both the Archbishop and the church commissioners should be aware that their legal duties are this money is held on trust. It's not theirs. They don't just spaff it on what they want. Okay, they have binding legal duties that will come to bite them in the coming years.
OK, Stephen. So, Iman, I'll put this over to you. There's a claim that the Church of England are not Christian, or at least the Archbishop of Canterbury is not Christian at this point in time, for the Marxist ideology. What do you make of those arguments? I'll let you run away with it.
Thank you. Well, first of all, the Church of England invested 700 million in today's money into the South Sea Company, which transported enslaved Africans, and they actually made a profit of approximately 400 million in today's money. And so the 100 million that they're offering is a very small amount. It's like a dot in the ocean. Secondly, in terms of them not necessarily knowing their roots, their origin in terms of Christianity, well, ironically, they're actually leading with their guiding principles, which include to respond to human need with loving service, one of their 5 marks, and the second one being to seek to transform unjust structures. So they are literally governed by their very foundation of Christianity. And I find it quite absurd that you would be against the Church of England, which is representative of treat those how you wish to be treated, and look after thy neighbour and more. You have a problem with them deciding they are going to use a fund, their own money, not taxpayers' money, their own fund, and
10 seconds.
support communities that have been affected as a result of their contribution over the last 500 years. I think you are very sick as an individual if you think that that is problematic for all institutions, but most particularly the Church of England, which is all about Christianity and love. That's a bit sad, sir.
It's not their money, and they hold that money on trust to look after the churches. A lot of what was claimed to be Christian teaching is not Christian teaching, which it leads me to believe that Marxism has infected the Church of England, and it is a toxic and poisonous ideology, and it won't last much longer. So to those church commissioners who might be listening, you will face liability in the future. I think the Archbishop, I'm afraid, is not a Christian.
What do you mean by Marxism? Sorry, may I just ask, forgive me for interrupting you. I did hear your last point, and I do hope everyone else did. What do you mean by Marxism? Because you said it several times here, and obviously I know it's associated with woke, but could you just be clear so we're all on the same page?
It's associated with woke because it is woke. It's the teachings of Marx.
Yes,
if you'd like to go and educate yourself, do feel free.
Oh, Stephen, but in fact, I'm here to educate you, sir, because you're clearly missing some important nuance. They've actually been woke since the 18th and 19th century, like I said, because the Church of England, ironically, you spoke earlier about your pride in terms of Brits and speaking about ending the slave trade. Well, Anglicans and evangelicals from the Church of England definitely contributed to that as a result of their wokeness that kicked in after the slave Bible, right? So they kind of felt bad, and then they decided, right, we're going to sort out our act in the 18th and 19th century, and they've continued on that same trajectory. So they're not doing anything new. What is woke is ending the transatlantic slave trade. What is woke is making sure that you look after those individuals that you ended up profiting off of, while simultaneously trying to pacify them with a smaller version of the Bible. That's woke. Woke started in the 18th century.
Let's let Stephen come back to all of that now. Okay, Iman, let's let Stephen come back to all of that. Go on, Stephen.
Just so we know, what's not Christian is the sins of the father, and pretending that we are liable for what happened in the past.
Iman, let Stephen come back.
It's the teachings of Jesus Christ, and I'm a Christian, so for me it's quite a powerful argument. Her Grace the Archbishop appears not to have understood the teachings of Christ, and I'm not convinced she is Christian. That money is held on trust. It's very important to remember that money is held on trust. Our churches are crumbling, and it should not be given away on political causes like this. It will achieve no good. We should fix our churches with our money and not worry about nonsense.
It's not a political cause. There's current evidence, their own evidence. In fact, there's actually been 40 years of most recent evidence in regards to racial abuse. So there's been 25 reports stemming over 40 years since the 1980s up until today that proves over 160 recommendations, ironically, that many of which have not been implemented, that highlights racial abuse within the church itself. So what you're arguing, sir, is that the Church of England shouldn't be the very Church of England that stopped abuse 500 years ago. They shouldn't do it now, even though they have actual evidence, qualitative evidence, right, from 25 reports in the last 40 years that says, oh, there's a lot of racial abuse towards black people in the church. But no, you with your Christian self, you would think, don't rectify that issue. Okay. That's why I said you are a poor, sad Christian.
All right, let's let Stephen come back to that. Go on, Stephen.
I'm very happy to be a poor, sad Christian, and I'm very happy to account many black people amongst me as a fellow Christian. So I just think that this Marxist nonsense has gone on for far too long. If there's £100 million, we need to spend it on repairing our churches. The Archbishop has lost her way, and I will pray for her.
All right, you two, we've got Iman. I have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Thank you very much for talking about that. A very fiery debate there. Barrister Stephen Barrett and anti-racism campaigner Iman Ayton. Right, what did you think of that? Let me know on gbnews.com/yours. I'll read some of your comments out in the next segment. But coming up, while British people struggle to get jobs, they're not going to believe what the job seeker training budget is being spent on. Trust me, you really won't believe it. But next, all 6 Green-led councils in London are going to resist Home Office raids on illegal migrants. We're going to talk about that with my panel.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello there. If you're heading away this weekend, plenty of hot and sunny weather across Europe. Very hot across central and eastern areas of Europe with a heat wave ongoing. But it is slightly cooler across some areas of Spain and western France. A few showers across alpine regions and across Italy throughout Sunday. Risk of thunderstorms. And it's turning very hot through the Mediterranean with temperatures climbing towards the high 30s, possibly the low 40s as well. And there's very little change in the forecast with more sunshine on the way.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, you all love that one at Your Say, didn't you? That debate there. I would read some comments now, but I don't think they're TV friendly at this point in time. Anyway, let's get on to our next story, because Green-led councils across London are now refusing to cooperate with Home Office immigration raids, saying they will not assist enforcement action against people living and working in Britain illegally. Well, some are also pledging to collaborate with a protest group which organises mass community resistance, encouraging crowds to surround Home Office vans as they transfer detained migrants. Sounds a little bit like what's going on in America, doesn't it? The Mayor of Hackney, Zoe Garbett, plans to appoint a migrant champion to her team. She said this: "We refuse to be complicit in the hostile environment that puts migrants, our neighbours, loved ones, members of our community, in justifiable fear of being detained, deported or separated from their families. Well, the Home Office insists the policy will not prevent enforcement activity, arguing raids remain vital to tackling illegal working and abuse of the immigration system. I've got my panel back in the room here. You know what, Andy, let's start with you on this one, because like, this is becoming a little bit reminiscent to me of, like, scenes we saw of, like, Democrats, probably the best way to put them, actually, Democrats in America when it comes to ICE deportations. What do you think of what the Greens are planning to do here?
I'm not a Green Party member, but I can understand what they're saying. They're saying that they're not going to have their own councils, enforcement officers, people who are paid for by the council, not by the Home Office, helping out the Home Office. That's what they mean by the end of cooperation. Like, they're not going to send enforcement officers to go and scrap Home Office deportation officers in the street. They're just going to end the use of council staff to cooperate with those and, you know, aid those deportation raids. And, you know, I think a lot of the scenes you saw that actually, I was just looking at it before, a lot of scenes in the source story that prompted this conversation, you know, a lot of them are really, really painful to see people from your community ripped out by, you know, people in masks and all the rest of it. So, you know, I can really empathise with a lot of what they feel. Like, if you're ripping away your neighbours, people are probably going to be quite upset about it, to be honest.
I'll come to you in a second, Lily, but Emily, what do you make of this?
Well, these are people that are clearly breaking the law, and there needs to be punishment for people that come here illegally. They talk about creating a hostile environment, but I'd actually argue that this makes a hostile environment for people that have come here via illegal route. And these people are often being exploited as well in certain workplaces. Like, even if we take out all of the other arguments about immigration and we just look at a numbers game, it is clearly not sustainable with the resources that we have to keep allowing thousands and thousands of people through. And you often see that it's actually Green councillors who are constantly opposing new developments.
Layla?
I didn't know we had immigration raids. I mean, I read that, like, I think it's 1 in 6, even if your asylum claim is refused, you're not removed. What are these immigration raids they're talking about? I think it's just people working illegally. Listen, it might be a hostile environment for illegal migrants, but it's also a hostile environment for the people that elected the Green councillors. And they expect that their council money be used appropriately to keep them safe.
Well, they are. You know, they're saving council money because they're not sending council officers to go and do the Home Office's job for them.
And
you know, if we're really making a Doge argument here.
No, they're not. Who's paying for the illegal migrants to live? Their council house, if they're on benefits.
Well, illegal migrants don't get housing benefits, but that's by the by. From the, you know, you said about the house.
So you say that, but they are housed until their claim is considered. And
well, these aren't. I think you're conflating two ideas here. These aren't people who are asylum seekers who have come across. They haven't come across the boats. These are people who are here illegally because their visa is expired or they overstayed a tourism visa. These aren't, you know, the boat people. This is a completely different group of people. Well, I can tell you because, you know, you didn't even know we had deportation raids in this country. I remember I was actually on this show with you. I remember being on the show. Shabana Mahmood did this awful video where she was it was just after she'd been made Home Secretary, and she did this awful video where she was ripping out people and saying we're deporting illegal migrants, people who are working here illegally, and it's women who are working in nail shops. So these aren't the great threats of our society who, you know, people make out coming across. They're not coming across the channel. They're not, you know, harming our communities. These are exploited people.
They are harming our communities.
They're not harming our communities. They're exploited people.
Let's let Emily. Guys, let's let Emily hear. Let's Emily.
You constantly criticise what Shabana Mahmood has done, for example. But what do you actually think is an appropriate response then? Because clearly it's completely unsustainable and unfair on people that are working legally and paying the correct taxes, etc. What do you think is the appropriate response to people that are here completely illegally and exploiting our system?
I think people who have been exploited, you know, potentially human trafficked and working in nail shops are not the big enemy of our society, and we should probably, go and support them, not rip them off and detain them, to be honest. No, I think we should be supporting them. I think we should be...
more people will come across, because that's a massive
no, so this isn't the boats.
Yes, but...
Nail women are not coming here over the boats, come on.
But it could encourage more people, because you think, oh, you can be here illegally.
I think you're conflating two issues.
What it could do, and I'll put this to you later, what it could do is incentivise more people to have the dodgy visa scheme, come over as students and stay illegally, or come over on these terrible visas, which we've seen, like the nail bar visas, which have been illegal working, right? So it could encourage that. I think that's probably fair to say, right? It could encourage more of those people to do that.
In Lewisham, this is one number.
But what does this say? And I'll put this. I'll let Layla put it to you.
You know, in England, in London, we house the largest amount of asylum seekers in hotels and in council estates, and Lewisham is a sanctuary borough.
These aren't about asylum seekers. Yeah. This is not about asylum seekers. The deportation raids are not over asylum seekers. That's a completely different process.
No, it is. Have you read the article?
Yes, I have. I can promise you I have.
Because if you're an overstayer, the way you change that visa, you seek asylum. So they become asylum seekers if they're an overstayer.
This isn't about, you know, boat migrants. You're trying to conflate. You are trying to conflate it. You are. are trying to conflate
How
the
do you
two,
know?
aren't they?
Because, by the way,
Emily Hewitson is definitely trying to conflate the two.
All right, one at a time, come on.
A boat migrant becomes an asylum seeker once they apply for asylum, and they are talking about asylum seekers. They're talking about people whose claims have been rejected and are meant to be deported as a result. But now, 1 in 6 people are deported once their claim is rejected. So there's not that many raids going on. And also, you say they don't have access to public funds. We're going to hear later in this great story that they actually get free English lessons. But also, we have a duty under the ECHR or the Refugee Convention not to keep them destitute. So they are housed. At the same time as they're housed in Lewisham, which is a sanctuary borough, we have the highest number of veterans who sleep rough. Who do you think the council should prioritise? Because right now, who goes to the top of the housing list? It's those migrants, those illegal migrants, or those refugee claimants.
All right, let me get back to the crux of the story on this particular issue again. Just pass this to you, Emily, because the Green Party is saying they're not going to comply or help. They might even help the community resistance, is what's been quoted in this report, in order of pushing back or at least frustrating immigrant raids, right? Illegal migrant raids. What do you think of that?
Exactly. It's not just a case of the fact that they're no longer going to support the Home Office, as they claim. They're actually saying that they're going to be involved in movements that prevent the Home Office doing their rightful duty and their rightful job in order to keep the British population safe.
All right, look, well, we'll leave it there for now. Coming up on the show, while British people are struggling to find work, and I think Layla's already alluded to it, there are some crazy, that's all right, there's some crazy things going on for the people who are getting that job seeker training and where that budget is actually being spent. But next, President Trump has accused Tehran of lying and breaking his promises, as reports suggest he's planning on the biggest bombing campaign of the conflict so far. This is Alex Armstrong Tonight, and that is next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again
to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, President Donald Trump is planning the harshest bombing campaign of the war so far in a bid to finally break Tehran's resolve. That's what reports are suggesting tonight. Trump was asked yesterday whether he trusted Iran.
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent.
And he was also asked what action could look like.
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And, at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
Well, joining me now is British Iranian activist Halle Blake. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. I really do appreciate it. Now, look, we have seen quite a lot of reports now suggesting that Trump is going to escalate the war, possibly to its highest extent since earlier this year. What does that mean for Iran? And do you welcome this latest potential campaign?
Look, we knew when the negotiations started that this wasn't going to last very long. This is a regime that's lying to its core. It doesn't hold the same values as the rest of the free world. So we knew these negotiations will come to a halt or see problems later down the line, which is what we're seeing. So President Trump, whether you like him or not, he's absolutely right. They can't be trusted. They have never delivered any of their promises in the past 47 years. So right now, these negotiations are the same. The Iranians are embracing and waiting to see what happens. They welcomed the intervention. They saw it as a help to free Iran. That sentiment still carries on, and as activists, we're still protesting. And whilst they're executing those protesters from January in Iran, so the crackdowns are still happening inside Iran, and is not going to change. This regime must be toppled, and the Iranians are not taking this regime any longer, and the nature of it has become really apparent to the neighbors also. They may have tolerated the regime to this point, but no one is tolerating. And they all know in order to have a literally freedom and peace and prosperity in the Middle East, Islamic Republic must go.
Halle, as well, the IRGC, which I think is a terrorist organisation, I've been saying that for a very, very long time, that runs Iran and runs the regime that's going on now. They're very deeply entrenched, aren't they, within Iran, and they're very spread out now, given that there's no real leadership anymore. We don't even know if the Ayatollah is even alive, the new one. Do you think there'll have to be a ground invasion at some point in order to free the Iranian people?
Look, the boots on the ground are the Iranian, and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has a plan, and he's building networks, and the boots on the ground should be the Iranian people. So what could be done from the outside is really enabling the Iranians to deliver, because we want this regime toppled more than anyone else. So, helping with internet, supporting the activities, and actually really carrying persistent messaging helps defections. We saw some really strong defections at the beginning of this, and that really needs to carry through, and that will essentially crack down and break the IRGC.
I certainly hope so, Halle. Very, very briefly, have you got family in Iran? Are you worried about their safety?
I've got 90 million family. I've got friends, and one of my friends is in line for execution for insulting Adam and Eve.
Wow, that is absolutely incredible. It's incredible. And any chance that they might escape the regime?
Well, I hope we topple them before they get executed, and that's what we're working for. And we're raising awareness, and we really need the West to really wake up. And it's not just about Iran, it's about the UK as well. They're embedded into our society here. So when we fight for the freedom of Iran, but we're also fighting for our values in the UK. And I don't think that comes across as much as we really hope to.
Halle, and I wish you all the best and love to your friends and family in Iran as well. Thanks for joining me tonight. Coming up next on the show, while British people struggle for jobs, you're not going to believe what the job seeker training budget is being spent on. That's coming up next on Alex Armstrong Tonight.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, after a few showers in the north on Saturday, Sunday promises to be a fine day for most. Lots of hazy sunshine and it will be feeling much warmer for most of us. We saw a few showers courtesy of this area of low pressure on Saturday, but otherwise we've got rising pressure as we go into Sunday, so very few ice bars on the chart, meaning lighter winds. Now out and about this evening, plenty of late sunshine for England and Wales. The showers across Scotland will also become increasingly confined to the very far northeast as we go through the night, so it will turn quite chilly in the countryside, particularly across England and Wales, where we might even see a touch of frost in rural parts of Wales and the Midlands. Temperatures in the towns and cities, though, largely holding up into the low teens. Further north, there'll be a bit more of a breeze still across more northern parts of Scotland, and that breeze will bring in still a fair number of showers to Shetland and Orkney. Otherwise, though, many parts of Scotland will begin the day on Sunday with a mixture of sunny spells and cloud, but largely dry. Hazy sunshine for Northern Ireland with the cloud thickening through the morning, but most of England and Wales starting off with blue skies, apart from one or two mist and fog patches which will quickly clear in the countryside. And then we're set for a fine day for many parts of the UK, one or two showers in the very far northeast of Scotland, and the cloud perhaps just thickening sufficiently to bring one or two spots of rain for Northern Ireland and the west of Wales by the end of the afternoon. But with that hazy sunshine, it is set to be a warmer day for most of us on Sunday. Temperatures widely in the mid-20s across England, eastern parts of Wales, and perhaps close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. But it is set to turn more changeable overnight into Monday. Monday sees an area of rain pushing northwards across Scotland, possibly bringing some quite prolonged and useful amounts of rainfall to the east. Some scattered showers developing elsewhere too, possibly in England and Wales as well. One or two thunderstorms perhaps by the evening, and certainly a chance of some slightly heavier showers and a more humid and hot feel for many as we go through Monday and Tuesday before it turns cooler midweek.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, it's 10 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong. Tonight,
Working cannabis farm?
No, gang.
Gang?
Yeah.
To sell drugs?
Drugs, fight, stab, shoot.
well, there are bombshell reports about weapons being found in illegal migrant camps in France. I'm going to tell you what the weapons are and how dangerous these men might be. And while British people struggle for jobs, you're not going to believe what the job seeker training budget is being spent on. Also,
we'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
well, the world is bracing itself because the Iran war is set to escalate to its most severe in months as President Trump threatens to bomb civilian infrastructure. That's as talks with the terrorist regime, the IRGC, broke down. I'm going to bring you any updates this evening if we hear them. And
a huge thank you to the wonderful people of all the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester who have backed what we've been building here for many, many years.
well, as Labour win the Greater Manchester mayoral election, a pollster's going to be joining me to dissect why the right are probably going to lose a general election. And we're going to be bringing you all of Sunday's front pages. The Mail is leading with this striking image here, a migrant gasping for life, a Spanish enclave gripped by fear. And joining me tonight, Reform UK's 2028 London mayoral candidate Layla Cunningham and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. Oh, and President Trump has just confirmed he's been in contact with extraterrestrial life, perhaps.
Bing, 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 bing. 5. Bing, 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 bing.
And bing, 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 bong. Here's your news with Bethany Elsey.
Alex, thank you very much. Good evening. Your top stories from the GB newsroom at 2 minutes past 10. The European Union will hold an emergency meeting on border security next week after tens of thousands of migrants fled over the border from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta. Most of the 60,000 migrants have since been returned. At least 67 people died in the surge. Spain's Prime Minister called the mass influx a violation of Spain's territorial integrity and condemned Italy's decision to suspend the open border arrangements with Spain as selfish. Well, Reform's UK's Zia Youssef says Britain needs to protect its own borders.
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches under Tory and Labour governments, albeit over a longer period, over 8 years. But that's not relevant to the risk and the danger. We know murderers have been coming across the channel. We know terrorists have not only come across the channel, but tried to commit terrorist atrocities in Britain. Britain needs to wake up. If we do not secure our borders, then we are going to see scenes like the ones that we have seen become, sadly, increasingly common.
UEFA says the FIFA president has lost the confidence of the body over his plans to sell World Cup stakes to private investors. Overnight, Gianni Infantino cancelled the plans after 3 confederations rejected it. The Telegraph is reporting UEFA has given Infantino an ultimatum to either resign or face a no-confidence vote, with all 55 of its members saying they'd vote to oust him if he doesn't step down. At least 10 people have been killed and dozens more injured, including 4 children, after Russia launched a second huge attack on Ukraine's capital in the last 48 hours. President Volodymyr Zelensky says they were only able to intercept 1 of dozens of ballistic missiles, blaming a critical shortage of air defence systems, and has appealed for more support. Fires broke out in 18 residential buildings, a school and the Lithuanian embassy. Firefighters in Greece are battling wildfires from the outskirts of Athens to the island of Crete. Gale force winds have driven the flames through a seaside resort, forced hundreds to evacuate and hindered aircraft tackling the blaze. Europe has been ravaged by severe fires this summer after a period of successive record-breaking heat waves, with hundreds of thousands forced to flee their homes across France and Spain. But major fires there are being brought under control, with residents near Bordeaux being allowed to return home. And the Prince of Wales has paid tribute to the former British Army and Royal Marine soldier Nirmal Purja, who's died in an avalanche in Pakistan. The world-renowned climber was leading an expedition of 10 climbers on Broad Peak, the world's 12th highest mountain. 9 others were also killed. Prince William has said he's truly saddened to hear of his tragic death, adding he served with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers. Those are your latest headlines. Let's get back to Alex.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
£85 million to teach migrants English. That's all coming out of the budget that's meant to help British people find jobs. You just can't make it up. It's a scheme to help unemployed British people to gain qualifications like maths GCSEs is now being used instead for language courses being provided to foreigners who already live in this country. 76,000 foreigners received the lessons which taught basic English language skills, while London alone spent an astounding £76.9 million delivering lessons to 64,900 migrants or foreigners, whatever you want to call them. Money that should be spent on getting British people into work is being spent on immigrants learning the basics of a language they should already speak before being allowed to come to Britain. We are getting completely fleeced, aren't we? So who gets this cash splashed on them then? Well, asylum seekers qualify after 6 months. Even those with rejected claims stay eligible while they go through their appeal. And get this, visa holders who are banned from claiming benefits can also still get this funding. But the important bit there, let me just repeat that, visa holders can get this funding. Why do they have visas if they can't speak English? It's one of the requirements to come and work here. Many are tested for their ability to speak English or must hold an English qualification. It doesn't add up, does it? Meanwhile, your kids and your grandkids are being saddled with tens of thousands of pounds of university debt to pay for their education. And the youth unemployment, well, that's exploded to its highest in decades under Labour in the recent months, hasn't it? It's all a big joke, isn't it? It's a massive joke that your money's being spent this way. There's now a government expectation that a proportion of this skills budget goes on this English for Speakers of Other Languages programme. What a nice way to put it. Cambridgeshire and Peterborough spent £1.8 million taxpayer pounds on 2,250 learners and are now finally reviewing the funds. They've got all this money, haven't they, all of a sudden, these authorities, these broke authorities. The Department for Work and Pensions say it's only right that people who are legally in this country can integrate into society, progress and work and contribute to the economy. So they admit it. These people here aren't even meeting the minimum threshold of speaking our language. Do you know what I do? Just send them back. Save us the 85 million quid. How about that? If you can't speak English, how are you actually working here? All of this while British job seekers are waiting for the training that gets them off benefits, another bill that's exploded for taxpayers in this country. Well, their funding is being diverted to teach foreigners the language they should have already known before they arrived here in the first place. If you can't speak the basics of our language, either you should pay for it or learn it before you get here, or just go home. This country's not a charity. We're broke as it is. If you don't have a job as well, you should leave. If you can't speak English, you shouldn't have been given a visa in the first place. This is common sense to thousands of countries around the world. I've got my panel here with me, Reform UK's 2028 London mayoral candidate Layla Cunningham and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. Emily, I'll start with you. just despair, because we know the tax bill is sitting at its highest since World War II. We're constantly scrapping around for millions to fund things like defence, billions now, but we're very willy-nilly. We're saying, well, it's kind of an admission from the government, really, that actually we're told, oh, these are these heavy requirements that you need to get into the country. Oh, but hang on a sudden, tens of thousands of people can't speak English all of a sudden.
What a waste of money. It's just absolutely outrageous. And I actually live in Tower Hamlets council borough, so I see firsthand quite how bad the problem of migrants that can't speak English is. Obviously, Whitechapel is a famous example, but actually, in the most recent mayoral elections, I received my polling card, and on the front of the polling card was a Bengali translation.
Of course.
So there are people in this country that have the ability to vote when they can't even read the words polling card. It is absolutely terrifying. It's a huge waste, and it's time to get very, very angry at this. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high. We really need to be putting that money into schemes that help our young people, my generation, to get jobs. And instead, we're having to teach people basics. Absolute basics. I would never dream of going to Spain and demanding that I get a job if I can't speak Spanish.
Yeah, Layla, I totally agree with you, Layla. What do you think?
I totally agree with everything you say. Well, perhaps we're being taxed too much. There's obviously a lot of money going around. You know, if there's enough money for that, there's enough money to send abroad to foreign aid. You know, maybe it's time for a tax cut and to stop all this, because it's obviously not a question of limited amount of funds. It's a question of priorities. And I think people see that. You say, Andy?
No, sorry, I had some spittle in my mouth. I was trying to breathe. Sorry, I was just trying to breathe. No, I wasn't talking at you either. No, I was just trying to breathe. Sorry.
I just think. So we're letting people in who don't speak English, but obviously we are, because we're letting illegal migrants. They claim asylum, they become a refugee, and they're housed in Tower Hamlets or wherever, and they don't speak English. And you're right, it's quite easy to not speak English and get a job there.
But even the requirements under this is the funny thing about it all, Andy. And I've been to places where there's people who I try to interview. They tell me they can't speak English, but they seem to be working. And I think to myself, but part of the visa requirement for you to work, surely if you've come here as a foreigner, I would then assume you can't speak the language. Part of that requirement is that you do speak English to a certain degree or to a certain level. So it says to me something is wrong there, something's not adding up to me.
So I just want to pick up on something Emily said there, because famously no British person has ever gone and lived in Spain and not spoken Spanish fluently, of course, famously. No, I think there are a couple of things that I picked up in your monologue there, Alex. This was 85 million, give or take, total spend. The Adult Skills Fund, of which it took from, is 1.4 billion, and that in itself is part of a wider 4 billion of adult skills spending. So this is really pennies on the pound here. Only asylum seekers.
It's still 84 million.
Work with me here. Work here with me.
I hear what you're saying, but it's still 84 million.
Asylum seekers who have been registered here for 6 months can get it. But you said people on visas can. Only people on the BNO visa. So those are the Ukrainians, the people from Hong Kong, the 3,000-odd Afghanistanis. These aren't people who are on work, tourism, or student visas cannot access this funding. And to be honest, out of 4 billion quid, if we're looking at 85 million for asylum seekers and BNO visas, who I'm sure everyone on this panel agrees that the BNO visa scheme and the relocation schemes for those in Hong Kong and Ukraine was the right thing to do. I think 85 million to make sure that they can speak basic English when we talk about integration actually is not a waste of money. And the other, 3.9 billion in that adult skills provision can be spent on British people. I don't think that's, if you take it out of the context, it looks bad. I think in the context, it's, fair enough.
I'm not so worried about people who've come here from Ukraine and who are asylum seekers and refugees are being taught English. What I'm worried about is the priority of jobs, particularly when we're really struggling at the moment. The economy is sort of stagnant. Unemployment is rising gradually, almost quarter on quarter. Youth unemployment is rising. That the funds we're spending on it, 85 million quid to train 70,000 people, it's an astonishing amount of money. Yeah. And I think the problem people have these days is that they don't. Of course, no one's going to go, oh well, we shouldn't teach migrants who are refugees here English. That's not really what I'm angry about. I'm angry about the misappropriation of money that goes into it and actually where the burden of this all lies. And I think this is the point, Emily, is that taxpayers feel ripped off. They feel like they're getting fleeced. And actually what I want to do is to see the government prioritise money where it's being pushed. It's been assigned to job seekers. Let's help people who can work actually get to work. We've got AI, which is sucking up all these graduate jobs. We could be spending 85 million training a bunch of young people how to become developers, coders, AI engineers, engineers, that sort of stuff. And I worry that actually our priorities are not to British people anymore.
Yeah, exactly, and we have the highest tax burden since 1945, and I just don't feel like people, especially working people that go out into their jobs, work really hard to provide for their family, feel like they're getting good value for money from the services that they are essentially paying for. And it's quite simply often because we're subsidising those that are exploiting the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Listen, if there's any money left over, perhaps we can have a look at it. If they are Ukraine, I mean, I agree with you that you should spend money to help Ukrainians and people who are here legally through a system in Hong Kong to learn English. But the article said that it was also people whose visas have expired and that they're meant to leave. They still get it. So it definitely needs to be. Now, I find it unacceptable, personally.
I mean, I agree if people are, using it if they're on extended visas. But most of this, it's still the fund. That Adult Skills Fund is 1.4 billion. There's 85 million as part of that. And then it's the wider 4 billion package. Like, I think it's unfair to say that British people are being left out or ignored when 99% of it is being used. But like, if we actually look at the facts, because people like you keep telling them that they are. If you actually look at the facts, 4 billion versus 85 million. I mean, come on, really.
Do you not think there's like a better way? I just feel like, I think the problem is that I think there's probably, I think the amount that amount of money is an astounding amount of money for
it's part of that
people.
I mean,
I think that's what it is, right? And I think it's. First of all, I mean, there's councils. We'll read that out in a second. There's authorities that are reviewing this spend now. But because it's an astonishing amount of capital, and also people's council taxes are going up. I've got Mary here saying, I want to know, as a pensioner, what are they doing to help me?
Well, the triple lock is what they're doing. Mary.
You
come on
make
now.
That argument, but they'll say the triple lock really isn't that much money for them every month. And I know many pensioners live on the breadline. And I think this is the feeling people have is that I mean, I want the money to go to help young people, particularly young people. I know how 10,000 graduate jobs this year. That is absolutely appalling. We are going to have a massive crisis if young people in this country can't get into work. And I just feel like 85 million, yes, could be spent a lot better by the government when they're thinking about this, training only 70,000 people to speak English.
Young people are really being fobbed off constantly by the government, and it really, really annoys me. Not only can many of them not get jobs, even the one with jobs, we're not in a position where we can afford to buy our own homes in the same way that our generations before us were granted that luxury.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it, and that's why I'm so keen on looking at the immigration system, for example, because it's how we're going with immigration just simply isn't sustainable, and it's young people that constantly have to bear the brunt.
Those young people are going to be the ones that are paying off the borrowing costs that we're using to spend a lot of this money, and they're also saddled with tens of thousands of pounds. Some of them have got astonishing university debts.
I haven't even looked at mine.
I mean, a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't because they're going to get taxed at almost effectively a 70% rate in the future, Layla. We're forgetting about this whole generation of young people, and they're looking at it and going, do you know what? What's the point?
Exactly.
I'm leaving. I'm out of it. And
Or
we're seeing that happen.
Socialism.
Yeah. Yes.
So they're like, I've tried. I'm working hard. I'm doing everything I can. I just get poorer and I can't afford a home and there's no hope. So you know what? I'm going to sit back and let the government do it.
It almost sounds like capitalism is a broken system and socialism is the answer. It does somewhat seem like that. I think, we do talk about NEETs, we talk about young people. This is genuinely for young people. The adult skills provision, the adult skills fund is exactly what it's for. It's so, you can get a technical skill if TV doesn't work out for you. You can go and get a recognised, level 2 apprenticeship so you can go into a trade. Like, that is exactly what it's for, which is, everyone agrees, that is a good thing.
The point of the debate is that it's not being used for that.
Well, 85 million out of the 1.4 billion.
Still,
come on.
I know. Well, and I think that's my argument is that 85 million. But it sounds like, yes, you're putting it in the context of 4 billion, but 85 million to a lot of people would be a lot of money. And I think that is yes, it's an astounding amount of money to train a very small group of people. Imagine if you spread out some 85 million to 70,000 students, and you could clear some of their debts off, or you could help them repay.
Jeremy Corbyn did promise to get rid of student debt, but we all poo-pooed him. So,
but look, the problem with socialism is you end up running out of other people's money. You do need some people to work to pay for the socialist policies, and that is the issue here, right? Yeah. But we won't get into a debate.
I'll let you have that dunk. I'll let you have the dunk.
All right. Look, a Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority spokesman said this. Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority funding for ESOL is currently under review against the Mayor's wider skills funding goal of supporting more people into jobs. There's been a government expectation that a proportion of our skills revenue budget should be used to support ESOL, prompting the Mayor's review. A Department for Work and Pensions spokesperson also said, we recognise recognised that local authorities have a clear understanding of the skills needed for local people and employers, which is why we're expanding our devolution plans to bring forward funding decisions to those who know their community best. And a spokesman for the Mayor of London said the Mayor is committed to supporting the skills and education sector and recognises the importance of English language courses, which he believes help to promote integration and lead to positive outcomes. And you wonder why I don't talk very often on these shows. Time now for a Great British giveaway and a sure chance to win 60 grand in tax-free cash and a 5 grand gold bar.
We're celebrating a golden summer with a terrific two-part Great British giveaway. First, you could win a sensational £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like this year. What would you do with that? And that's not all, as you'll also win our most precious prize to date, a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. It's pure gold to own, trade or gift to a loved one and secure their financial future. So make sure you don't miss your chance to bank over £65,000 worth of prizes in our Golden Summer celebration. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, as Labour celebrate victory in Manchester, a pollster's going to be joining me to dissect why the results could mean the right would lose the next general election and how they might avoid that. That's coming up next.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because the failure is... You're deliberately avoiding my point.
Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Labour's Bev Craig has been elected the new mayor of Greater Manchester, succeeding Andy Burnham, who's become Prime Minister now. Who's dubbed her now the Queen of the North.
A huge thank you to the wonderful people of all the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester who have backed what we've been building here for many, many years.
Let's not tell that to Andy Burnham's wife. There's a king and the Queen of the North now. There we go. Analysis of voting does seem to expose an issue for the right of British politics, though, doesn't it? Firstly, when the Tories and Restore were knocked out, Reform picked up 45,000 votes, whereas the Lib Dems and the Greens were eliminated. Labour won 58,000. Tories just don't see themselves aligned with Reform, do they? It's clear the left-wing bloc was much more united than the right-wing bloc. So is all this proof that those on the right are unaware of or unwilling to vote tactically to keep the left out? Well, joining me now is data scientist at the Electoral Calculus, Marwan Reich, as well as my panel, of course, here in the studio. Marwan, love to have you here in the studio. What should we learn from the right-wing vote in Manchester?
Well, thanks for having me on, Alex. So what we saw in the Manchester by-election that took place on Thursday was that the left-wing bloc is much more solid than the right-wing bloc. And let me just explain what I mean by that. So if we call the left-wing bloc in that election as being the sum of the Labour vote, the Lib Dem vote and the Green vote, and we take the right-wing bloc to be the Restore vote, the Conservative vote and the Reform vote, then that election that took place on Thursday had a new voting system. Or rather, it was a restoring of the old system that conveniently took place just before that Manchester by-election. And what we saw there was second preference votes were allocated to Labour, and 72% of the left-wing bloc who didn't back Labour voted for them, compared to 52% for the right-wing bloc.
Interesting.
So if we wanted to test the waters as to how likely the smaller right-wing parties are willing to back a stronger right-wing party, that's a pretty good straw in the wind.
Yeah, the right don't seem to want to unite behind a candidate. Is this a moral issue? I mean, maybe it's a difficult question to ask you if you've polled this at all, but I guess what people would like to know is if there was a general election tomorrow and it's a first preference vote and then they're looking at the lay of the land, because there's no second preference vote when you have a general election, it's just one vote and that's it. Now, when they look at some of the marginal seats around the country, people voting tactically on the right is going to be critical if the right are going to win an election. But they don't do this, do they? The left do this very, very well, but the right don't do that.
Well, I mean, I had a look at the tactical voting websites online, and what was very clear to me was that there were about 7 or 8 tactical voting websites on the left. So the one that stood out amongst them was tacticalvote.co.uk. It might be a very neutral domain, but actually it's deliberately targeted to oust or stop right-wing parties from winning. There is a recent website that's been launched called unitetherightuk.com, which looks at, takes what the left have done and tries to apply it to the right wing, but I could only find one website that did that.
And I've been on that website. It's really incredible to see if there was 100% right-wing tactical voting, the landslide for the right that there would be, even with the strong numbers there are today. And I want to open this up to my panel here. Layla, I guess the difficulty is, I know you're a Reform candidate, so there's only so much you'll say. But the reality is, if the right are now split 3 ways. The right in British politics have only ever won on one ticket. And there's got to be a point in time where perhaps the 3 of you all go, how are we going to do this? Is there? Or are you going to fight it out to the death?
I don't think it's up to us. I think it's up to the voters. And it's up to Reform to gain more. We've got to do better. And I don't think it's up to us to do backroom deals. We're not Labour, we're not Conservatives. The only way to win an election is to win the public's vote. That's the only vote that counts, and there'll be no backroom deals. And we will do everything we can to win enough to win a general election.
Emily, what do you make of that?
But surely you understand that there are some seats in the country that Reform will never win, so you could help Conservatives out by pulling candidates in those seats. And I'm very in favour of Conservatives doing the same back, because I find that there's a lot of arrogance on both Reform and Conservative side. I think at the end of the day, there's not an appetite for a left-wing government, but unless you guys get in a room together and talk it out and realise that you want to defeat socialism and you want to defeat the left, we're going to continue having elected left-wing governments.
Emily, what do you define as socialism? The highest taxation since World War II, soft on crime, no home ownership, businesses shutting down. That is what the Tories brought in, mass immigration. So, hang on, you talk about, sorry, with all due respect, you talk about, fighting socialism, but I would argue with you that the Tories operated as a semi-socialist government. But you talk about seats that we could never win. With all due respect, the Tories polled at less than Restore in Manchester, 2% in Gorton and Denton, and I think, was it 2 or 3% in Makerfield? You can only win in tiny pockets in affluent areas in the country. That is it. The Tory party, you're like the Lib Dems.
They are tightening. The polls are tightening. There was one point in time Reform were saying that they're going to win it all, and now you're saying that you need to do...
Sure, but the only poll that matters is the election, right? And in every single election... You used to come second in Manchester.
Yeah.
You were fifth.
But I think, to be fair, I think a lot of Conservatives weren't stupid and did actually lend their result. But would you be in a coalition? At the end of the day, if push came to shove to keep Labour out, would Reform be in a coalition with the Conservatives? You can pretend all you want, but I know that you would.
Because the Conservatives did not govern as Conservatives.
Reform had quite a lot of socialist policy.
This is a really good debate, but we will have this another time. But I want to just push this back there, because that there's an interesting tidbit there that Restore polled and got more votes overall in the first preference round than the Tories did. Yep. Previously, in that last, correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2019, the Tories won 400,000 votes in that. So what has changed on the right?
It's a good question. I think the loyalties in the northern seats that voted for Boris Johnson to get Brexit done wouldn't see themselves as natural Conservative voters, so therefore they probably loaned Boris their vote in 2019 to get Brexit over the line. What is quite stark, though, is how Restore has gone from nowhere to getting double digits in seats for local authorities like Tameside and Oldham. I wasn't up in Manchester during the by-election asking people how they were going to vote, but I saw quite a lot of social media output, didn't necessarily see much evidence of, heavy canvassing and strong operations. So I think a lot of what we're seeing with these new insurgent parties is much of their traction is now getting across via social media.
And did Reform do as expected in this mayoral race? Were they expected to do better?
It was within the margin of error. I think Labour absolutely smashed it. So they got 47% of first preference votes, and they were only set to get about 42. So, not wildly more than what we would have expected, but they really squeezed the Greens. And we saw that result that result was very pronounced in Wigan, where Andy Burnham, who is now the MP for Makerfield, which is in the Wigan constituency, the Greens got their worst result across Greater Manchester in that borough alone, which would suggest that Burnham bounce has carried over.
Andy, what do you make of this? This is a bit of a new world all of a sudden. We're like, what was it, a year since Labour have led the poll, should I say? Is the Burnham bounce forever? Do you think he can maintain it? Because it's a bit of a cult of personality at the moment, if we're being honest, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, nothing's forever, is it really? No, I think it's been quite fortunate as he's come in and really, set a difference in tone, if nothing else, from Keir Starmer, that the Greens have had their own issues with Polanski and the T-shirt stuff, and, Farage just has his ongoing issues, with, Posh George and the Times and all the rest of it. And, we've seen I think it's pretty good that we're winning in Manchester, but I'd be extremely shocked and disappointed if we didn't win in Greater Manchester, even, at this margin. But I think, as a lay member of the Labour Party, I don't hold an elected position. A lot of comrades of mine saw Zach Polanski when Keir Starmer was a bit of a dud and went off because he's good and he's entertaining, and some of his videos are pretty sound. And I think this step change in comms, in energy, people felt really, really hopeful at the Makerfield by-election that I just didn't see in the general. So I think there is just quite literally vibes that have changed.
Marwan, I'll just pass this back to you then, because this is all very reminiscent of the May to Boris change in feeling. I mean, there was no real reform. There was the Brexit Party, of course, who decided to stand down against Boris. We don't know how they would have fared, of course, at that period. It's very difficult to say. It's very reminiscent. Boris had a massive bounce and then a massive landslide election. But Andy Burnham saying he's not going to call an election. How would they do today if there was one?
So at the moment, further to your point, so there has been a Burnham bounce. It hasn't been sky high, though. So they're only leading Reform now in the polls by about 1% on average. Now, that may increase, but...
it's only been 2 weeks.
It has only been 2 weeks, but a week is a long time in politics. So I think 2 weeks is probably enough time for voters to make up their immediate mind. But if we look at what Keir Starmer got in 2024, so he scored a vote share of 34%. Be interesting to see if Andy Burnham can get over that at any point during his premiership.
Right.
I've got another, I want to say prediction.
We love a prediction.
We do.
Go on. We love a prediction.
So they changed the voting system in Greater Manchester so it was a single transferable vote.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that rather than call a general election, what Andy Burnham may do is actually change the first-past-the-post system altogether and introduce STV on a UK parliamentary constituency level.
So the same system that's being used in Manchester?
Correct, rolled out across every constituency.
Is that like France? Is that like France?
Subtly different, because in France you have a first round and a second round.
Right.
I guess to save taxpayers' money, we'll just do it all in one round.
How would you feel about that, a single transferable vote? So the same system that was used in Manchester, first preference, then a second preference, and then those votes get combined?
I'm not sure. I have to...
I remember the days when Reform could barely hit 10%, and, all you'd hear would be Richard Tice going, we need PR, first past the post is a dud, now they're riding high at 28%. They love it so much.
Andy Burnham should not be able to make that sort of change without a mandate.
Would you welcome it?
No.
You don't like the idea?
I think first past the post is the best of a bad bunch.
OK, there we go.
Can I just make a point there, though? Might be the best of a bad bunch, but I don't think first past the post was intended for six-party politics.
There you go.
There you go. Maybe it's all of our fault. It's all of our fault. Marwan, thanks for joining me. Really appreciate it. Great insights as ever. Next, all of Sunday's front pages, some big headlines coming in. I'm going to bring them all to you.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hello there. If you're heading away this weekend, plenty of hot and sunny weather across Europe. Very hot across central and eastern areas of Europe with a heat wave ongoing. But it is slightly cooler across some areas of Spain and western France. A few showers across alpine regions and across Italy throughout Sunday. Risk of thunderstorms. And it's turning very hot through the Mediterranean with temperatures climbing towards the high 30s, possibly the low 40s as well. And there's very little change in the forecast with more sunshine on the way.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong's Tonight. I forgot what show I was presenting for a second there. It's my one. I've got loads of front pages to bring you. Before we get started, I want to welcome Jane McIver to the panel. Layla's had to dip out a little bit early there. All right, let's get through the front pages. The Sunday Times. Farage struck deal to return as leader long before election. The Mail on Sunday. A migrant gasping for life. A Spanish enclave gripped by fear. If only the no borders utopians were with me now. The Sunday Telegraph. Healy. I will not allow supermarkets to rip you off. The Daily Star. Henry's killer mum moved over attack fears. And leading the gbnews.com website tonight, Spain's socialist leader posts soundtrack of my summer Instagram reel while migrants invade his country. I hope that's actually a pretty good one for GB News, that I will say that. All right, I've got my panel here with me, of course. I'll start with you. Welcome to the panel, Jamie. Look, we do have to start with the Sunday Times here. Farage struck deal to return as leader long before the election. Well, I'll just read a little bit of this here for you. Reform chief had insisted he was not involved in politics until Sunak called surprise 2024 vote. Nigel Farage struck a secret deal to return as Reform UK leader months before the election. Farage negotiated pact with Richard Tice, then leader. In March to April 2024, George Cottrell, the convicted fraudster, I'm reading this in the Times, by the way, who had been secretly bankrolling Farage, supervised the discussions. So this is a insight from the Sunday Times, basically alleging this story. I have to say alleged because we don't know whether it's true.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm a really rubbish person to talk about this because as much as I feel like I'm an OG in reform, because I, first county councillor in Essex when I came over, and it was a really weird thing. It was, we weren't where we are in the polls now. We didn't have 2,300 councillors, control 34 councils across the country, have a load of MPs. So it's very weird for me to talk about this. It's just not a period that I was in reform. But what I would say, and as someone that speaks to people on a doorstep constantly, people are just so bored of this, Alex. They're just so bored of it. And all the people that want to talk about this stuff, the journalists that are so out of touch and want to talk about this stuff, my honest message is go and talk to real people. We've got people in the armed forces that can't put food on the table. We've got elderly people in this country that literally are being forced to downsize their home to pay for social care. We've got people in this country, single mums, that literally are driving their cars to school with the kids in the back, literally not sure if the car's going to make it to school because they can't afford to put petrol in until they get paid at 5 o'clock. Talk about the real problems. It's such boring, lazy journalists from a Westminster establishment that wants to just continue to attack reform because the reality is, when you put reform to the British people, when you put reform to the electorate, we win. We win in places we're meant to win.
Those polls are tightening, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, but then look at the real world. Look what just happened. The polls that matter are the elections. Look at May 2026. Look at May 2025. Where are the Tories?
Respectfully, you weren't saying that when you weren't winning elections, though. You were saying, look at the polls, look at the polls.
But where are the Tories?
Go on, Emily. What were you going to say about the story? Yeah.
So I was just going to say that, obviously, I do think that you have a point that there are more pressing issues in the world. But I think if this was about a Labour politician, Nigel Farage would be pushing in the same way. I think at the end of the day, the rules, the parliamentary declaration rules are there for a reason, in order to stop corruption, to stop political interference. So if he has broken them, then he does deserve to face consequences.
Andy?
Yeah, I suppose, you say look at the elections, look at Greater Manchester, I look at Caerphilly, I look at Gorton and Denton, I look at Makerfield. You haven't won any of them. You haven't won any of them.
It's been a disappointment.
You've had a run of by-elections where you've not won anything.
We have had, for a new party, most exceptional polling in all of those by-elections, increasing our vote share massively. And you know what? Always been the ones to beat the incumbent.
You still lost.
But we are for a new party. Where is the Tory party, which is meant to be the official opposition? His Majesty's opposition gets nowhere. Gets nowhere in these elections.
You didn't beat the
incumbent. Maybe for a bit of balance, just to put this back to you, Emily. The Tories, who are the official opposition, should they not be where Reform is now? And at least Reform are consistently leading the polls there, at least the largest polled Conservative party. Is there something to be said about that?
I think it's unfortunate that the by-elections has happened in places where the Conservatives don't traditionally do well, so I don't think they're very much a fair representation. Obviously, Reform have massively outperformed the Conservatives in all of these, but if I was a Conservative in these seats, I would be for sure lending my vote to Reform. It makes sense in order to keep Labour out. So I don't think you can really use the by-elections, but at the end of the day, Kemi is the most popular political leader in this country.
Why is she losing? Norfolk by-election, just been battered.
Hang on, the polls are tightening and we are winning more and more.
Norfolk by-election, just now, Colin Sutton wiped the floor in the Tory heartland. The local elections in the Tory shires, Tories gone. Local elections last year, Tory shires gone. There is no progress.
Of course, the Norfolk Police and Crime Commissioner by-election, a truly interesting one, but unfortunately not on the front page of the Sunday Times, which I know you only just got here, but I'm not going to let you spin your way out of this one. This is really bad. If he was making deals with Richard Tice and the Treasurer in, March, April, May of 2024, so he was looking at getting back into politics, was saying that he was going to pay back Richard Tice's £1 million loan to the party, and then he went back into politics after he got that £5 million from the Thai billionaire. That completely invalidates the reason that he didn't declare it. He said the reason he didn't declare was because when he got the money, he was not looking at getting back into the politics, and this deal completely invalidates that argument.
Are you seriously suggesting that I'm supposed to sit here and go, oh, do you know, I've just read it on the front page of the Times, it must be true?
No,
well, I don't know.
Is that literally what?
I mean, it appears that your party leaders
and I think this goes back to my earlier point. The British people don't care.
The interesting thing about all this, and I was making this point earlier on, is that this report here suggests that this deal happened between March and April 2024. But here was Nigel Farage in May 2024 addressing Rishi Sunak, calling a general election.
You may be relieved to know that I'm not going to stand as a candidate myself. Why? 6 weeks isn't long enough to fight a constituency seat. The bad news, Mr. Sunak, is I'll be out round the country fighting, campaigning, appearing on media, supporting Richard Tice in absolutely every single way. Only Reform, in my view, has the agenda that can reverse our national decline.
So that was after what this report is alleging. So Nigel Farage at that point in time had decided not to stand. Of course, he did later on go and change his mind on that. I remember I called him out for it. I said he should stand at the time. So there's whether all of this lines up actually, or maybe this is a nothing story, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that little bit of information there when he did say he wasn't going to stand in May might invalidate what the Times is saying.
Well, it looks like he might have just lied.
Well, you could make that assessment if you want to. Yeah, you could certainly make that assessment if you'd like.
Well, if he was making the deal in March, April...
I think it would be a stretch for a politician to go out on video, on records, to say, I'm not going to do this, and then to backtrack on it. And this was quite a bit after. I don't know.
It's also a stretch to get down a deal that you were going to pay £1 million back to a guy in £200,000 instalments. I think, the legal deal that he was making probably invalidates the social media video he made.
I tell you what I will say, Alex. Thank God that Nigel Farage did stand for Parliament. Thank God that we have an opportunity to get rid of socialism in the next general election with a party like Reform UK. Thank God our country...
Is that what the Thai billionaire was saying when he gave him the £5 million quid?
Thank goodness Nigel's prepared to put his personal safety on the line to save our country. We owe him all. We all owe him. No, Nigel Farage is the most attacked politician and parliamentarian, and thank God he's prepared to do that rather than being retired.
Yeah, I respect Nigel.
OK, we've got to leave it there. Next, the rest of the front pages, including the Sunday Express. Fear's family will be hit by a £76,000 tax on death.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast,
Every morning from 6 a.m.
only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, some more front pages. Let's start with The Observer. Own goal, they're saying here. This is, of course, Gianni Infantino. He's on the rope. Sounds like he might even get the sack. Gianni, as Donald Trump calls him. The Sunday Express fears family will be hit by a £76,000 tax on death. The Sunday Mirror. I'll help families in need. And it's exclusive here with Andy Burnham. The Sun on Sunday. TV giants dumped me over OnlyFans. I've just really into this one because I don't know anything about this. It's fascinating. He didn't dump her through OnlyFans, dumped her because she's on OnlyFans. I think we'll have a little chat about it in the break and see what we can report back to you here. But look, let's talk about The Observer. One point, we don't really do this paper very often, do we, on the Sunday? Because it's usually just a picture story. But Gianni Infantino, what a man. He's only newish to the job as far as I understand. He was trying to sell off parts of the World Cup, Emily. Looks like he might even be getting the sack himself.
Finally, a good news story. Honestly, it's been really depressing to watch the over-commercialisation. I think we saw it quite clearly at the recent World Cup. I think, football should be about football, and to see it kind of be lost to big corporations is really, really sad to see. So I think this is a good story. And I'm also very interested to see what his sanctions will be for Argentina after they obviously did the political banner around the Falkland Islands, because there seems to be a lot of double standards and corruption. So I think that's one to look out for too.
Yeah, I think this story unites the country, actually, Andy.
Yeah.
I think this is a unifying moment.
So I think the World Cup, I really enjoyed the expansion of the World Cup. Like Cape Verde, I think were even though, they didn't get very far, I think they were the standout team for me, and they would have never, got the opportunity to play at the world level, and I thought they were absolutely fantastic. But then also, the ticket prices and the accessibility of the stadiums and the conditions that a lot of the teams had to go through flying back and forth across the countries, I just think it was a bit of a disaster. It's somehow... You thought it would be impossible to have a worse FIFA president than the last one, but somehow he has, really stepped up to the plate. UEFA put the boycott on, there were 55 delegates at FIFA, so I just can't imagine him surviving a no-confidence vote, to be honest.
Yeah, this is it, Jamie. I think we'd all like to see the back of this man. I think what did it for me was the red card, the situation with Donald Trump, where he was basically handing the American, because he got on the phone to Donald Trump, and it was just ridiculous.
I mean, all of that, yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you, I think FIFA made the same mistake mistake that a lot of actually decent businesses have made. They've gone so woke. They've just played into this sort of.
They gave Donald Trump the FIFA Peace Prize. What are we doing?
Not in that scenario. But I mean, I look at the Qatar one, where they're going on all about pride, and they go and do it there. I just think they've just become one of those organisations that have tried to please too many people, and it always catches up with you in the end. You've got to have conviction in life. And in football, that should just be playing the ball and the best team winning. Unfortunately, it's all been very muddied.
It has, and I just don't think this guy is... I mean, what a disaster. I mean, he just kept on stepping in it. I mean, I know UEFA can talk, because they had that whole Super League thing, didn't they, they wanted to do? European. So, yeah, do you remember that? It's just like, you guys aren't all very good, they're making them... So UEFA's trying to redeem itself here, but there we go. Look, there's a whole load more to bring you tonight on the show. I've got loads of interesting front pages. I might have to read them out to you, actually. I probably will in a minute. But if you stay with me, I will bring them all to you on Alex Armstrong's Tonight Late edition. But first, let's have a little look at the weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there again, and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, after a few showers in the north on Saturday, Sunday promises to be a fine day for most. Lots of hazy sunshine, and it will be feeling much warmer for most of us. We saw a few showers courtesy of this area of low pressure on Saturday, but otherwise we've got rising pressure as we go into Sunday, so very few ice bars on the chart, meaning lighter winds. Now, out and about this evening, plenty of late sunshine for England and Wales. The showers across Scotland will also become increasingly confined to the very far northeast as we go through the night, so it will turn quite chilly in the countryside, particularly across England and Wales, where we might even see a touch of frost in rural parts of Wales and the Midlands. Temperatures in the towns and cities, though, largely holding up into the low teens. Further north, there'll be a bit more of a breeze still across more northern parts of Scotland, and that breeze will bring in still a fair number of showers to Shetland and Orkney. Otherwise, though, many parts of Scotland will begin the day on Sunday with a mixture of sunny spells and cloud, but largely dry. Hazy sunshine for Northern Ireland, with the cloud thickening through the morning, but most of England and Wales starting off with blue skies, apart from one or two mist and fog patches, which will quickly clear in the countryside. And then we're set for a fine day for many parts of the UK, one or two showers in the very far northeast of Scotland, and the cloud perhaps just thickening sufficiently to bring one or two spots of rain for Northern Ireland and the west of Wales by the end of the afternoon. But with that hazy sunshine, it is set to be a warmer day for most of us on Sunday. Temperatures widely in the mid-20s across England, eastern parts of Wales, and perhaps close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. But it is set to turn more changeable overnight into Monday. Monday sees an area of rain pushing northwards across Scotland, possibly bringing some quite prolonged and useful amounts of rainfall to the east. Some scattered showers developing elsewhere too, possibly in England and Wales as well. One or two thunderstorms perhaps by the evening, and certainly a chance of some slightly heavier showers and a more humid and hot feel for many as we go through Monday and Tuesday before it turns cooler midweek.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, the front pages are a bit of a treat today. Lots of variety here. Let's start with the Mail. They've got a picture here of migrants laying on the beach, gasping for life, a Spanish enclave gripped by fear. That, of course, is what has been going on there next to Morocco in Ceuta, I think the correct pronunciation of it is. We'll get into that story tonight as well. John Healey saying he won't allow supermarkets to rip us off. Is that more state intervention? Do we need more of that? Badenoch security officer was a knife-wielding fantasist. Some interesting stuff there. And Henry Novak's killer's mother has been moved over attack fears. Apparently she's in a cushy wing at the prison of Lucy Letby. That's all coming up next.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okwir, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, it's 11 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong and this is Alex Armstrong Tonight's late edition. Well, the striking front page of the Mail here. 2 migrants who had just arrived on the beach at Ceuta collapsed at the feet of a Spanish soldier. It's a powerful image of that latest bout of the migrant crisis over there. Also,
he may be relieved to know that I'm not going to stand as a candidate myself. Why? 6 weeks isn't long enough to fight a constituency seat.
well, that was Nigel Farage a day after Rishi Sunak called a general election in May 2024. But the Sunday Times is reporting that he struck a deal to return as leader of Reform months before the general election. The Daily Star. Elsewhere, of course, they're saying this, the reports of Henry Novak's killer's mother has been moved to a different wing, and she might even be rubbing shoulders with one of the Britain's most dangerous women, apparently. And in the Telegraph, his first major comment since being appointed Chancellor, John Healey's promising the public will not be punished when they go to the supermarket. I don't know what all that means. What does that mean? He says he won't allow them to take people for a ride. And the Express here, an interesting couple of front pages as well. Let me move out of the way. Oh, wrong way. There you go. Families are going to need help, says Andy Burnham. But on the Express there, they're saying fears that we'll be hit by 76,000 tax on death. So which one is it? Which one? Are we going to punish them or are we going to help you? There's only one way to find out. Thought I was going to go full Harry Hill there, didn't you? Joining me this evening, it might still happen, Councillor for Reform UK, Jamie McIver, and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. But before we go, we need to get a news update.
Today I feel gay.
Well, soon I reckon FIFA boss Gianni Infantino is going to feel unemployed. That's next. But first, your headlines with Bethany Elsey.
Alex, thank you. Good evening. Your top stories from the GB newsroom at 2 minutes past 11. The European Union will hold an emergency meeting on border security next week after tens of thousands of migrants fled over the border from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta. Most of the 60,000 migrants have since returned. At least 67 of those died in the surge. Spain's Prime Minister called the mass influx a violation of the country's territorial integrity and condemned Italy's UK's decision to suspend the open border arrangements with Spain as selfish. Meanwhile, Reform UK's Zia Youssef says Britain needs to protect its own borders.
That's what 60,000 looked like arriving on a single day. That's why it's so striking. We've had north of 200,000 arrive illegally on our beaches under Tory and Labour governments, albeit over a longer period, over 8 years. But that's not relevant to the risk and the danger. We know murderers have been coming across the channel. We know terrorists have not only come across the channel, but tried to commit terrorist atrocities in Britain. Britain needs to wake up. If we do not secure our borders, then we are going to see scenes like the ones that we have seen become, sadly, increasingly common.
UEFA says the FIFA president has lost its confidence over his plans to sell World Cup stakes to private investors. Gianni Infantino cancelled the plans after 3 confederations rejected it. The Telegraph is reporting UEFA has given Infantino an ultimatum to either resign or face a no-confidence vote, with all 55 of its members saying they'd vote to oust him if he doesn't step down. At least 10 people have been killed and dozens more injured, including 4 children, after Russia launched a second huge attack on Ukraine's capital in the last 48 hours. President Volodymyr Zelensky says they were only able to intercept 1 of dozens of ballistic missiles, blaming a critical shortage of air defence systems, and has appealed for more support. Firefighters in Greece are battling wildfires from the outskirts of Athens to the island of Crete. Gale force winds have driven the flames through a seaside resort, forced hundreds to evacuate, and hindered aircraft tackling the blaze. Meanwhile, major fires in France and Spain are finally being brought under control, with residents near Bordeaux being allowed to return home. And the Prince of Wales has paid tribute to the former British Army and Royal Marines soldier Nirmal Purjar, who's died in an avalanche in Pakistan. The world-renowned climber was leading an expedition of 10 climbers on board Peak, the world's 12th highest mountain. 9 others were also killed. Prince William has said he's truly saddened to hear of his tragic death, adding he served with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers. Those are your latest headlines. Let's get back to Alex.
Tune into GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's go through Sunday's front pages together. The Sunday Times. Farage struck deal to return as leader long before election. The Mail on Sunday. A migrant gasping for life. A Spanish enclave gripped by fear. If the no borders utopians were with me now. Apparently that place is, James has said here, James H said it's pronounced Ceuta. So I'll try and get that right tonight. The Sunday Telegraph. Healy, I will not allow supermarkets to rip you off. The Daily Star. Henry Killer's mum moved over attack fears. Definitely going to dig into that one a little bit. The Observer, own goal. Sunday Express, fears family will be hit by 76,000 tax on death. And in contrast to that, the Sunday Mirror is Andy Burnham saying, I'll help families in need. So which one is it? You know, we're going to hit people with the death tax, or is it going to be helping families in need? The Sun on Sunday, TV giant dumped me over OnlyFans. We'll maybe try and figure out what that one's all about. My panel here tonight, Councillor for Reform UK, Jamie McIver's here, and political commentators Emily Hewitson and Andy Twelves. Look, can we start with Ceuta? Because we haven't spoken about it on the show tonight. The reason why we haven't spoken about it on the show tonight is because you've all been hearing about it for days and days and days on end. And I always want to bring you stories that you haven't heard anywhere else broadcast on TV today. That's why we didn't really lead on that story. But I think maybe we could have a little look at what's going on the front page of the Mail here. A young man, let's bring up the picture of it if we can do, the front page of the Mail. A young man in a basketball vest staggers from the sea to collapse in the feet of a Spanish soldier next to the prone body of another exhausted soul who had been equally desperate to make it to European soil. Yeah, look, I mean, this is the thing, right? I know the arguments on both sides is getting kind of extreme here. Now, what we seem to have at least be gathering, or at least the theory that is picking up pace here, is that there was a lot of conversation on social media in Morocco where there might be tens of thousands of young men and women on these groups, mostly men, who were basically being told there is a amnesty happening in Spain, and if you get into Spanish soil now and claim asylum, you could be part of that amnesty. That is what apparently was promised to a lot of these young migrants. I watched a video done by an American broadcaster this young person was basically saying that out loud. The question I have is, where were the authorities? Where were the Moroccan Secret Service? They are constantly scanning these groups for this sort of behaviour. And it seems to me there's videos as well of, allegedly, of Moroccan border officials just opening the border gates. So that a lot of this does feel very charged and organised. 60,000 people don't just barge into a city overnight. Jamie, obviously we're seeing 70 people or so have died. So this has caused people to die. And I think, I don't want to take away from what's on the front page. It's a tragedy that this has happened, and that these migrants, there was no intervention by the Moroccan government, and the Spanish authorities didn't try and stop them.
Well, it's just as outrageous as when people drown in the Channel. Yeah. I think it's disgusting that politicians enable this stuff to happen. Yeah. They are enablers. I'd like to see them all prosecuted for it personally, because I think it's disgraceful what they're doing on a human level. Yeah. Because they're enabling, they're encouraging. And all these do-gooders in Calais that, these so-called charities that care about people, that are literally helping people do dangerous things and die. And the same thing has happened here. For 70 people to die in that way is horrendous. But what is even more horrendous is the enablement, what appears to be the Moroccan government saying, off you go then, guys. And probably because maybe some of these people are the worst in their society. Who knows? We don't know who these people are. But what we do know, they all want to come to England, from what I've seen.
As well, I saw, Emily, I'll pass over to you, because I've seen, it's not just the migrants who have tried to get there that have died. I know that there's been reports of people in Ceuta, which I think is the correct pronunciation, as I've been told by James here on your say, who have been attacked by some of these young men as well. And we've seen rioting, we've seen looting, we've seen cars being burnt to ash. They didn't exactly, behave like people we would welcome, I would have thought, into any society in Europe.
Exactly. The videos from Ceuta are really disturbing, and I think we should all spare a thought for the people that are living there. Yeah. And suddenly one day the place that they live has been absolutely terrorised and trashed. And what's so shocking to see is that as these migrants come in, they're not trying to keep a low profile. Often they'll be cheering, doing peace signs at the cameras, because they know that they can do this without any consequences. And what's really concerning is if you go to Spain at the moment, in order to get into the country, you have to provide fingerprints, a photo of yourself, all of your information. Now, suddenly, we've got 60,000 people, all of which are completely undocumented. We don't know who they are or what they're capable of, have now been allowed to take over this territory. It's shocking.
Yeah, Andy, your thoughts on this? I mean, like I said, when I see pictures like this, I feel despair, because they're human beings. I'm a human being. Yeah. And I can understand where they've seemingly been told something online, that they go to this. There's a lot of them who live in poverty in Morocco. Go to this city now, and the other city, I can't remember, it's Malaya or something like that, also adjacent to Morocco, and you might be able to get asylum in Europe. That's what they've been seemingly sold, right? What's your thoughts on it?
I think, to be honest, very specifically on this Daily Mail front page, I think it's quite distasteful to do the whole, if only the no-border utopians were with me now. I mean, if we did have a no-border utopia, these people wouldn't have had to have, risked their lives and drowned. So I think, logically, that doesn't make sense. And I think it's quite distasteful to have, two guys who look like they are dying or are dead and try and make a point about no borders utopia and try and get one back on the woke. I think it's distasteful. I think, rare for me to say this, I agree with Jamie. I think it's an absolute tragedy on a human level that these people feel like they've had to go to these lengths, to have such a better life. I think it's really, really sad, to be honest.
Yeah, we need to stop incentivising people coming, though, because there is a compassionate argument to stopping illegal migration, and that is the fact that people are risking their lives because they think that we have such a good incentive here for them to come and take those risks.
Well, that was kind of what the crux of my point was, is that this is all on a true thing that the Spanish government are doing another amnesty, as far as I'm aware, at least, and that has leaked out to Moroccans who are then thinking, Jamie, that I can go to Ceuta and claim asylum, and I will also, because I was seeing videos of these kids going, I'm being told to go, but what about my asylum claim? And I was seeing them react to this in real time, going, I've been lied to, right? And I've been convinced to go and do this. Some of them said they were doing it for fun, which is ridiculous. But at the same time, the Spanish government has created a massive pulling factor.
Well, and this is the problem, isn't it? Because all these politicians... By the way, hats off to Zia Youssef for actually going and getting on a fact-finding mission. I think he's there now, actually, and I've been enjoying seeing the real reality of what's happening on the ground there, which is, as you're rightly saying, Alex, people are being sold a dream. And it is these, and I think the Spanish government have been encouraging it. You've seen what their government is doing. But obviously, it's not the people of Spain, really, that will have to suffer the consequence of this. Spain is the first point of entry. These people want to travel north into Europe. They want to come to England. Many of them will be stuck at Calais. Many of them will make it to Britain. Many of them will then find themselves in accommodations in places like where I live in Epping. And what you're going to see is, unfortunately, British people's lives be in danger, because that's what happens when you have mass uncontrolled immigration of people who are not vetted and we don't know where they've come from. And as you've rightly pointed out, people in Ceuta have been negatively affected in terms of have been victims of crime and worse because of some of the behaviour of these people. And I think that's why the Moroccan government are quite happy to go, yeah, take them. Yeah. And I think we have a massive problem in this country where we don't have this conversation enough. These people can be and are a danger to our society.
Andy, I'll put this to you. The EU is going to have emergency talks. Right, it's over, isn't it? On Tuesday. So they're having emergency talks about a crisis.
3 days from now, yeah.
3 days from now, where 22 countries, led by Italy, wrote a demand for an urgent meeting on the migrant emergency, right? It beggars belief to me. This is meant to be an institution that should... I think maybe this just sums it up how I feel about the institution. So bureaucratic. Can't even organise an emergency meeting of a crisis. 60,000 people have arrived in an EU city, because it is part of the European Union, that city, I guess. And they're like, well, we'll have a crisis meeting next week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the EU's answer is to this. You know, Maloney gave a great speech about, you know, they want to put a pause on people coming into Italy now, you know, but that's not really how the EU works. Like, I suppose that was one of the core reasons why Britain left the EU, was because of, you know, free movement. So
do you think it's made a... Do you think when you... I mean, look, I'll make it clear, this isn't in Europe, this is in North Africa. It's still a Spanish...
It's European territory.
It's European Union territory, though. Do you think it's opened a discussion about the effectiveness of the Schengen zone?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it's too early for the analysts to have come in. I think, you know, this tragedy has happened a couple of times before in the past couple of years. There's normally, you know, a week or so where the weather is good enough to get across. I think this should just be treated as tragedy. I don't think it needs to get political, to be honest.
Because Gibraltar, of course, isn't actually very far, right, is it?
Talking of which, exactly.
Gibraltar isn't very far. And look, and if you are desperate enough to break into a city, and as the Times are reporting here, migrants from across Africa sleep on the streets in Ceuta without food or drink. So they're desperate enough to stay there, without being desperate for food and drink. And of course, we know migrants who are making very perilous journeys to Britain with gun violence, with stabbings, are doing the same to get to Britain as well. So it's not a stretch to say that actually, well, I think they probably want to go to Spain first because they get an amnesty there, but it's not a stretch to say some of them might go to Gibraltar.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to put British interests first. And I think that this is why the response to this needs to be very firm, to show that this isn't acceptable and to stop incentivising this. And I think Jamie's right. It is shocking how many people want to continue the journey to Britain. And I think that's something that we need to look at. We're clearly being too generous.
Yeah.
Well, and frankly, you know, Gibraltar is a British overseas territory. We should be putting the British interests first. We should be locking that border down right now. I mean, it's like the most obvious thing.
We just opened it up, didn't we?
We've just literally opened it wide open, but to Spain, it looks like now it's going to be open to the whole of North Africa if they don't get their act together. And actually, that's really awful for the Gibraltarians. That is a very small community. And they might be happy with the current arrangement. That's fine, that's democracy. But the truth of the matter is there should be some leadership now from Parliament to deal with that.
Yeah, and you're just reading here on the Sunday Telegraph, just to add to this sort of frenzy that's going on in Europe at the moment, people smugglers cut prices to cash in on crisis. So people smuggling networks are now cut. There's a sale on. There's a sale on, everybody. This is great news, isn't it? Sale on for illegal migrants to get over to Europe. So apparently they want to exploit this even further. The Telegraph was offered a channel crossing for as little as €600, £513 a person on Friday, at least €200 cheaper than the week before. You know, maybe it says that the migrants aren't coming as much and they want to incentivise them. Maybe that's one thing you could take away from it. But on top of that, you could just say, actually, this is another way just to get... You might see things like these 60,000 lads and go, that's more clients for us there. That's more money. That's millions and millions and millions of pounds for some of these evil smuggling gangs to exploit young men and to you know, potentially ruin their lives or or murder them effectively, which is what they might do by putting them on small boats from Morocco to Spain as well, because that's dangerous too. Look, all right, let's get a quick Great British giveaway, because I want to get some other really big stories on the front page. There's loads tonight, including this one. This one's really wound me up, I was about to swear, wound me up. The front page of The Star, Henry Novak's killer's mum, so this is Vikram Digwa's mother, has been moved over attack fears. She's now in a Kushti, what is The Star calling Kushti wing at Lucy Letby's monster jail. So I really do want to talk about that next, but let's get a British giveaway in first so we can get to that story. Of course, as you know, 60 grand in tax-free cash and a real fine gold bar worth over 5 grand. Let's have a look at the details.
We're celebrating a golden summer with a terrific two-part Great British giveaway. First, you could win a sensational £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like this year. What would you do with that? And that's not all, as you'll also win our most precious prize to date, a fine gold bar worth over £5,000. It's pure gold to own, trade or gift to a loved one and secure their financial future. So make sure you don't miss your chance to bank over £65,000 worth of prizes in our Golden Summer celebration. For a chance to win £60,000 in tax-free cash and a real gold bar, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry starts at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong Tonight's Late Edition. Now, I want to talk about this one because this has really wound me up this evening. The Daily Star reporting that Henry Novak's killer's mother, so Vikram Digwa's mother, has been moved over attack fears. So this is Kieran Kaur, I think I pronounced her name correctly. She had refused to leave her cell originally. So this is what they're reporting, this exclusive here. The mum, jailed for hiding the weapon of Vikram Digwa used to murder Henry Novak with, has been moved to a wing holding Britain's most dangerous women. Kieran Kaur, who was switched there after she refused to leave her cell due to fears of being attacked. Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen a little bit of this, what I call cell swapping recently, or wing swapping, because we also saw recently Axel Rudakabana, that evil, another evil monster, far more evil. I mean, there's all evil, really, isn't it? But a very evil man, get out and go to some sort of mental ward as well. And I feel like there's a bit of a gaming the system. It's like, if you're in prison, you're in prison. Right? It's not dormitories at university where you get to swap halls because you're unhappy with your inmates. This is prison. You're there because you have committed a crime. And I think, Emily, it winds me up when I see these things being honoured.
Yeah.
If she refused to leave her cell, fine. Stay in your cell for however long your sentence is, for all I care.
I think prisons are far too comfortable as it is. I don't think prisons act as an effective deterrent. I think prisoners have far too many luxuries when they're there to serve a sentence. And in this case, basically, she was complicit in a murder of a young boy, which is outrageous. And it's really infuriating seeing her face actually again on the newspaper, because I know a lot of British people feel this too. This story really angers me, and I still think about it a lot. So yeah, to hear that she's getting privileges like this, where she can, do a little room swapsy while Henry Novak's family are grieving every single day and have a life sentence.
Well, they have a life sentence.
It's really frustrating to see.
Yeah. The life sentence. I said that before as well. I feel they will live with the consequences of all these people's actions here. It just beggars belief. I've got people, Nanny Lulu here, good friend of the show. Why should she have any rights? I don't think, why should she have rights in prison like this to decide where she's moving to, or because she refuses to leave her cell? Well, I'm sorry, it's just not good enough. John says she should be deported. I agree. If she's not she has no right to be here, in my opinion. If she's a foreigner that's come to this country and has been complicit in what will be now one of the most notorious crimes in Britain, yes, she shouldn't even be in prison. She should be gone. Jamie?
No, I agree, deport, but also what infuriates me is, the prison system is completely broken, as is the justice system. The victims of crime have to go through so many hurdles to get justice. Many give up, give up. And yet the prison service can, just like that, make somebody that's committed an offence and been convicted of an offence and sentenced for an offence accommodate. Why can't you accommodate the victims of crime that are too scared to leave their home whilst these people are not on remand? And it sickens me that in this country it is just all about the baddies getting what they want, and the good people, the law-abiding people, are always second priority. And I think there is no clearer example than this. What about the people that are impacted by crimes getting a sense of urgency to have their crimes dealt with?
Yeah, Andy, I'll pass it over to you.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the custody wing at Lucy Letburn Monster Jail, but from what the brief paragraph description there on the front page, it sounds like it's where all the dangerous prisoners are. It would appear that prison officers have had difficulty with her in the general population of the prison, so they've had to move her to a specialist wing, so then no prison officers are getting harmed, no people who work at the prison are getting harmed, no nurses are getting harmed or are at risk of being sued by her, because she does have rights in prison, and if those rights are infringed, that people will act on her behalf. So I think this is, like Axel Rudakabana getting moved, he's clearly a nutter and should be in a psychiatric unit. So I don't think it is a wing swapping thing. I think this is someone who should be in the dangerous wing and now is, to be honest.
I totally sympathise with that perspective, by the way. We do have a duty under law to make sure these people are kept safe. I just don't know how I feel about that.
Well, it's not even them, it's like the prison officers, it's like the nurses, it's the people who have to...
Sure. Those people who've got to look after them as well.
Henry Novak would have been in his last few moments of life.
And that's my feeling, is that there's got to be a punishment. You've got to be served. You've got to be punished when you go to prison. It shouldn't.
Yeah, it's not an enjoyable experience.
It shouldn't be an enjoyable experience. But I also appreciate what Andy's saying there. All right, look, I think there's probably little more to say about that. I mean, I think we've all expressed our opinions on that one, haven't we? Let's move over to this one on the front page of the Sunday Telegraph. A bit of politics here for you. John Healey, the new Chancellor. I will not allow supermarkets to rip you off. Now, I don't know about you at home, but it's extortionate going to the supermarket. I went to buy a very weird combination of things, I have to admit. Not that weird, Jamie, Jesus Christ. Bleach, bread, eggs, just like basics. And it was like 5 or 6 items, and it came to 25 quid. And I was like, what on earth? How is like eggs, bread, and some basic things 25 quid?
Have you seen the price of olive oil recently?
No.
Oh, my goodness. We rotate in our flat who buys it, and it's the dreaded day when it's your turn.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, it's just out of control. Andy, the cost of living crisis is out of control. Inflation is, I think food inflation is continuing to spiral, and it's going to get worse if this war in Iran continues on and we don't do anything about the fertiliser issue. But what can he do other than intervene and force the supermarkets not to make a profit?
Well, the issue is with food inflation as well is that it's that meal deal marker. It is never going to go back down to 3 quid, even if the war in Iran stops, if the Strait of Hormuz opens, if every economic factor exceeds all expectations. That price is never going to go back down because the supermarkets are going to keep taking what they're getting. I think from this, it just seems like he is going to keep an eye on price gouging and empower regulators. I believe in state intervention around things like this. I don't know if comrades to my right would, but I do think that if supermarkets
they describe themselves as your comrades.
Well, we're all comrades in this great, on the People's Channel and the People's Army, we are all comrades in this great revolution. I do genuinely believe that if supermarkets are using international supply chain issues to price gouge and to take the mick out of customers, there should be the CMA, whoever it might be, should be there to enforce the rules and make sure that customers aren't getting ripped off. And so I'm in favour of this.
What do you make of it, Jamie?
Well, I'm not in favour of state intervention on these sorts of things, really, on a simple fact that I think consumers should dictate who makes loads of money by volume of sales. That being said, you cannot ignore the queues in my town of Ongar, where we have a food bank, which was set up in COVID as a short-term thing, which is now a long-term lifeline for people who work. So there is a problem. So you can't ignore the fact the problem's there. And the number one bill people dread, of course, is their energy bills, and of course there's rents, etc. But the truth is, the thing that's hurting people is the weekly shop and how much that costs. But I think one of the sad things that you do see, and business is business, but you go to a superstore and the same products are literally cheaper than when you go to, say, a more convenient corner shop type supermarket. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't pay a premium for convenience, but actually some vulnerable people in society that maybe can't afford a car and can't get to the superstores, who are struggling, aren't able to walk to the shops and buy something at an affordable price. So I do think there's a conversation to be had about whether or not certain businesses are taking a mick, but also I'm very sympathetic to businesses at the moment. It is tough out there, and so many supermarkets just have loss-leading products. They're just selling stuff because it's the ethical thing to do. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't bother selling things like toothpaste if there wasn't a margin on it. They do it because they have to, and they should. So I think there is a real balance here, but I'm not a fan of state intervention.
Lager here on your side says, go Lidl. Go to Lidl. And, I would have no problem with that, but there isn't one for miles around me, and that's the problem, is that I'm surrounded by the big players, which pretty much all the same price wherever you go. Sainsbury's, Tesco's are the only ones around me, and I think they're practically the same price. There's, very little difference. The problem is that with lots of these local stores now, as opposed to these massive superstores, where you're right, you might get a bit more competition with lower prices. Again, it's just impossible to get to and from them, especially if you're living in a big city and there's, billion road cameras that are trying to put you on a ULEZ charge somewhere, and I'm just like, for goodness sake.
I knew it was Sadiq Khan's fault. I knew it would be.
Of course it would.
Somehow it is.
Alex, Andy, you know it.
Alex, I am going to give the amazing GB News viewers a Jamie shopping hack.
Go on.
And that is that the premium shops, the Waitroses of the world, often have the cheapest products.
Really?
And I want to put that message to the British people, that don't be put off by some of the things you might have thought in the past about these brands. Very often you get an absolute bargain deal in some of the shops you expect not to.
A plug for the finest Waitrose, M&S.
I am just making that point. I'm just making that point.
Brands,
the perception people
available.
have. Other brands are available.
To be fair,
at a higher price.
they've got a very good meat deal. This is getting into the thick of it. You can get you can get 3 really good bits of meat for 12 quid. So that sorts you out for dinner and lunch for 3 days. Basically, it's 6 meals. So actually.
No need for John Healy to get involved then.
Yeah, really, yeah.
John, step out the supermarkets. When was the last time you went shopping anyway? Go to M&S, John. Sell a bit of Waitrose stock. Right, OK, look, coming back after the break, I want to talk about this. Is really bit of a weird story here in the front page of the Telegraph. Badenoch's security officer, the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch's security officer, was a knife-wielding fantasist. And also, trans suspects will be allowed to request strip searches by female officers. So lots here to get into, and including the 2 conflicting front pages on the Mirror and the Sunday Express. One saying Andy Bennett is going to help families in need. The Sunday Express saying you're going to be hit with a 76 grand tax bill on your death. That's coming up next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello there. If you're heading away this weekend, plenty of hot and sunny weather across Europe. Very hot across central and eastern areas of Europe with a heat wave ongoing. But it is slightly cooler across some areas of Spain and western France. A few showers across Alpine regions and across Italy throughout Sunday. Risk of thunderstorms. And it's turning very hot through the Mediterranean with temperatures climbing towards the high 30s, possibly the low 40s as well. And there's very little change in the forecast with more sunshine on the way.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very easy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
How can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, look, there's kind of conflicting stories here on the Sunday Express and the Mirror. Let's see if we can bring them up side by side for you at the moment. I'll read them out, the headlines to you. Sunday Express here. Fears families will be hit by a £76,000 tax on death. Grieving families may be hit with an average bill of £76,000 should Andy Burnham introduce a death tax to pay for his sweeping social care reforms. Analysis has revealed the levy could decimate inheritances on the death of a relative. Interesting. And the Mirror, I'll help families in need. Here we go. Yeah, I'll help families in need. Andy Burnham says helping hard-pressed families will continue to be his top priority. Obviously, there's quite a lot to unpack there, because that could be quite a lot of things. He's saying he's going to take the pressure down, whatever. But we do know his main priority is cutting the cost of living, he's saying here. But, of course, as well, we know he's going to publish his social care stuff soon, which he's called for party unity over. Jamie, I think we're all waiting for a solid plan. I think that's what it is. It's really hard to say what's going on. The press are running wild with every day there's a new tax on this. We've got John Healey saying he's not going to allow supermarkets to rip you off. How are you going to do that? How are you going to pay for social care? We just don't know.
Well, I think, first of all, in terms of local government, social care is such a massive demand area and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And it's not just demand for services, it's also the fiscal demand, the cost, the complexity, and actually the expectation that local government should just suddenly deal with these things. I mean, some people costing over £3 million a year because they have such complex matters. So I think I feel for local councils in that respect. And I think Burnham does kind of get that because he's been a mayor. That being said, what I don't understand is why there's even a conversation about having a death tax when we are spending so much money on other unimportant things like foreign aid, like all the hotels for illegal migrants. Let's get the country's finances in order and then see how we're going to pay for it. And people want to say, oh, that's going to take too long. Do you know what? The British people waited so long for somebody to deal with social care. You know, Boris stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised it. People were so thrilled by that. No progress at all. In fact, all we see from CQC inspections is things are getting worse in social care. And actually, what we're seeing, I think, is a massive safeguarding issue in social care at the moment. It's not uncommon now to see that the wrong types of people who haven't been trained properly are dealing with very vulnerable people. And the saddest thing about the whole thing, Alex, in my opinion, is the good people that work in social care, the excellent people who just give their lives to looking after others are just not getting a fair hand. No one benefits from the current system. The vulnerable people that need social care do not get the care that they deserve, and the people working in the sector don't, in my opinion, get the support that they deserve either. So I think the whole thing is a mess. It does need looking at, but why should people have to pay for it when they've worked hard, put a bit of money aside, and basically live the dream, which is to retire and have a bit of money in the bank? Why should you not be able to pass that on to your family?
Absolutely. I'm of the opinion that all tax is theft. However, I do accept in many cases it's a necessary evil. However, inheritance tax is the most evil tax, in my opinion, of all. I think taxing money that's already been taxed is a problem, but it's also punishing people for working hard, getting good jobs, being ambitious, saving for their children. It's punishing those kind of working people. And constantly we see with all of these taxes, it's always hard-working people with aspiration that constantly get punished. And it's getting to the point that you just have to ask the question, what is the point in working if all of my tax is just going to go to the government and I don't feel like I'm getting good value for my money? Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of pensioners I speak to about this say the same thing to me. They say, I've worked my whole life, I've played by the rules, I've never broken a law, and it feels like we're being punished consistently time and time again. But Andy, there's got to be something done, and I think everyone agrees. My grandmother was very sick with multiple sclerosis. Towards the end, it cost pretty much everything she had to pay for her social care, and I just feel it's such a travesty to see a family so destroyed that would have. She wanted the family to inherit some of her money, but it was practically gone by the time her social care was paid for, and it was a terrible experience for her as well. It wasn't exactly the best social care in the world, and I just feel like I do agree with the Prime Minister. Something has got to change. How do we do that?
To be honest, I mean, if I knew that, I'd probably be, working for Andy Burnham.
Is it right? I mean,
I think it is right that
it's a tax. Is it a tax? Do we tax people for it? Do we tax working people more? Do we pay for it through our? Is it actually down to the individual to pay? What do you make?
I think health secretaries, they run the Department of Health and Social Care, but there's always been a focus on health rather than social care. So I think making it a national priority is good. It's a good start. It brings the conversation up a level. I think he's going to be looking, there's been plenty of work done by plenty of pretty good think tanks, both on the left and independent think tanks, about what a national care service would look like. I know the Fabians did a massive report into this a couple of years ago, just before the general election, that was, pretty well funded and pretty well costed. I just think there is very little money, and it's going to be very, very expensive. As Jamie said, it's busting. Lots and lots of councils, Labour councils, Tory councils, Reform councils. It really is a massive cost on the balance sheet. And the thing that stood out to me about the social care conversation was that, we're talking about assisted dying, and, the assisted dying bill might be coming back in the next parliamentary term. But until we have decent standards of palliative care and end-of-life care, there is no point talking about it. And, I think it is good that it's being made a priority.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on assisted suicide. I think it's a terrible idea. Even West Streeting came out and was against it, and I think rightfully so. You can't even look after people when they're dying well, let alone kill them. Which is basically what we'd be doing.
I think there is actually just quite a comedic note to this kind of Mirror and Express stories, because they're both owned by Reach plc, and they both have the same office in Canary Wharf. So you can imagine the two respective political journalists at each paper, typing furiously about the same thing and coming up with quite drastic differences of opinions.
They've got a shared, I've actually been in the room, so I won't say, but they could have a shared, kitchen for all we know. How are we going to make the good debate on the national?
Alex, what is very interesting is neither of these articles actually picked up on the big problem, which is that social care starts from the age of 18. 18 years old. So the idea that, all of this cost is elderly people and the ageing population is rubbish. It's many of it is 20 to 30-year-olds with severe mental health and other problems. That is where a lot of the cost demands are coming from. A death tax does nothing to sort that. A death tax doesn't resolve that problem. You also got to look at the fact that children's social care is now astronomical cost for local authorities. The minute those children turn 18, they're in adult social care. The conversation is far more complicated than how to deal with an ageing population.
Absolutely right. Well, Amanda here says on Boris, that's not true. Boris increased national insurance to pay for social care, and Jeremy Hunt reversed it. So there we go. I think we should pay for ourselves, but not other people. Their family can look after them if they haven't bothered to think about their future. The government can fit the bill. In other words, taxpayers. Well, there you go. That's what Amanda thinks. Right, Matt in Essex has sent a message in. I'm an occasional watcher of GB News, but I must admit that tonight I'm particularly enjoying the reasoned discussions and debates around tomorrow's headlines. There you go. So we do like to have a reasoned debate, don't we? I think we lots of different perspectives. Yeah, we appreciate that. Well, I hope you've had a lovely weekend as well, Matt. Thank you very much. Coming up, what are we going to talk about next? We're going to talk about Badenoch, Kemi Badenoch, a security officer, someone looking after the leader of the opposition, one of the most important people in this country, was a knife-wielding fantasist. I mean, what is going on? We've had Met Police leaving guns outside the Mayor of London's house. I mean, it just gets worse and worse, the security situation for our politicians, and we want to talk about it next.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
and on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition. I was actually just talking to my panel about, we've got some Facebook groups of some really lovely viewers. We Love GB News is one of those groups, and I was just admiring some of their mock-ups, the mock-ups they've done of Emily, actually, tonight.
Appreciate it. I appreciate
Emily
it.
hasn't seen these before, so I was just sharing them with her. Get one of Andy for me as well. I'll show Andy. Yeah, let's do it. Right, let's get on to some news, shall we? A fantasist who was reported to counter-terrorism police over disturbing videos worked on Kemi Badenoch's security team. That's what the Telegraph are reporting. The same man was allegedly caught carrying an 8-inch hunting knife to a high-security Ministry of Defence site. The Conservative Party has said this individual was only part of Kemi Badenoch's security detail for one day. The Home Office should immediately look into how this occurred and make sure it doesn't happen again. A Mighty spokesperson said all our security colleagues are subject to the appropriate recruitment, vetting and clearance processes for their role, with social media activity reviewed in line with our policies. But the thing is, Jamie, we're seeing this conversation around the security of politicians arise time and time again, and I think the political landscape is so dangerous now that actually we really ought to be taking this a lot more seriously.
I agree, and firstly, I'm very grateful for all the work the intelligence services and security services do, and I'm always taken back by how these people are quite prepared to pay the ultimate sacrifice in order to keep politicians safe, which keeps our democracy safe. And I'm particularly grateful for what they do to support me as well as a councillor. I think it's very underreported, the sort of things that elected representatives at all levels have to deal with. That being said, I think it is a terrible indictment on our country's security services I was just reading actually the detailed report. I feel for Kemi on what she's had to deal with there, but Angela Rayner had somebody who didn't even pass clearance walking. This is Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. This
Former
is
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, at the time, I don't think she was. I'm not sure in the article.
But
the point here is that actually I think Zia Youssef is right. We need to not be worried about how much this is going to cost. And we need to make sure that every politician is given the security that they need. And when you look at how Nigel Farage, very shortly after Charlie Kirk's tragic murder or assassination, had 75% of his security detail removed without an explanation still to this day, there has to be a very grown-up conversation. What are we doing here? Spending $4 million, Reform are proposing to spend $100 million. Whatever the price is, it should be paid. And it is far more important than doing up Parliament for 40 billion quid.
Briefly, your thoughts?
I would just say that obviously with the recent events that happened with Anne Widdecombe, I think that just shows, because she wasn't even an active serving MP. Of course, she had a role at Reform, but this just shows the seriousness of the situation. I'm not a politician. I'm politically active but have no real influence. I get death threats all the time. So I can't even imagine the threat that is faced by people like Nigel Farage. So I think this really needs to be looked at as a priority.
And your thoughts briefly, Andy?
It's insane. The fact that Rushnara Ali as a minister and Angela Rayner as Deputy Prime Minister didn't have people who had security clearance. That's insane.
Yeah, totally insane. All right, look, sorry I didn't get to some of the other headlines like The Sun, the TV giant dumped me over OnlyFans. Didn't get to speak about that one, sadly. The Sunday Times, Farage struck a deal to return as leader long before election. The Mail on Sunday, a migrant gasping for life, a Spanish enclave gripped by fear. If only the no borders utopians were with me now. The Sunday Telegraph, Healy, I will not allow supermarkets to rip you off. The Observer, own goal. The Sunday Express fears families will be hit by £76,000 tax on death. The Sunday Mirror, Andy Burnham, I'll help families in need. And The Sun on Sunday, the one story we sadly didn't quite get to cover tonight. TV giant dumped me over OnlyFans. Oh, what a privilege. That's all we've got time for coming up on the show. Thank you to my wonderful panel. Thank you for stepping in tonight, Jamie, as well. Really do appreciate that. Thank you to all of you at home. Thank you, Andy. I'll be back tomorrow night at the same time, 9 o'clock. Come and join me for some news you've never heard anywhere else. But up next, it's The Late Show Live with the host, Will Kingston.
Thanks, Alex. Well, I perhaps would have expected a bit of contrition from the Spanish Prime Minister after his policies encouraged tens of thousands of men to invade his country. That's not what we got, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be analysing his comments. We also have an insight into what a John Healey budget may look like. I don't want to give too much away, but get out your wallets. That and so much more is coming up on The Late Show Live. Stay with us.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, after a few showers in the north on Saturday, Sunday promises to be a fine day for most. Lots of hazy sunshine and it will be feeling much warmer for most of us. We saw a few showers courtesy of this area of low pressure on Saturday, but otherwise we've got rising pressure as we go into Sunday, so very few ice bars on the chart, meaning lighter winds. Now, out and about this evening, plenty of late sunshine for England and Wales. The showers across Scotland will also become increasingly confined to the very far northeast as we go through the night. So it will turn quite chilly in the countryside, particularly across England and Wales, where we might even see a touch of frost in rural parts of Wales and the Midlands. Temperatures in the towns and cities, though, largely holding up into the low teens. Further north, there'll be a bit more of a breeze still across more northern parts of Scotland, and that breeze will bring in still a fair number of showers to Shetland and Orkney. Otherwise, though, many parts of Scotland will begin the day on Sunday with a mixture of sunny spells and cloud, but largely dry. Hazy sunshine for Northern Ireland with the cloud thickening through the morning, but most of England and Wales starting off with blue skies, apart from one or two mist and fog patches which will quickly clear in the countryside. And then we're set for a fine day for many parts of the UK, one or two showers in the very far northeast of Scotland, and the cloud perhaps just thickening sufficiently to bring one or two spots of rain for Northern Ireland and the west of Wales by the end of the afternoon. But with that hazy sunshine, it is set to be a warmer day for most of us on Sunday. Temperatures widely in the mid-20s across England, eastern parts of Wales, and perhaps close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. But it is set to turn more changeable overnight into Monday. Monday sees an area of rain pushing northwards across Scotland, possibly bringing some quite prolonged and useful amounts of rainfall to the east. Some scattered showers developing elsewhere too, possibly in England and Wales as well. One or two thunderstorms perhaps by the evening, and certainly a chance of some slightly heavier showers and a more humid and hot feel for many as we go through Monday and Tuesday before it turns cooler midweek.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel. I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The Prime Minister's promise to ease the cost of living is facing its first major test.
The Chancellor, John Healey, has warned supermarkets and fuel retailers not to exploit the Middle East crisis by pushing up prices because families are bracing themselves for higher energy costs.
With economists warning the government's budget headroom is already shrinking, can Labour keep its promises without raising taxes?
People smugglers are slashing the price of channel crossings to Britain to as little as £500 a journey as they cash in on Europe's migration crisis.
At least 3 killed, 21 injured after a homemade explosive device was detonated at an Italian restaurant in Moscow. That's according to Russian state media.
Too hot to harvest? Britain's summer is taking its toll on the nation's food producers, who say they're having to adapt to increasingly extreme weather.
A very good morning. UEFA have upped the ante on Gianni Infantino as pressure grows on the FIFA president to resign. UEFA join a list of continental governing bodies to say they have no confidence in Infantino's leadership. Join me for more later this hour.
A fine day to come today for most of us, but the heat and humidity bills for tomorrow. Find out just how high temperatures might get and whether you'll see any rain in your full forecast coming up.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
High humidity doesn't sound too good for next week, but
No.
I have been a bit,
really
dare
feel
I
hot.
say, I felt a bit chilly the past few days.
I know, isn't it amazing?
Weird, isn't it?
And it's not been chilly, but
No.
we felt it because we're used to ridiculously high temperatures at the
Crazy,
moment.
isn't it?
Larry the cat
Oh, right, yes.
is 19 and a half years old.
Is he?
Which is getting on for a cat.
Yeah.
And apparently civil servants inside number 10 Downing Street have been sort of thinking about what the heck are we going to do if and when the ultimate happens. Or so they thought at first of maybe bringing in another cat to
Now?
inherit. No, yes.
Oof, that's not going to go down well
So
with
that there
Larry.
wouldn't have to be an awkward transition as there has been with prime ministers inside number 10. But apparently, no, they brought in some sort of cat psychologist who met Larry the cat, interviewed Larry, and decided that there's no way he could have another cat around at all. It's his territory. And, of course, Andy Burnham has said he's not going to take his dog down to number 10 South because that would displace, that would really be bad for Larry too.
It's an invasion of territory, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's something that you've got to think about, I suppose, when your cat reaches 19 and a half.
My cat is 19.
Oh, I'm sorry to mention it. That must be painful.
Well, and we've just found out this week that we're basically putting on there's one or two things up with him, so he's going on sort of palliative care.
Oh.
But thanks for bringing it up.
Timmy, oh.
I know. He's all right. He's perfectly fine in himself.
Timmy adapted to having Rex around.
He did, yeah.
Well, you haven't got
Was
much
it a
choice
problem at first?
Timmy sort of hid for a few, a while. But it's fine now.
Yeah.
Fine now. But I can get you Larry. No.
It's one of those awkward things, isn't it? And they're having to think about inside number 10.
Yeah.
On top of everything else they've got to think about.
Probably give it more priority than other things, to be perfectly honest. Anyway, I shouldn't say that's a bit controversial, is it?
Well, it is a bit.
The Chancellor has confirmed he's going to deliver his first budget on October the 28th, promising a plan built on fiscal discipline.
The budget is expected to set out how the government intends to fund Andy Burnham's spending pledges, with questions remaining over whether that will mean tax rises, spending cuts or borrowing.
Maybe all three. The Chancellor has issued a warning to supermarkets, meanwhile, telling them to stop price gouging using the Iran conflict as an excuse.
Business groups, then, have urged ministers to avoid months of damaging speculation, warning that uncertainty will, of course, hold back investment and hiring.
Let's talk to Deputy Political Editor at The Spectator, James Heal, who's here. Good morning. I mean, the problem, James, is it's a mixed bag with all of this. We're being told, cracking down on supermarkets, not knowing how we're going to pay for stuff. We're going to sort out costs of living, meanwhile there's talk of death taxes and all of it. I mean, what direction are we going in?
We're not quite sure yet, if I'm completely honest. We've had a fortnight of the new government coming in, and actually, this is actually an element of continuity with the last government in that I remember Rachel Reeves just a few months ago writing op-eds for Sunday papers, talking about how she was going to crack down on price gouging. John Healey, a fortnight into this new role, is now doing the same. Now, there isn't much evidence of this. It's quite, striking. There's no new policy announced as a result of this. It is just John Healey reminding businesses that there is a regulator. They can look into their stuff, the Competition and Markets Authority. But I think this is fundamentally addressing the symptom rather than the cause. High prices and the inability to afford stuff is because people don't have much money in their pocket. That's because of huge systemic structural issues, and also the fact that things we're experiencing the downturn caused by the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz as well.
I suppose it's all he can say at the moment, isn't it? All we know now is October did you say 28th or 26th?
I can't remember.
No, I can't remember, but
28th.
it's clear 28th. So that's something a date we've got to put in our diary. But the speculation isn't going to stop at all, is it? I mean, in fact, we need to know.
Well, quite, and it's the classic thing of you have less headroom than you first predicted. How do you make up that shortfall? According to Financial Times, Mr Healey and Mr Burnham want to have £23.6 billion worth of fiscal headroom.
That's a very specific amount.
It is, but they've done their calculations for the Treasury bean counters. That's what they think they need to have. Unfortunately, about half of that has disappeared because, as I say, you've got higher energy prices caused by the conflict in the Middle East. You've got less money coming in from different tax receipts than expected, and spending in different areas going up. So all these different things mean we're going to have, I think, potentially Groundhog Day. We're going to go back to what we saw in 2024, 2025 with the different budgets Rachel Reeves presented.
They've got to start looking at cuts. I mean, they haven't completely shied away from the welfare issue, have they? I mean, they've not said we're going to slash it, as other parties have said they would do, but they keep acknowledging there's a problem.
Yes, I think that's fair to say. I think that they recognise there's a problem, but solution for it is the big issue. And there's a whole variety of different views from the Labour Party about how best to solve this. You've got the Alan Milburn review that's currently going on. You've also separately got the Stephen Timms review going into personal dependence payments. The problem is that Andy Burnham, when he's been asked about retro before, has kind of shied away from, I think, probably some of the necessary measures we need to do. And I think everyone in the Labour Party is very burned by what happened last year when we had the rebellion over, I think, £5 billion or so worth of cuts. So the key thing, of course, is getting this through in the right, sensible way. They've made some sensible appointments in terms of the government whip's office. But overall, I think the Labour Party is very squeamish about when it comes to cutting some of this stuff. So I don't quite know yet how Andy Burnham intends to do that.
Well, of course, he doesn't call them cuts anyway. He'll call them savings, because that's what he's asked every minister to do: find savings. Inevitably, that's going to mean cuts of something, isn't it?
Yes, and of course, how do you insulate frontline services from that? He is someone who's coming in who has said publicly many times that the state is not providing in various different areas. How do you stop that affecting things such as roads and policing and health, etc.? So I think that it's going to be a very difficult time for Whitehall budgets. Lots of new departments. I think about half of the cabinet's new, and they will have to have savings in time for that October budget.
But this budget is going to be fascinating, isn't it? In terms of the fact we've had two gutting budgets. I mean, they've been hugely disappointing, and to be fair, but all economists seem to say they've damaged the economy. In effectively, they've slowed growth. So actually, it's a bit of an open goal, isn't it, for John Healey? He only has to do something which is going to give us a little bit of a spark, and it's going to seem so much better than what we've seen over the last 2 years.
That will be what we hope. And I think that when he was appointed, there was a sense of relief that this was someone who was seen as, a respected adult, in the Labour Party. But I think two issues, Stephen, one of which is about the defence spending. How on earth are we still going to find that shortfall, 4.7 billion, let alone reach 3.5%?
When that's the very matter he resigned over.
Precisely, yeah. So there's the issue about credibility in terms of the political stakes. And long-term, there's the economy. And I'm not seeing much currently from this government, which is particularly innovative. Obviously, some of the cost of living support will be welcome, and that's, I think, something that the Labour Party will cheer, but kind of where is the big growth mission? Rachel Reeves talking about growth being our number one priority. Where are we seeing that kind of rhetoric? And right now, I think it's much more kind of dealing with symptoms, such as high prices at the pumps, rather than the causes. And that's why I think in the Treasury, they're expecting to have the worst Christmas since 2022, when we had the Russia-Ukraine war.
Crumbs. I mean, John Healey's got a lot to live up to, actually, hasn't he? Because of the way he resigned, because it was over money for defence. We trust him, I suppose, at the moment. We trust him to stand by his word and find money for defence. Is he going to be able to deliver?
Well,
he's got to, hasn't he?
I think he's very sincere in what he wants, but I just think that this is a fundamental gap which can never be fully resolved. I mean, the Treasury and the Ministry of Defence have one of the most fraught institutional relationships in Whitehall. I don't think they'll be anywhere near enough to kind of make up for, sadly, 40 years of post-Cold War cuts.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see. It's interesting. I just wonder how difficult it's going to be for the opposition parties, because when he resigned, they all came out and said, well, we tremendously respect John Healey, he's an excellent politician, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Can they suddenly turn around and start criticising him?
I think they will. But I think they will. Or they'll just say, look, he didn't live up to his word, And then they can go, alas, it's so sad.
Here we go again.
Yeah, exactly, tragically.
All right.
OK, we'll see you again a bit later on in the programme. Can I just say good morning to Jeffrey? Happy birthday. He says, it's my birthday today and I'm 56, so be proud of it. Have a lovely day.
56, very good.
And somebody else has written in saying, I have a Rottweiler that could sort Larry the cat.
Don't like the sound of that. Poor old Larry, he's an old fella.
Yeah.
He's 19, he's the equivalent of about 91, 92 in human
Bless him.
Give him a lovely...
Yeah.
It's an easy time. And now, people smuggling gangs are apparently cutting the cost of channel crossings to Britain, hoping to cash in on Europe's latest migration crisis.
Yes, these people traffickers are reportedly offering places on small boats, which are getting bigger, of course, aren't they? Ticket price? £500 after the unprecedented surge of around 60,000 migrants, of course, into the Spanish exclave of Ceuta this week.
Well, the Prime Minister has offered support to Spain, but with gangs looking to exploit the chaos, is Britain facing renewed pressure on its own borders?
Well, we're joined by the international human rights lawyer, David Haig. Good morning, David. It is astonishing the things that have happened since we all saw those pictures of people swarming into Ceuta, isn't it? And the very idea that they're cutting the price of getting across the channel, I suppose, was inevitable, wasn't it? Trying to sort the sound. I'm afraid on there.
Yes.
Some issues there.
Apologies. I'm sure what David was saying was very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure we'll join him again to find out
why.
What
I don't understand is quite what the impact is down the line. In that now the Spanish authorities in Ceuta are saying they've basically removed just about everyone who came over.
Yes.
So it's not actually going to have an impact on the mainland. David, hopefully we can hear you now. Are you surprised that people are taking advantage?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think one of the problems that this has shown is the cross Europe problem here. And one of the interesting things that I think you just mentioned when Andy Burnham said offering support to Spain, when countries, for instance, like Italy, have actually perhaps done the opposite and said, well, actually, we're tightening our regulations on people coming in. So I think that, this isn't what happened in Spain earlier on, in Ceuta. That's not an issue about weather. That's an issue about a court case in Spain that made it easier for people to cross and not be returned. So that's what actually caused this problem in the first place. So that's political issues, but obviously it affects the whole of Europe. And I think one of the things that this will show to everyone, apart from the tragic deaths that have happened there and many, many unaccompanied minors, is that this is a European and a worldwide problem. And the solution is a European and a worldwide one, because this is going to cause a problem. The majority of people have been sent back, but this continues to happen. It happens a lot in the Canary Islands, people coming into the European Union through Spain, through other countries, and ultimately a lot of them will look to find their way here. And quite like you said, Anne, the people smugglers are reducing the cost of coming across. More people, more risk to life, and we still haven't got a proper plan in place of what to do with both the economic migrants and the genuine asylum seekers.
You do wonder as well, don't you, what the migrants are being told. I mean, they're not seeing a balanced news programme, for instance. They maybe don't even know that, so many people lose their lives trying to swim to where they want to go. Maybe they're just not being told that. They're being painted a completely different picture.
Well, absolutely, and that's one of the things that even with this, what happened to Ceuta recently shows, it was for want of a better phrase, a marketing campaign on things like TikTok, on social media, and through channels in the countries where the people come from, saying, look, there's a law change, you can get into the European Union very easily. This is what you need to do. Let's exploit that. That's what they're doing. They're showing people, the gold of the West, if you want, but they're not explaining the risks, of course, because they essentially want the ticket fee. That's what they want, and then they obviously want there's a lot of criminal underworld activity once people are brought into countries like the UK in terms of illegal labour. So that's what they're after. They're not going to tell people the risks, and as we tragically saw here, people die all the time taking on these routes.
These are criminal gangs, and we're all very, very well aware of that. Are we seeing that there has been any benefit in targeting the gangs rather than targeting the travellers?
I think, Stephen, I think we just need to look at what's happened those last few days. And, this is, a record number of people. And okay, it's effectively it's into a principality and enclave, if you like, of Spain, but it certainly hasn't changed what's happening there. And while the numbers in England are perhaps a little bit less, I don't think it has changed what's happening here either. So I don't think tackling the gangs is ever really a strategy on its own. It might have a small impact, but it needs a bigger plan. You need other things. You need better processing here. You need less incentives to come here. And that just doesn't exist. You also need better cooperation on a European and a worldwide level. And as you've seen here, with people coming into Ceuta, neighbouring countries are actually, rather than helping resolve the issue for Spain, they're saying, well, we don't want people coming here. And as long as countries do that, pushing the problem around, that's another part of the reason why this isn't ever going to get resolved. And the sad thing is that, as we saw here again, like I said, you've got people dying, children dying. It really is a human tragedy and a great continued political failure across Europe.
Is it then selfish? We're going to be debating this later on in the programme. Is it selfish for some countries to say, our reaction then is just to tighten our borders? We're not interested in letting anyone in on any grounds.
It is selfish, Anne, but then, and I think but from a political perspective, unless they work together, the problem isn't going to be solved, because migrants are going to keep coming. It's not going to stop. You're going to have the gangs pushing them. People will always want a better life elsewhere. People not telling them what's really happening. That problem isn't going to stop. So unless the countries work together, it's part of the solution, I think. One country saying, well, we'll push them back to another country. That's one of the many problems in this. And until that changes, we're not going to see any big real changes.
OK. David, appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed. There's got to be, with all this, we keep saying there's got to be some reason for them not to want to be here, or in whatever country it is.
But they're being lied to as well.
Well, yes, they are.
I mean, we know that some of the migrants making this attempt are bad guys. We know that, but doesn't mean all of them are. I mean, you only have to look at the front page of the Daily Mail. It's a very distressing photograph, actually, of a Spanish soldier and two young men lying on the ground. They're not dead. They look as though they are because they've just swum. They have swum there and they are utterly, utterly exhausted. And not only are they completely and utterly exhausted, but they are completely disillusioned because they believed when they got there that they would be welcome.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, so they are being fed lies, but also we need to, there's got to be some sort of, I mean, it's back to Rwanda, isn't it?
It doesn't, of course, exonerate the fact that many of them just went rioting through the streets and pillaging and defecating on the pavements and, robbing the supermarkets and things like that. I mean, there's good and bad behaviour, I suppose, isn't there?
I know. I'm sure you've got a view, as always.
Let us know.
18 minutes past 6. Now, 3 people have been killed, 21 injured after an explosive device was detonated in a restaurant in Moscow. Russian state media said it was a homemade bomb detonated by a woman who allegedly smuggled it into the restaurant after 8 o'clock local time.
The Prince of Wales has paid tribute to the former British Army and Royal Marines soldier and renowned mountaineer Nirmal Purja, who died in an avalanche in Pakistan. Prince William said he was truly saddened by his death, praising him for serving with distinction before becoming one of the world's greatest mountaineers.
And 28-year-old Josh Kerr has delighted crowds in Scotland by claiming gold in the Commonwealth Games. He blazed down the home straight to clinch first place in the men's mile race at the Scotstoun Stadium last night.
Right now, 19 minutes past 6 already. Should we get a check on the weather with Tom Morgan?
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. Well, the heat and humidity is starting to build again over the next 24 hours, but today should be pleasantly warm with some hazy sunshine. Out there this morning, though, it's a fairly chilly start, but temperatures will quickly rise in that strong August sunshine, and there'll be plenty of hazy sunshine through most of the day. So by this afternoon, temperatures will be widely higher compared to yesterday, reaching the mid-20s for many parts of England and Wales, and possibly getting quite close to 30 degrees Celsius in the southeast of England. Eastern coastal counties of England perhaps a tad cooler compared to yesterday, but still a pleasant afternoon with temperatures into the low 20s. Now, northeastern parts of Scotland should have a drier and also less breezy day compared to yesterday, but there'll still be 1 or 2 showers for Shetland and Orkney into this evening, though largely dry. A fine end to the day for many other parts of Scotland with some late spells of sunshine too. We'll run into some thicker cloud there across parts of Northern Ireland, and here just a few spots of rain developing through this afternoon and into this evening, and likewise for the Isle of Man and parts of the Irish Sea. We could see 1 or 2 spots of rain for Wales, for example, but certainly nothing heavy and fairly trivial amounts. So a fine end to the day and a warm end to the day in more southern parts of the UK. Here we'll see a dry night, generally speaking, with some clearing skies as well. But further outbreaks of rain will gradually push their way northwards into Scotland and Northern Ireland as we go into the early hours of Monday. So a pretty damp start to Monday here. Turning fairly cool in the north of Scotland underneath any clear skies, but many parts of England and Wales having a pretty warm and humid night, so quite uncomfortable for sleeping. But Monday promises to be a much hotter day for England and Wales. Plenty of hazy sunshine here and temperatures into the 30s for some. So a hot day for southeast England with potentially temperatures getting close to 35 degrees. Much cooler, much wetter for Northern Ireland and Scotland, though. Outbreaks of rain or showers and temperatures locally here not getting much above 15 or 16 degrees Celsius.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Still to come, as Britain's summer is taking its toll on our food producers, we're going to be asking whether it's just getting too hot to harvest. That's next.
Here at GB News, we made a promise to tell your stories.
And on the 6th of August, we're marking 5 years of doing exactly that.
Celebrate with us by having your say. Join in the debates live on TV and radio.
And meeting your favourite presenters across the country, from Leeds to Aberdeen, from Belfast to Barry Island.
Plus, join me in Essex for our biggest live show of the year. Scan the QR code or visit gbnews.com/celebrate. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, it's been a summer of sunshine, but behind the scenes, that's creating more challenges for the people who grow our food.
As if they haven't got enough problems. Now, those working across the industry say they're having to adapt to increasingly extreme conditions.
Well, our reporter Isabel Fekulak has been to Sussex to find out more.
4 heat waves, weeks without meaningful rain. As the UK heads towards one of its hottest summers on record, the pressure is showing here in Sussex, in the fruit growing across these fields.
Well, the impact of the heat is already visible here. This local grower says that if these extreme temperatures continue, this year's harvest may well be smaller in size.
I don't think there's been another period like this in the history. 3 years ago, we had a tremendous heat wave in the middle of harvest. We were unable to get the fruit to cool down quickly enough. The following year we had a very, very light crop, and the same again this year. These excessive temperatures certainly are worrying for growers.
After it leaves the field, the race against the heat continues. At TG Fruits, keeping produce cool through storage and transport has become more challenging than ever. They've been doing this for generations, but this summer is testing them like never before.
It's been very difficult this year because obviously if you think about the product growing in the field, the heat in the field, everything suffers. It's been really, really hard work to work in. It's also affected our trade. Some of the schools closed, so there was an overstock.
And it's not just happening here. Across Europe, growers are battling the same heat. Fruco has imported fresh produce for more than 50 years. They say extreme weather is becoming one of the industry's biggest challenges.
We've seen this for a few years now, that the intense temperatures during the most important part of the year for growing fruit, particularly in Northern Europe. And the consequences are quite severe, because you're talking about temperatures in Spain and in France of mid-40s, which is just far too hot for fruit. I was talking to a grower in France, and he was watching the fruit cooking almost on the trees, and it was just soul destroying.
From local fields to supermarket shelves, the effects of this summer's heat are being felt at every stage. And with hotter summers becoming more common, the challenge of keeping food on our tables is only growing. Isabel Fekulak, GB News, Sussex.
Well, let's go a bit further north in the country now to Cameron Kinch, who's a farmer, presumably facing the same problems. A very good morning to you. I can see that there's a field behind you looking distinctly desert-like almost. What is it like up there at the moment for you?
Well, actually, to be honest, in the north,
it's sort of all right, but it's weird. So we actually, good morning, by the way. We actually moved farms recently we used to farm